person to see a mental health professional and come to me sometime later when they're in a more stable mental state.
But speaking of dangerous, I mean, the rites of exorcism, I am told, have been told, it can be extremely dangerous for the exorcist.
Oh, yes. Well, I mean, on a regular basis, I mean, on a weekly basis, I am assaulted, threatened. In any one single weekend, I am told by spirit voices that they're going to kill me so many times I can't even count it. I mean, I live under the constant threat of these things, promising all sorts of mayhem on me and my loved ones. So that's very typical. And yes, I have been violently assaulted on numbers of occasions. I'm always very careful that before I go into a meeting where I'm going to do exorcisms, I ask for several large men to be at the ready to tackle people, hang on to them. And I've seen cases where a 95-pound woman can't be controlled by 8 men.
Yeah, I've heard of that, and I have people have been known to, when their children are under cars, pick up automobiles, and I guess the strength comes somehow from the same place, doesn't it? Beyond yourself, more than you could possibly do.
You know, this is more than an adrenaline rush.
More than that.
Yeah, it's more than that. I mean, I've seen a frail woman, you know, pick up a 200-pound man with one arm, just lift him in the air. And this is not, again, since I've been doing this publicly for 3 years, I have done hundreds and hundreds of these in front of thousands and thousands of people. So these are not just stories. These are things which have occurred in the full view of people, witnessed by thousands and scores of cities across America.
How do you eliminate or reduce the risk of whatever it is jumping to you?
Well, I'm always very cautious. When I approach it, I've learned to sort of tell when it's about to explode.
Have you ever made a mistake?
Yes. And, you know, a couple of times I've been blindsided. A woman one time hit me from the rear. I wasn't looking. I was looking to another part of the audience, and she got down on top of me, took my tie, twisted it, and was choking me, and 4 or 5 men had to literally drag her away or she would have choked me to death. I've been kicked, very violently hit, bitten, spit on constantly. But again, I've learned how to be cautious about that, and so what I tell these men, I just say, look, if you see me start motioning to you to get kind of behind this person,
right,
and I'm starting to, if they're about to explode, I'm going to look at you, grab them. And don't hesitate, because I don't want them hurting me or themselves. I got a wife, 2 children, 1 on the way. I want to come home safely to them.
I heard.
You know, and people will say, well, if it's God's power, well, now, wait a minute. There is also, you know, the human will involved here, too. And so when you first begin to deal with someone on exorcism, you're dealing not just with the evil, but the will of the person, which may have been acting in concert with that demon. In other words, they may have been, until now, allowing that demon to use them for violent purposes. And so you've got to, when you first encounter them, talk that person into a moral state where they will resist that evil, because they may not have been doing it. And so you've got the cooperativeness of the will and the human strength versus the supernatural.
Well, you must have a lot of work, because I'm sorry to keep referring to Father Malachi, the late Father Malachi Martin, but he taught me so much. And one of the things he told me was he took care of the Manhattan area in New York.
Oh, a lot of them there, I can imagine.
And he said, Art, in the last year or 2, the need for exorcism in my area is up by 800%. Now, if we are to imagine a war between heaven and hell, between God and the devil, and we have numbers like this appearing before us, what does that mean, Reverend?
It means several things. First, that we are near the return of Jesus Christ, and as prophesied, there would be an outbreak of evil. It also means that the breakdown in the moral fiber of the country, which has previously restrained evil, made it more bold and more free to function than ever before.
So the devil's getting a pretty good foothold, and we're making it easy for him.
Well, we're making it very easy for him. And if you just look at the violence and the level of inhumanity in our society today, and how little is done about it. I was told recently by a prison chaplain in a large state that over 13 prisons that he looks after, 80% of the juvenile offenders in there have been sexually violated.
80%.
80%. And what are we as a culture doing to address that? How often are the pedophiles turned back out on the streets, again, to torment our children? What are we doing remedially to help people who got in that place because the abused became the abuser, became the abuser, became the abuser? We've got this cycle of abuse and violence in our society. We're simply looking the other way and not doing too much about it, and the devil has a heyday in that realm.
Is the United States unique in that, or is it equally prevalent worldwide?
The United States and the Western world is unique. I was asked this question at a conference this last weekend by a man of East Indian descent, and I responded to him. I said, you know, if I were to go to India, I certainly would meet demons, but I would not encounter the level of perverted, violent demons that I encounter here, because I said, even though by Christian standards, India is a pagan, idolatrous country, it in fact has a very strong moral fiber, as does much of the Far East, and it has a strong nuclear extended family structure, which is a deterrent to evil, because people have a sense of belonging and acceptance, and humanity is not devalued. But we've devalued humanity in American culture, which has given the devil free rein. So I said to this man, I would not think of dealing with violent demons of rape and incest and crime and abuse in India, but I certainly would be sensitized to dealing with that in America. So in some ways, we have become the most evil culture on earth.
Well, do you have any idea of why that is, Reverend? In other words, what evil turn have we taken?
Well, I think, first of all, as I said a moment ago, the lack of the extended family. Where you have strong family structure, you have accountability. You have people also who have a sense of value and worth. I'd say that an extremely high percentage of the cases I deal with, maybe half or more, are people who have never known love. Their parents abandoned them. They've never known a significant person who cared about them intrinsically for who they were.
Yes, but here's what confuses me. In a country like India or China or Japan, which is all these non-Christian countries, you would think the devil would just have a heyday because nobody's going to be calling out the name Jesus to get rid of some sort of demon nearby, right? Nobody's going to be calling out that name.
That is true. But remember, the devil not only traffics in the absence of the knowledge of God, but in the presence of the destruction of innate humanity. In other words, the devil's greatest ability to get someone is found when that person lacks a moral fiber to resist evil, and a lot of that moral fiber comes from what I call the sense of character, belonging, and virtue, the identity we have from those who have loved us and told us our life has significance. And the person who doesn't see significance in his life, you know, what's the problem with evil? What has he got to lose? What did Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold have to lose? I mean, they are typical of the lost souls of the children of our culture, raised in an environment where there is no sense of moral fiber, accountability, or meaning based upon a parent who has said, I love you, care about you, I will give your life significance. And that kind of person, evil becomes quite attractive to them.
Then these are all signs, and these are all signs of an acceleration toward the end of everything, toward the return of Jesus?
I believe that. The Bible says Satan has come down with a great fury, knowing that his time is short. Now, the Bible teaches Satan does not know when the end shall be. No man knows that but God the Father. However, he certainly has a good cultural sense of seeing how near we are to complete moral chaos. And as a result, he has sort of held back until now, but he has no reason to hold back anymore.
Is it safe to listen to what we're about to listen to?
I believe it's safe, yes, as long as someone would not entertain some type of healthy fascination. You know, I was doing an exorcism one time, and there was someone who was present, and as the demon was about ready to leave, the person said, "Hey, you can have me."
Oh,
That's a very
bad idea.
dumb thing.
Bad idea. Darwin Award winner. We'll be right we'll be right back. Reverend Bob Larson is my guest. I'm Art Bell.
Want to take a ride? From west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. 5-727-1295. And to call Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nine.
Last warning. This hour, we're going to begin playing some audio from actual exorcisms. And to many of you, this is going to be very disturbing, so last warning. All right, now, we're going to do something we've never done before. We're going to play a series of audio clips the Reverend Larson has provided of actual exorcisms. Let's do it. Reverend, this first clip that we're about to play, I presume that you have some background for us on what we're hearing?
I'm not sure exactly which order you have them here. I think I know which order you have them. Yes, if it's the one I think it is,
this is Shane.
Shane
Yes.
was in Chesapeake, West Virginia. And it was in a public meeting in a school auditorium. And he was seated on the front row. And I simply, as I was speaking, walked in front of him, and this hideous growl came out of his body. And then you hear a little bit of the conversation that ensued after that growl.
All right, let's do it. Here it is.
Time death. Renounce. Say, I renounce. Say, I renounce.
Renounce.
All claims. All claims.
All claims.
To shame.
To that's really that's difficult to listen to. That was coming out of a young man.
Young man, in his early 20s. He was there with, I believe, with his wife that night, the father of a new little baby girl. In fact, I was back in that part of the country sometime after that. I don't remember how long. And he came to another one of my conferences and came up, big smile on his face, gave me a big hug. He was there with his little girl and his wife. Totally, absolutely changed man once this exorcism was over with. Absolutely changed.
What happens to these demons? I guess they're demons. What happens to these demons when they leave the body?
Well, I sort of, I've said tongue in cheek, I'm the only minister in America that gets the privilege of telling the devil to go to hell on a regular basis. And that's literally what happens.
So they return from whence they came.
We send them to the abyss or hell to torment. And they stay there. The Bible is not really clear on this, but the Bible does teach that some fallen angels, some evil spirits have to stay in torment because of what it says they left their first estate, and there are all sorts of theories about that. But the rest of them seem to be until the end of time, as prophesied in the Revelation. They have the ability to come back out of the abyss if there's a willing recipient.
Otherwise, until the end of time.
Otherwise, they stay there in torment, unless there's someone who welcomes them back out and gives them an assignment, so to speak.
When the end comes, I'm not much of a churchgoer, Reverend, and I've seen movies like The Seventh Sign, for example.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose you saw that.
Yeah.
And is that the way it's going to happen? That was Hollywood's way, or is that pretty close to?
It's sort of. We have a broad general picture of what's going to happen at the end. We know that there will be a terrible moral decline, a tremendous increase in technology.
Really?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And that's one of the things the Bible talks about, the exponential increase in knowledge there will be at the end. But that only leads further to the arrogance of man of thinking he can solve all his problems. Then there are divisions within the Christian community as to what will happen next. Some believe that, as a popular book series has posited recently, that Christ will return and there will be a rapture in which millions of Christians will disappear, followed by 7 years of hell on earth, at the end of which will be Armageddon and the final battle between good and evil. Now, I happen to ascribe to that particular belief, but there are many well-meaning Christians who don't. All do agree, pretty much, that there will be, at the end of the age, a massive Middle East conflict in which the armies of God and the armies of the devil will face each other, and it's at that point, then, that the Revelation tells the final defeat of the enemy will be brought about, and Satan will be cast with all of his demons into the lake of fire.
Well, first of all, I don't think all Christians are going to get sucked up at all. I know too many Christians who I am afraid will preach at you all day long, and then, frankly, there's some of the most unethical, immoral characters that I know, and they're going to be stuck down here with the rest of us.
Some of them have demons.
Maybe that's it. Maybe that's right.
Well, that is it. That is it. That's why they claim to be followers of Christ, but they actually have evil spirits inside them, causing them to act quite to the contrary.
All right, here's another one. This is Jeff.
Oh, yes,
What
Jeff.
can you tell us about Jeff?
This is a real interesting one. And for sake of documentation, as I remember these, I'll tell you exactly where they happened. This was in the city of Red Deer, Alberta, Canada. In a workshop at one of our conferences, Jeff is 6'5", about 250. Huge man. In the middle of the conference, again, witnessed by hundreds of people, he stood to his feet. and started lumbering toward me in sort of a Frankenstein style, just like he couldn't quite walk. He was just lumbering. And his first words out of his mouth as he stood were, "Do I murder you now or later?" He came toward me. And he hovered over the top. I'm 5'8", okay? He hovered over the top of me with his hands shaking around my throat, just, millimeters away from my throat.
Right.
Uttering curses against God. And the only thing between him and me was my Bible.
Is there a lot of that, by the way? And obviously we cannot play that sort of thing on the air. But there's a lot of that, a lot of the really foul language.
Oh, yes. And I never played on the air either, but it does happen in horrible, horrible curses. I had a case recently. I was at a large Baptist church, and a handsome young fella who was an usher in the church, God spoke to me and said, "Go pray for him." And what I often do is I walk out in the crowd, sort of provoking these demons, and I thought, well, this kid doesn't look like a problem. He's studying for the ministry.
Mm-hmm.
I went to touch him and pray for him, and he flew out of the pew in a violent rage, cursing God's name, uttering the most vile four-letter words right in the middle of this church. Very common. Jeff, that you're alluding to.
Right.
The only thing between him and me was my Bible, and for 1 hour, I stood holding my Bible between him and me, quoting Bible verses from memory, warding him off. And everybody was afraid to grab him. In this case, he got there before anybody could get to him. He was so huge, they were so afraid if anybody tried to touch him, he'd have his hands on my throat before they could move.
So in other words, what people are going to hear here is only a small slice of what went on for an hour.
Yes.
And a lot of which we can't broadcast. Here it is.
Who do you think I am?
I'm asking the questions here. Do you have legal authority? Yes or no?
I was born into him.
Do you still have remaining legal authority? He's renounced all that. Do you have any remaining legal authority? Yes or no?
No,
What is your name? Who are you?
I am anger, and I am lies. I am cheat. I am steal, and I am murder.
I bind all those functions of cheating, lying, stealing, murdering, and all those parts. I bind them together right now. I bind them together. Say I anger.
Anger,
Murder and the rest.
murder, and the rest.
Remove the curse
Remove the curse
from this man
from this man
and his children
and his children.
and all future generations.
Generations!
Good Lord. You used the word, you bind. You bind. I am familiar with witchcraft, Reverend. Witches use the word bind.
Yes. Well, Christ established the principle. He said, whatsoever you bind on earth shall be bound. Whatsoever you loose on earth shall be loosed. And that was spoken to Peter and to his disciples as part of the authority that he would give Christians. And so as we come against evil, we bind it. It's a term of restraint. And so what I'm doing is saying, I restrain you from your evil and expressing it, and in this case, from attacking me physically.
Are you in the movie The Exorcist? That one of these things, is there ever an occasion, Reverend, where possession is by not necessarily a demon, but by the devil himself?
I do not believe that. The Bible, I believe, teaches there are two cases where the devil himself actually enters in. One was Judas Iscariot. The Bible says Satan entered into him, the devil. And the other is the Antichrist, who will be the one, as we talked about a moment ago, who will lead this fight against God at the end of the age and will be incarnated by the devil himself. It certainly doesn't serve the devil's purposes. Remember that the devil is not omnipotent as God is. He is not omniscient and omnipresent as God is. So while God's power can be everywhere at all times, the devil has spatial limitations to who he is, in the sense that he can't be everywhere at once. So he would not want to come into someone, because then he can't be directing his troops on a worldwide basis of evil.
There are those who say the Antichrist is alive on earth now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that may be so?
I believe, indeed, it may be so, though I think that kind of speculation is a little dangerous because, we don't want to get ourselves into a trap if he isn't, of causing people to fall away from faith when he didn't show up. But personally, just in my historical view of culture and life as it is, and in my view as an exorcist, I have to believe that he is. The outbreak of evil that we see now, you alluded to it earlier.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, when was there a time when people would go postal, when your worker on the computer next door walks in the following day and puts a bullet through your brain?
Only now.
Yes, and we've never seen this exponential increase in such extreme evil as we have now. So that leads me to believe something is about to happen.
You are able to deal with what we're hearing here, these exorcisms, on an individual basis.
Yes.
If something, as you put it, is about to happen, that will be beyond your scope?
Yes, because that's in the grander scheme of things. Certainly, I believe that what I am doing is a deterrent. By the way, I want to make an important point here. This is not just about me. We have what we call do what Jesus did teams. Not what would Jesus do, but do what Jesus did, because Jesus did cast out demons, which are exorcism teams that we teach and train, and we now, in more than 50 cities, have established them. Our goal is that no one should be more than a day's drive away from a city where they can get an exorcism, and that's not true in America today. So we are teaching and training these teams, and we have scores of teams around the country that every week meet, and they themselves do dozens of exorcisms. So it's not just about who I am. The knowledge to do this can be transmitted to others. It can be, shall we say, learned. And I believe that's one of the ways that we must fight this evil. No one person can fight it.
Well, if you have that extensive a group across the country, then you must be more aware than anybody I've talked to about the increase in the amount of evil and possession going on.
Oh, yes. And these teams, the national facilitator of our teams was telling me just yesterday that one particular group, this is very common, has now a waiting list of 300 people who have been pre-qualified. That means they've gone through an extensive questionnaire process that deals with medical and psychiatric issues to find out whether or not this is truly legitimate. They've got a waiting list in one city of 300 people.
What do you say to people who say all of this isn't legitimate at all, that it's all some kind of fakery, that it's some sort of a psychological aberration on the part of these people?
I invite them to come to our conferences. Go to boblarson.org, see where I'm going to be in the city, come and witness it for yourself. And then, if you're still not so sure, I say this tongue in cheek, when the first murder demon shows up, I'm going to tell the men who are holding the person to stand back, let him go, and I'm going to let you come up and go eyeball to eyeball with this thing and tell it that it's just a figment, it's just fake, it's just phony. I'm going to let you handle it. I don't think there'll be any takers.
Mm-hmm. We talked earlier about witchcraft. Witches claim, and I know some real witches, Reverend, they claim that most of the time witchcraft can be used in positive ways, and that only on occasion and only with the proper provocation can witchcraft be used to issue. I mean, it can be used for evil purpose, to be sure, but it is not always so used. In fact, most frequently not.
I couldn't disagree with that more, because the Bible disagrees with it. I'm sure those people believe that and mean well and think that, but the Bible is very clear that all witchcraft is an abomination to God, and that all witchcraft is in opposition to God because it refuses to acknowledge the Judeo-Christian God of Scripture, who is truly God, and that though they may feel they're using white magic, there really is only good and evil.
The powers of the earth, the wind, the sun.
Well, those may just simply be convenient explanations for human wisdom and knowledge.
All right, hold it right there. We'll be right back.
800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach out at 1-775-727-1222 or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To reach out on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Network.
Brace yourself, it gets worse. Bob Larson, Reverend Bob Larson is my guest, and we're talking about exorcism. We're doing more than talk about it. We're actually playing you clips from exorcisms, which, by the way, take quite some time to do as a general course. In fact, we'll ask about that in a moment. Stay right where you are. Back now to the Reverend Larson. Reverend, frequently, how long do exorcisms vary widely in the amount of time that it takes?
Yes, I've done them in as short as 10 or 15 minutes. Often it will take several hours, 10 or 15 hours, 10 or 15 days. I've had some that you know, which you have to obviously have to take breaks, which have lasted for months. Those are rare, but most of them require a significant commitment of time. And sometimes you have to have more than one exorcism, because the first exorcism only gets to what we call the initial level of devils, and that means you just sort of clean out one area of an individual's life, and
right.
Then they have to rest and recuperate, because it is absolutely physically, mentally, and emotionally devastating to the person who goes through it. And then you go back and you do a second, a third one.
Here's an odd question. Dave in Davenport, Iowa asks, Art, could you ask Bob a question for me? What happens if you love a demon?
Actually, there are people who do want their demons. They do like their demons, because these people are dysfunctional in some area of life, and the demon facilitates some process in them that they are frightened of being without, and so they like to have that thing because it does do things. And to get quite explicit, I don't know what he means by love, but there are people who have sexual relationships with demons, and they love to love a demon.
That's really odd. All right, here's another one. This would be, is it Kevin or Kevia? I can't. In Arlington. Does that make sense to you? Do you know which one it is?
Yes, you're talking about the excerpt. Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
If it's the young man I believe we're referring to, he was a cutter.
A cutter?
A cutter. And I've run into many, many cutters. These are people who self-mutilate.
Oh.
And they will come to our conferences, and their arms will be slashed. Sometimes hundreds of slashes of scar tissue where they have burned, hacked, picked away at themselves. Their arms, their legs, sometimes their whole body. And very violent young man. If it's the young man I'm thinking of had a history of crime, and was facing some other very serious consequences, very serious demons.
I have known young people who have done this, Reverend. I've seen it myself.
Yes.
Here it is.
Who are you, Anger? Who are you? Who are you? Rev? Are you Chief? Are you Chief? Are you Chief? Are you Chief? Do any of you, hold your tongue, do any of you have any further legal authority, Rev? Do you? Do you? Yes or no? What is it? What is it? What legal authority do you have?
Mine.
Holy smokes.
Now let me tell you, I got the wrong person. Let me tell you who this is.
All
This
right.
is quite interesting. This man is Kevin. I'll give his full name, Kevin Thornton. I don't often give full names of people just to protect their anonymity. He was a singer with the group Color Me Bad, who had number one hit song a couple of years ago called "I Want to Sex You Up."
He didn't even sound human.
No, he wasn't. I did not know who he was. He was in the audience of about 1,600 people. Really well-dressed young fellow. African American. I went out to him, and he exploded. Got him up on stage. His unearthly voice spoke out of him. I did not know who he was until the whole exorcism is over with, and he told me that a couple of years ago he had a number one hit record in America.
One more time. This one I want to hear one more time. This is not a human voice.
Who are you, England? Who are you? Who are you? Rev? Are you Chief? Are you Chief? Are you Chief? Are you Chief? Do any of you, hold your tongue, do any of you have any further legal authority, Rev? Do you? Do you? Yes or no? What is it? What is it? What legal authority do you have?
Mine.
Legal authority. What does that mean, legal authority? What do you mean by that?
Well, the mercy and the goodness and the love of God protects us from evil. Even sometimes when we're stupid enough to put ourselves in the firing line of evil. But God is a loving, merciful God. However, demons are looking for legal right. They're looking for a technicality by which they can enter into somebody. And so when you cast out a demon, you must find out, does it have a right to be there? Sometimes they don't have a right. Sometimes they just sort of slip in or sneak in because the person is quite morally vulnerable. But sometimes they literally do have a legal right in that the person has done something, or as I said earlier, there has been some curse brought down to the family line that gave them the right. You're going to play one in a moment, Mary, in which there was a curse, an ancient curse going back, where some people in the family had sold their souls in the midst of a famine.
What?
And as a result, this followed the family line. So that is a legal right. The demon, there was a pact made, and you have to break that pact.
Matt writes, I get these computer messages as the program goes on, and asks, can a person, interesting question, can a person who is a Christian be possessed by a demon? And if so, how can Christ and a demon dwell in the same spot?
Well, I don't like the term possessed in reference to a Christian. Let's just say invaded, influenced, or affected. Because as I said in the beginning, these terms are kind of meaningless. I mean, they are human terms describing the metaphysical.
Right.
And at best, they are inadequate.
Right.
Now, how can Christ and the devil be there?
Yes.
Well, they're not. They're not truly there. But as you brought up earlier, I mean, you said, I have known some Christians who were quite unethical.
I certainly have.
Absolutely. And I have known Christians who have done horrible things and yet claim to be a Christian. What's going on here? Well, we have someone there who probably has a devil in them. And when the person is acting out their Christianity, they are a child of faith. But in their weak moments, when they give into that other side, the demon then is able to take over and cause them to do horrible things. Now, how does that happen? Not in their spirit. The Bible teaches what's called the tripartite nature or the trichotomous nature of man, that he is body, soul, and spirit. So that when by confession of faith we choose to follow God, the spirit is eternally reborn. But in the soul, which is the mind, emotional, sentient nature of who we are, we may have pockets of demonic infestation that affect our soul, that is, our feelings, and tempt us with those feelings. So, in that sense, it is not true coexistence with evil. It's God is in the spirit, the devil is in the soul.
Reverend, I've got to take the opportunity to ask you. I deal with this a lot on my program. I believe there really are ghosts. What is a ghost? What is a ghost? Is a ghost somebody's actual soul, their consciousness after death remaining on Earth, or is it some sort of weird little echo and tape replay of what was?
I believe that the Bible teaches ghosts are not what in popular culture are disembodied spirits with unfinished business or some soul emanation. I believe that, in fact, ghosts are demons masquerading as the departed. Because the Bible teaches that necromancy, communication with the dead, is an occult forbidden sin that causes demon possession. And so the devil masquerades as the dead or the departed or as a soul.
So then you agree then that communication is possible?
Oh, absolutely. And there are ghosts and there are phantoms and ectoplasmic apparitions, but these are demonic beings seeking to cause us to communicate. And that's what was so dangerous, for example, with the movie The Sixth Sense. I debated Haley Joel Osment about that on the Larry King Show. Once we communicate, then the link is established, and we've crossed over that moral barrier that God established with ancient Israel. And from that point on, demons have the right to enter into us, so the ghost, in fact, will enter into you.
So, by the time you get to the point where you're saying, I see dead people, it's way too late.
It is way too late. At that point, you've already been taken over.
All right, actually, the next one I've got coming up is Chris in Anchorage. Does that ring any bells?
Yes, it does. This guy just suddenly got out of his seat and headed toward me. And his was the case of an ancient curse upon the family.
Really?
Yeah.
An ancient curse on the family?
Oh, very, very frequently I run into these cases where, unbeknownst to the individual, somebody hundreds of years ago did something. Oftentimes there will be an ancient sacrifice. I remember one particular case, a woman of Hispanic descent. There was an ancient Aztec ancestor who wanted the power, sexual power over women, so he human sacrificed his own granddaughter. This is at least what the spirits said, gave them the right, going back 25 generations.
Well, let's play this and then I'll ask.
What would you have of me? Well, judgment. Of course. Who are you? Who else is there? Did you say pornography? Generations. Lust is here. What do you mean, generations? Oh, this family is mine. More than one. All of them are mine.
Oh, my God.
That, by the way, took place in front of more than 1,000 people. And that voice, I mean, I actually...
It's got a quality to it at one point that is not... It's... I don't even know how to describe it. The quality of the voice changed from what even a human could, in the worst moments, utter. I mean, it was almost mechanical.
It sounded like it was sent to a phaser or something.
Yeah, that's a true... Is that a true...
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, Mr. Fred Johnson, who is my production assistant at our studio in Denver...
Now, you could hear it go into distortion at one point,
yes.
and obviously it was simply too loud for the mic, but at another point, something happened to that voice that was all wrong.
Oh, yes, and you know, I actually had people accuse me of doctoring that tape, and as I said, Mr. Fred Johnson is a real human being. He is my production assistant. He will verify to anybody who wants it verified. nobody touched that tape. It was weird. I mean, it went into this other earthly thing. We actually captured it on video, too. We have it on videotape, the same sound.
Oh,
This was
my.
professional cameras. I mean, this was a major 3-camera shoot that we did. And so we have it on videotape and audio tape.
All right, one more time. Listen very, very carefully to the quality of the voice about in the middle of all this. Listen very carefully.
What would you have on? Well,
Judgment.
of course.
Who are you? Who else was there? Did you say pornography?
Generations. Lust is here.
What do you mean, generations?
All this family is mine. More than one. All of them are mine.
That's a pretty confident, really a confident demon.
Oh, yes, he was. But he was cast out, and it was very beautiful. When it was over with, this man's wife, who was pregnant, came running up to hug him. I sent, by the way, it was back to the same city, the same place, recently, and this young man was there, teamed up, gave me a big hug. He now was the proud father of a baby, and his life is just going on wonderfully. His father was also there that night, and we had to remove the curse from his father as well, because the demon claimed that it had the whole family line. And this young man now is an active member of his church, a wonderful father. I shudder to think, if this evil had not been expelled, what might have become of him. Because I really honestly feel, Art, that many of these people we encounter are on their way to commit a murder. They're on their way to being tomorrow's headline. And we are stopping it. And I say we, our teams all over the country, and I always want to emphasize to people, don't look to Bob Larson. I'm a human instrument. I'm sure Father Malachi Martin told you the same thing. I'm a human instrument of God. This is God who does this. This is God's power. It is not my power. It is the power of Christ through his resurrection. I'm just a human instrument of that.
And I guess all of this, does it scare you now, or are you past that? Are you so sure of what you're doing that you're certain there's nothing you can run into?
Every week, in every conference, I encounter something I have never seen before. It amazes, because you'd think after all these years I would have seen it all. I am astounded every single week. There's some strange, weird twist that I would never make, a demon doing something that I could never have even my human wildest imagination thought of. And it's always new, it's always fresh. The ingenuity of evil is beyond comprehension. But more so is the grace and the love of God. And we must remember that yes, this is scary, but the real story is not the frightening evil that's inside these people, but the love of God that is there to change their lives and make them into healthy, productive, decent people.
Could it be that more people in America, I mean, America is a pretty materialistic place. Could it be that more people in America have made that perfect deal with the devil than in the rest of the world? Because in America, everybody wants what everybody else has, and to get there, if that's what it takes, maybe more people here are making that deal than they are anywhere else.
Absolutely. That you're very astute. You know, Hollywood doesn't get it right very often, but that Al Pacino movie certainly did get it right. That's the deal that people, they don't make it consciously.
Yes.
They don't just say, I sell my soul for whatever, but in their striving...
all they've got to do is say it mentally, right?
Yes. They're striving to become whatever it is they want to become. Nothing stands in their pathway. And when you cross over that line, you become the servant of all that is evil. And God no longer See, God no longer exists in your life as a guiding
Gotcha.
principle.
Reverend, hold on. We'll be right back.
Wanna take a ride? Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 775-727-1222 or call the wild card line at 775-727-1295. To talk with Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
The Reverend Bob Larson is here, and I warned you numerous times, and I'll do it one more time. This material is pretty rough stuff, so be advised if you're coming into the middle of the program, use parental discretion. You have discretion, right? You don't want your children around this, and you may not even want yourself around it. You figure that out for yourself. Once again, the Reverend Bob Larson. Bob, somebody asks, Denise actually, in Illinois, is there a finite number of demons? Are there a finite number of demons? And if so, have you ever run into the same demon more than once?
There is a finite number. In the original creation, God made X number of angels, and 1/3 of those fell with Lucifer in the rebellion. We don't know how many that is. It's millions. It's huge. But it is finite, and it is finite as opposed to the omnipresence of God. Now, I have run into demons who go by the same name, function, and purpose. I've had demons say to me, I know you, I've met you, we faced each other before. Was it literally that same demon? Perhaps. Perhaps it was just that demon's embodiment of that same evil that I faced before.
Could one demon inhabit two, can it be in two places effectively at one time?
Not two places at one time, but
Two people.
they do have the capacity to move at, I don't know, the speed of light. Who knows? I mean, they're here, they're there, they move fast. And a demon does not necessarily need to be in an individual permanently. If they have the right to come and go, yes, they may come and go between, for example, a husband and wife, a father and son. Particularly people with a familial connection go back and forth and affect one and then affect the other.
You deal with people who are living who have demons. How many people would you imagine die with demons?
A lot of people die as a result of demons. They commit suicide because demons have driven them to it.
Yes. In other words, for every one saved, I wonder how many are not.
Many. I would even suggest that I and all of our Do What Jesus Did teams are coming close to reaching all those people. That's why I am so fervent in traveling and holding these conferences every weekend to get more people involved in this.
You've written how many books?
29 books. The latest is Shock Talk, a novel about exorcism.
If you were to recommend a starter book, and we've got lots of links on my page to your books, what should people begin with?
Actually, the latest book, Shock Talk, is an excellent starter because it's a novel. It tells a story of a tabloid TV talk show host. And there's a girl who's a cutter self-mutilator who attempts suicide on his national television show, and then he's forced to find out of his own curiosity what this is all about. And it deals with generational curses, the link to multiple personalities, which is another whole issue we haven't gotten into, and also issues of what we call inner healing, by which the soul is restored. The other one would be the Book of Spiritual Warfare, which is a 500-page encyclopedic reference on everything about demons and angels and witchcraft and Satanism and the supernatural. So Shock Talk or the Book of Spiritual Warfare.
Spiritual warfare. You said multiple personalities. I thought that was a psychiatric disorder. It's more?
Well, it is a recognized recognizable disorder, generally referred to as DID or dissociative identity disorder. But in fact, more than 50% of the cases of demonization that we deal with also have dissociation. And the reason is because the severity of trauma, which causes multiplicity or dissociation, which is also an OP for demons, means that sometimes certain demons hide within certain personalities. And so very frequently what we have to do is find out if a person is a multiple, and if they're a multiple, then to locate the demon may not be in the core or the host person. In other words, in that part of the person's soul consciousness, the demon may not be evident. They may be fairly normal.
You know, Reverend, something I've always wondered about, our mental hospitals across America are full of people. And I've always wondered, what percentage really shouldn't be there? What percentage of the people in the mental institutions across America are actually possessed?
It's hard to know, but I often run into demons of insanity. And they will, I mean, it's kind of almost amusing because the demons themselves are almost insane. Their function has so overtaken them, they're loony. But in their lucidity, they will say, you know, I'm about to drive this person crazy. I'm going to send her to a mental institution. Then I'll get her in there and nobody will ever be able to help her again. They'll just laugh. They just,
That's the way it works. A lot of them never get out. You mentioned Mary earlier. Now, we're up to Mary. Tell me about Mary, Flagstaff.
This took place in Flagstaff, Arizona, in a conference. Mary was just seated in the audience and suddenly began to hideously scream. We brought her to the front, worked with her at length, and this demon eventually spoke German and said that her ancestors, I'm trying to remember, were Irish or Italian, I can't remember which, had actually gone to Germany during a time of famine to get food and sold their souls to someone called Herman the German. And Herman the German was into black magic and for exchange for their souls gave them food.
Okay.
Nice, sweet lady. And, but boy, this thing was hideous.
Sweet lady. All right, here's Mary.
I confront the spirit of hate right there. I command that spirit. Face me in the name of Jesus. You did never forever. Yeah, didn't you? Didn't you?
Yes, yes, yes! Yes, I
Is that how you got there? Through the hatred?
Deception! Deception!
Deception? What kind of deception? Are you part of a curse?
Yes, hundreds of years, hundreds of years, hundreds!
Yeah, it came down through the family line through her brother, didn't it? Passed on to you, didn't it? Did you deceive her?
Yes, yes!
How did you deceive her? What did you make her believe?
Nobody would find out.
Who is chief among them?
Herman!
Herman is the man who put the curse on the family, isn't he?
Yes, yes!
What nationality?
German!
What is he, Deutsch? Who?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a number of questions popping up on my computer screen about people speaking in languages. There you are. Oh my. In every case so far, I would have to say, you know, if somebody's faking this, I can't even imagine how they could do that. These voices do not sound human.
Well, and keep in mind, you're hearing just a handful
Just a little bit.
of hundreds of examples and a small portion of what may have gone on for an hour. And that this has been witnessed hundreds of times in scores of cities all over America in front of thousands and thousands of people. It amuses me when people say, oh, you know, these people were paid actors, or he sets these people up, because the infrastructure to organize all of that in all these cities would be monumental and impossible. And after all of this time, and the thousands of people, somebody surely would have broken the silence by now and said, oh, this was an act.
Sure. Oh, absolutely.
But these are identifiable people, and you know, we've had 60 Minutes, MSNBC, the New York Times, LA Times, investigate this. Talk to many of these people afterwards. Go into their homes.
Sure.
With television cameras.
Yeah, but
and
you got to
actually-
understand why people do this, why they want to squash this and prove that it's some kind of fraud or fake. They want to, obviously, because the alternative is to have to believe that it's true.
Well, to believe that it's true means that then each individual has to deal with the possibility of evil in his own life.
Precisely.
And, you know, the person who is hearing these voices talking about lying, cheating, murder, hatred, and mayhem, then has to ask himself, is it possible that I have ever harbored those feelings in my own heart? And if so, could I have given into this kind of evil? And for some people who don't want to believe in God, that's a step they don't want to take.
Is there any, in the examples we have here, we have more men than women. In fact, I think Mary is the only woman we have. Now, is there any pattern to possession? Are more men possessed than women, or?
No, we just happen to, I think, to have chosen these examples because the demons in men seem to be more verbally dramatic. But it actually is more women than men. Women are far more prevalent. Because, as I said earlier in the show, abuse issues are so prominent, and so more women are victimized by violation.
Okay, one more time, folks, with Mary. She's the only example of a woman we have tonight.
I confront the spirit of hate right there. I command that spirit. Face me in the name of Jesus. You thought you'd have her forever. Yeah, didn't you? Didn't you?
Yes, yes, yes! Yes, I had her!
Is that how you got this? With the hatred toward
Deception! Deception!
Deception? What kind of deception? Are you part of a curse?
Yes! Hundreds of years! Hundreds of years! Hundreds!
Yeah, it came down through the family line through her brother, didn't it? Passed on to you, didn't it? Did you deceive her?
Yes, yes!
How did you deceive her? What did you make her believe?
Nobody would find out.
Who is chief among them?
Herman!
Herman is the man who put the curse on the family, isn't he?
Yes, yes!
What nationality?
German! German! Yes,
What is he, Deutsch? Huh?
yes, Irish, Irish.
The more you listen, the more you're able, even from these short clips, the more you're able to pick out. So, these generational curses are frequent.
Oh, yes, they are. Far more frequent than one would imagine. But just think about it. I mean, which one of us knows who in our past may have done something like that?
Almost none of us.
Yeah. And so I encourage all people of faith to go through, preferably with a friend, a pastor, a priest, a renunciation of generational curses. I've done that for me, my family, and my children, and I prayed a prayer that says, Dear God, I renounce any and all curses that may have come upon me from past generations, and I renounce those sins of my ancestors that may have caused me to be cursed, and I bequeath to my children and future generations a new heritage of faith in Christ, and faith in God, and cause that any of those curses by which the devil may have access to my life or my family to be broken in the name of God. And by doing that, I mean, it sounds so simple to say that, but the devil, I tell people, if you're going to deal with the devil, you have to act like a lawyer and think like a judge. Because these things operate in a very technical spiritual universe. And a curse is a legal document of sorts. And so you just declare it null and void, and then it's broken. But so many people have never articulated that simple prayer that I said a moment ago, and they are vulnerable. So anyone in this audience who has faith of God in God could say that and break that and be free from it.
Do you have
And
these?
then they need to come to our conferences and get an exorcism.
Understand? Do you have these sound clips on your website as well?
Actually, we've never done that. We probably should do that. In fact, I ought to put them up there tomorrow.
I would assume, again, these are very short. It would be interesting sometime, perhaps in a future appearance, Reverend, if you were to bring a substantial portion of a very serious one to listen to.
Well, actually, when I say we don't have these clips, we do archive some of our own radio shows on our website, boblarson.org, and they can download past shows in which I have played longer versions of these.
Okay.
And for example, we just did a show earlier this week that would be in our archives of a woman who was Polish and whose parents were put in the Hitler's death camps. And a spirit of death then followed that family. And then when they were released from the camps and immigrated to South America, to Caracas, Venezuela, she then was molested as a child, and these spirits then took control of her.
All right, we've got, I think, a very short one we can do. This is Tony in Minneapolis. What's the story on Tony?
Very, very interesting. You know, a lot of times people think that, oh, if I'm going to get a demon, I have to do something really bad. Sometimes it's a fairly small opening if there's a pre-existing vulnerability. Tony's father, first of all, he just erupted in the audience, and I had no idea what the story was, but I learned later that his father had wanted to murder his father's mother, had wanted to murder other family members and had thought about it and planned it. Well, this young man was working in a kitchen in a restaurant, and someone accidentally spilled some frying grease on him, and he sustained some serious burns to his body. Well, while he was in this state of physical torment with this grease burning his body, his employer and fellow employees were reluctant to call 911 an emergency because they were afraid they were going to get in a lawsuit. And he was laying there screaming in agony, as he described it, with his grease burning his flesh. And at that moment, he said to himself, if I survive this, I will get even and I will kill these people who didn't offer me help. And that very thought of murder that he entertained in his mind opened him up.
Here it is.
Get spared, Bert. You sneaked in there, didn't you? When nobody was looking. You sneaked in, didn't you? Didn't you, murder? Well, it wasn't fair, was it? You guys don't play fair, do you? You don't have to. You don't have to, do you?
Murder. You know, Reverend, I interviewed a pretty interesting person the other day. His name is Kent Walker, and he's called the other brother. The Sante and Kenny Kimes incident, you know about that?
No.
The murder conviction, you don't. It's a big case. It's a big murder case, but Sante was probably as close to evil as you can imagine. She was a mother who brought her two sons up in a life of crime, grifting, and ultimately, in the case of one, murder. And they've been convicted of that murder now, of a socialite.
Is this the mother? Oh yes, the mother of the son who killed the socialite.
Ding, 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 right?
That's right.
All of a sudden, okay, yes, I interviewed the brother. And he told me his mother, Sante, was, in his eyes, if you've ever looked into the eyes of Charles Manson, there's really no question about what you see. You see evil, and he said, that was in my mother's eyes as well, and still is, and in his opinion, always will be.
Well, he was looking at a demon. He wasn't just looking at his mother. He was looking into the soul of his mother, and he saw the demon in her soul. I wouldn't doubt that for a moment. That's what I see when I look at people. People say, how do you know, Bob? Because I will walk out into an audience of 400, 500, maybe 1,000 or 2,000 people, and then I walk through the audience and I pick out the people that I've never seen before in my life.
And you know.
And I just know.
You just know.
I just look, I see in their soul the evil, and it looks back at me.
All right. Hold on right there, Reverend. We'll be right back. Okay, right where you are. Reverend, David in Los Angeles asks whether, as in the movie The Exorcist, can the possessed at times ever actually physically manifest anything like levitation, moving objects, that sort of thing?
It's rare. I have seen it happen. It's not common. Satan seems to be somewhat limited in that realm. The movie was a little bit of an exaggeration, but it was a composite of a number of things. I have seen it, but it's rare.
I understand actually that that exorcism was, in other words, it was based though on one real story that I think occurred in Missouri, perhaps.
Yes, that's true.
Missouri. All right, we have one more that I would like to get to that occurred apparently in Anchorage with Brent.
Well, excuse me, I mentioned this a little earlier. This was the young man dressed in a suit and tie, church usher, Bible school student, who had no idea, neither did anybody in the church have any idea, that there could have been anything like this in him. And he was just seated comfortably in the aisle of the church, and I felt this strong spiritual impression to go to him, to pray for him. And I thought, well, he's a very unlikely person. And I usually carry with me when I pray anointing oil. And anointing oil represents the presence of the Holy Spirit. And I often when I approach people, I will make the sign of the cross in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit on their head. I reached over to do that. He exploded, flew out of the pew. This is a heavily edited excerpt. The F word was just pouring out of his mouth, and in this sedate Baptist church, the place was in a state of shock.
So in other words, what you're about to hear, you've got to imagine the rest.
It's a sanitized version.
All right, here we go.
Didn't think I'd find you, did you? No. 25 generations? Yes. Well, you've been there a long time. You must not want to give up this body, huh? No. But he's a child of God. You don't have legal right anymore, do you? Do you? No. Now, blasphemy, I put an angel on your left, on your right, behind you, and in front of you.
Stronger than your angels.
Blasphemy? What is the key to this curse?
He was dedicated to Satan for future generations.
25 generations ago?
Yes.
The bloodline was dedicated to the devil?
Good Lord.
25 generations ago. He didn't know it. His family didn't know it. Studying for the ministry, this evil was down inside him. And it was violent, very violent.
That's incredible. All right. Let's take a few calls here through the top of the hour and see what we get. Who knows? First time caller line, you're on the air with Reverend Larson. Hello.
All right, thanks a lot, Art. Good morning, Mr. Larson. My name's Jeremy. I'm calling from CFUN Radio in Vancouver.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Larson, you stated earlier in the show, I guess last hour, you were talking about the witchcraft and how the earth and sun and water and fire was just maybe a convenient way to, explain that magic and their powers. But what do you think about, maybe Christianity being a simple way to explain your powers, right? Like a convenient way to describe what you do.
Fair question, I suppose, yes.
Yeah, I'm sure that an individual could suggest that. I happen to believe that Christianity is a God-revealed religion through the Old Testament onward, and that it is the true faith of the only living and true God. I respect the right that other people may disagree with that, but that's what I believe.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Reverend Larson. Hello.
Hello there. Hi, Bob.
Hello.
Yeah, I know something about this generational stuff. Edgar Casey is one of my distant relatives, and my family's had spiritism and everything in this line for forever. And by the time I was in 6th grade, I was regularly praying to be possessed by spirits and manifesting, developing my ESP and all kinds of things. Unfortunately, God saved me from this life of utter darkness when I was 15. And I've been getting together with the gal that you just recently delivered in Anchorage here.
Oh, really?
At the Baptist Temple for discipleship and prayer. And you did two deliverance services with her. Little blonde gal, you probably remember.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa.
Yes, I do remember Elisa. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and she's doing pretty well. She's had some trouble spots. But,
Were you there tonight, this young man, Brent?
No, I was not there at any of the services, but we have, I've been doing, kind of some counseling and follow-up ministry with her. since that time. And anyway, just thought you would be interested to hear that she's doing pretty well, and I'm just trying to focus her on, you know, kind of prayer quiet and healing, and focusing on the love of Jesus and her Heavenly Father, because she was abused and all that. And but I have a concern, and that is that with my background and all of in spiritism and witchcraft and all this kind of stuff, I listen to Art regularly, and Art, I love you, and I pray for your audience for protection over them and over you particularly, because this is, if you listen at a regular rate, Bob, you would know that this audience is very open to all kinds of different occultic influences in their lives. And Art, my burden for you is I really believe that there is a loving and well-intentioned witchcraft influence in your life at your right hand.
You know there is.
And you're in danger. And this is a man who can give you some counsel in this area. I pray for you regularly.
All right. Well, you're right about that. I'm certainly open to everything. And I suppose a lot of people would consider that to be very foolish and very dangerous, to be open to nearly everything. But that's the edge that I live on, I suppose. All right. Onward, eastward, actually. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Rev Larson. Hi. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, you're on the air, sir.
Hi there. Yeah, I was at the conference in the Detroit area on Friday night with Bob Larson.
Really?
Yeah, and I sat right in the front row, and I witnessed firsthand the exorcism of a woman named Lashandra. And when this demon began to manifest in her, to look at her, it's like Bob was saying, when you look in a person's eyes, you can see the evil, and it was quite terrifying.
Well, I could clearly and obviously what we played tonight, it was terrifying, and you could hear it, and you're telling me that when you were actually physically there, the visual was as terrifying as what we're hearing.
Yes. And he worked with her for, I'm guessing, around an hour or so, on and off. But at the very end, when that thing was finally, he drove the power of that evil right out of her. And at the very end, when that thing came out, she was spitting and coughing and throwing up, bent over forwards. But after that thing came out, she had the most beautiful smile, and you could just see the joy and the peace in her heart. And I'll tell you, I have witnessed similar before, but I know this is real because of my own personal experience with God also. I met God personally 9 years ago, roughly 9 years ago, through a little tiny prayer group in the Detroit area, several Christians praying together, worshiping God. And the Spirit of God came upon me and gave me a revelation that Jesus is the Son of God, that he died for me, and that he rose from the dead. I have not doubted that from that day to this day. And I know for a fact that he is the only way. He himself said, I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life. He said, nobody comes to the Father but through him.
Well, that's very interesting, except I'm still puzzled by the fact that we apparently have more evil present, more entities waiting to take over whatever they can get in America than we do in all of these non-Christian nations almost put together. It's a great...
If you think about it, Art, why wouldn't America be the target? Because America is the most gracious, philanthropic, compassionate nation on earth, in spite of all its evil. Why wouldn't the devil target America, that has the greatest capacity to alleviate the suffering of humanity around the globe?
Yes, but he spoke of the only way, and the only way, he said, and I've heard that said by so many Christians. Fine, the only way. Well, all of these other nations that don't take that path at all, and they don't seem bothered. I just, it doesn't, somehow it doesn't make sense.
Well, it makes sense if you think about the devil's using his resources most wisely to attack where the greatest threat is. And America, in spite of its problems, is a great threat to the devil. Because, as I said, if you think about all the philanthropic work, all the relief that has gone on around the world for starving humanity and so on, America is the leader in that.
Mm. After you've done a long exorcism, how does that leave you at the end? Are you drained? Is this work as hard and draining as it sounds, as spiritually draining?
Absolutely. Spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically. When I'm done, I'm just a dish rag. I'm limp. I mean, I'm surprised they don't carry me out sometimes. It takes every ounce of energy. I mean, you're the natural dealing with the supernatural. A real mind game is going on as you battle these things, as you're looking for these intricate clues, putting the pieces of the puzzle together to see this person free. Absolutely, physically. I'm sure Father Malachi Martin must have told you the same thing. When you're done, I mean, that's it. You're no good for anything after that for a while until you refresh.
And Reverend, on this program, as a lady pointed out a little while ago, I deal with an awful lot of strange stuff. And one of the strange things that I deal with on this program is the presence of alien life.
Yes.
And I take it that your position would generally be that what's regarded by many as aliens really are not aliens at all.
Yes. They are demons. Now, I do believe that, by the way, that you just cannot discount all of the so-called extraterrestrial phenomena. In fact, I wrote a book. It's currently out of print. We have a few copies left called UFOs and the Alien Agenda.
Really?
Yes, a very long, detailed book about all of this, in which I posited the theme that through the unpredictability and the periodicity with which these phenomena occur, there is a kind of consciousness raising taking place in our culture, bringing people to the awareness where they anticipate something dramatic about to happen, that we're kind of like being set up by these beings, but that they don't come from outer space. They come from, in fact, what, maybe Jacques Vallée has talked about them coming from a parallel dimension. I believe that parallel dimension is a spirit dimension, and these demons break through that barrier from time to time, but they're just toying with us. And that these extraterrestrial phenomena are these beings sort of manipulating the mass consciousness to prepare people for the Antichrist. If you look at the descriptions of many of these people, and I know you've seen some of these pictures.
I have, yes.
They look very much akin to what people describe to me as demons, almost identical.
Actually, they do. Yeah, that's quite right. They do.
People in the spirit world describing demons describe the same sort of creatures very often that are described by people who claim to have had UFO abductions.
I have behind me, sent to me by Rush Limbaugh, a gigantic, it's got to be 5 feet tall, a depiction of a carved from hardwood. It's the most amazing thing you've ever seen. Depiction of a gray alien. And actually, when you look at you know what a typical gray is.
Yes, I know what a gray is.
Okay, well, they, to us, to my mind, as I look at it, there's almost a demon there.
I think you need me to come to Pahrump and do an exorcism on your studio.
Oh, this studio's been through a lot, believe me. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Reverend Bob Larson. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay, sir.
Yeah, this is Jeff from Albuquerque.
Yes, sir.
I have 2 questions for your guest. One is, I've had these, what they call paralysis dreams. Sometimes they're known as hypnagogenous sleep. And there's always a feeling of like a malevolent being there. And this is a common thread with people who have had these dreams.
And they usually precede out-of-body experiences, actually, if you're talking about the paralysis.
Right.
Yes.
It seems like your soul clicks out, but it doesn't click out all the way.
Yes, yes.
And I'm wondering what your guest has to say about that.
Well, I'll just bet his take is a lot different than Albert Taylor's. Bob?
I do believe that many of these, though some are psychological, are demonically precipitated. In fact, I deal with sleep paralysis phenomena quite often with women who are attacked by incubi spirits. And very often in that state where they feel frozen to the bed, they will be sexually assaulted. And because I dare to talk about this publicly, these women come out of the woodwork just describing these horrific experiences, but they've been terrified to ever discuss it with anyone until then, for fear somebody would think they're crazy.
I have talked to a lot of women who have been attacked, Reverend. It's not uncommon at all, is it?
No. It's a very common thing, but they're so ashamed to speak of it for fear that somebody will think that they're nuts. But if you think about it, in that sort of dreamlike, intermittent state between the state of dream consciousness and awake consciousness, there is a kind of spiritual vulnerability where all sorts of strange things can occur. Out-of-the-body experiences, very spontaneous spiritual phenomena, including the attack of spirit beings which may seek physical cohabitation.
You sent me a copy of the New York Times, indeed, New York Times, Tuesday, November 28th, 2000. Headline, Exorcists and Exorcisms Proliferate Across the United States, across the U.S.
Well, the Roman Catholic Church, for example, just cannot cope with the incredible caseload that they're getting. And, of course, they have this rigorous structure by which they permit exorcism. Quietly, though, on the side, what the church doesn't talk about is that there is a growing lay movement of hundreds of practitioners around the country who, though not officially sanctioned by the church, do have somewhat the blessing of the church to assist with this great demand. And there have been conferences of Catholic lay people which hundreds have gathered together to speak about their experiences. This summer in Colorado, we're going to be having a conference with which we're going to be bringing together scores, hundreds of people from around the country to tell about their common experiences of them doing exorcism.
What is your near-term schedule?
My which?
Near-term schedule. In other words, where are you going to be?
Where am I going to be immediately? Well, as I said, I'm going to be in Vancouver, British Columbia this weekend on Friday and Saturday. And then I'll take a week off for Memorial Day after that. On the 1st and the 2nd, I'm going to be in Las Vegas, Nevada. Take a week off for my wife to have a baby. And then I'm going to be in Dallas, Montreal, Midland, Texas. And then the second week of July, a huge California tour, 4 cities in Southern California.
Did you see a movie called The Devil's Advocate?
Yes, I did. That's
Remember the very end of that movie? I'll never forget it. When they thought all was clear and all was done, and he was walking down the steps, and the devil said something like, "Vanity, vanity, my favorite." What an incredible end that was.
Yes.
Well, it has been, I should like to say a pleasure to have you on. You've been incredible to have on the air, and I would like to have you back again. And I would like to also ask that the next time you come, can you bring longer segments?
I can bring longer segments that will truly raise the hair on your neck. Absolutely. And I'll tell you what a thrill it has been with you. I've admired your work for years, Art. You and I don't agree in everything.
No.
I respect the fact that you do a great show of giving people a forum to clearly speak what they believe, and I deeply respect that. My prayers are with you.
Well, I try and allow all sides to have a voice, is what I do. And
that's not often the case in the media today, which is so tightly controlled, as you know, so I commend you for that.
It is tightly controlled. Not here, though. Reverend, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good night.
Good night.
That, folks, is the Reverend Bob Larson. I'm Art Bell. 1 hour of open lines directly ahead. Stay right where you are.
618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wild card line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to call Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nine.
Good morning from the high desert. Well, how do you feel? Huh? Last night we had Matthew Albert. This night we had Reverend Bob Larson. You think that was an error in scheduling? I planned it that way. Your head should be twirling like Linda's. And that was the whole idea. From here, where do we go? Well, tomorrow night, for example, Paul Smith and Russell Targ will be here. Both of them in the original remote viewing program. So we'll shift gears again tomorrow night. This hour, open lines coming up. You know, I am, somebody asked me, am I humored? I am humored, actually, by an aspect of last night and tonight. I'll tell you what it is. Last night, Matthew Albert made an incredible case, I thought, intellectually, a wonderful case for his argument, believe it or not, about the God part of the brain. And after that show, oh, the screaming, he's a fraud, he's a fraud, he's a fraud, fraud. I got it in email, you know, I got a lot of that. And so I switched gears 180 degrees tonight and put on Bob Larson. And same thing, equal numbers. He's a fraud, he's a fraud, he's a fraud. Different group, same accusation. Kind of interesting. The one thing I do want to bring up before we go into open lines is, that is humorous, is this story from Havana, from Reuters, so that you know, if you want to go look up the story yourself, you're welcome to. It's astounding, absolutely astounding, about what they have found, they believe they have found near Cuba underwater, about 2,200 feet underwater, nearly a half mile underwater. Let me read to you from part of the article. Lost city off western Cuba. Most intriguingly, researchers using sonar equipment have discovered at a depth of about 2,200 feet a huge land plateau with clear images, repeat, clear images of what appears to be urban development, partly covered by sand. From above, the shapes resemble pyramids, roads, and buildings. ADC is excited but reluctant to speculate until a joint investigation with the Cuban Academy of Sciences and the U.S. National Geographic Society takes place early this summer. It is stunning. What we see in our high-resolution sonar images are limitless rolling white sand plains, and in the middle of this beautiful white sand, there are clear, man-made, large-size architectural designs. It looks like when you fly over an urban development in a plane and you see highways, tunnels, and buildings. We don't know yet what it is, and we don't have the videotaped evidence of this yet, but we do not believe that nature is capable of producing planned, symmetrical architecture unless it's a miracle. ADC's deep-water equipment includes satellite integrated ocean bottom positioning system, high-precision side scan double frequency sonar, and remotely operated submarine robots. They plan to add 2 submarines to take people down. Now, if you want to look it up, the actual title of the article is Explorers Comb Cuban Seas for Treasure, Mysteries. Reuters. In fact, Keith, if you're able to find that, have at it. Again, it's Reuters, Havana, May 15th. So it's a brand new story on Reuters. And it's entitled Explorers Comb Cuban Seas for Treasure, Mysteries. Absolutely astounding. Now, what do you suppose, what does that sound like to you? When they're saying they found a city, they found architectural designed buildings, they found roads, they found a civilization almost a half mile under the sea. What do you think they've found. All right. Open lines. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, all right. I have 3 comments. All religions, white witchcraft, and aliens, about what the Reverend said. First of all, I feel that all religions have something in them, and that God really cannot be contained in one religion because he's so great. And nobody can really know what's in God's mind, but I have an idea.
Well, yeah, but the problem with all that is that you might say that, but the religions don't say that. They all say, we are the only path. The only path. And if you do anything else, you're going straight, well, you know where.
Yeah, I know what they say, but my own personal belief is that God is like testing us to see how we take care of each other and how we respect each other.
Well, a lot of the religions would say, fine, you say that, and you're going straight to hell. Because you haven't found the path. And if you don't find the right path, our path, then you're doomed.
Well, I don't know what God, I think it's the greatest hubris in the world to say, I know what God thinks. God changes his mind, perhaps. I mean, I don't know, I can only guess. But this is my opinion, and I think that, you know, God is gentle and loving, and he loves everybody. I think the truest word said, when Christ said, forgive them, God, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Right.
And I really believe that God loves everybody if God is love.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know how. It depends on how you feel about evil. Do you think that a man's free will is man's free will, or do you think that people like Manson, Santi, people like that are possessed? If they are possessed, then maybe God loves the possessed as well. You would certainly have to imagine that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh, hi, Art.
Hello.
How's it going? This is John in Northern Idaho.
Yes, sir.
KSPT 1400 on the AM side.
Thank you.
Interesting show tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Has he been on before with you? I don't think I
Never.
No, very good. Although I think he made a couple of mistakes on his origin for demons.
Really? Where do you think they're from?
Well, he drew on Revelation 12 as Satan being cast down to earth. He said that's when they came to earth. Well, they've been here a long time.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. He's gone now, so I'm not qualified to argue this with you or even really have a discussion with us.
Okay.
I'm just not.
Okay.
And he's gone, so, you know, if he were here, I'm sure that he would take issue with you.
Well, let's talk about the virus thing.
Viruses.
Yeah,
Plural.
Yeah. We could use a good CMA, huh?
A good what?
Yeah, a coronal discharge to kill off all the viruses and the...
Yeah, but the trouble with a good coronal discharge of the magnitude you're talking about is it would erase everything, big and small. In fact, I'm told that the proper size could actually sterilize a planet. Sterilize. Nothing left. No crawling things, no little bugs, no cockroaches, nothing.
Well, that sounds like one sure way of fixing things around here.
Just like reaching over and hitting the reset button on your computer.
That'll work too, eh?
Yeah, it would. That's it. It would reset it right to the very beginning, to when there was nothing, a void. In terms of life, a complete void. Oh, maybe the planet, barren, stripped, would continue to revolve, but you'd hit that button and you'd virtually be like wiping the slate clean. Oh, wow, whoops, would have been. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, my name's Nick.
Yes,
I'd like
Nick.
to know if you're ever thinking of having the Bigfoot researcher Robert W. Morgan.
Oh, I've had Robert on a number of times, and I will absolutely have him on again.
Oh, that'd be great.
That's it?
Yeah, that's all I wanted to know, because he hasn't been on for a while, and I'm just wondering if you're ever going to have him on again.
Sure.
I love listening to him.
Sure. As a matter of fact, I'd like to know what he has to say about what's going on in Delhi right now. Delhi. They've got some kind of apparent monster, what they're calling a monkey man. And at this point, the damage from this creature, whatever it is becoming so extensive that it's becoming difficult to believe that it might be, as some suspect there, a man in some kind of monkey suit. I mean, he has been attacking relentlessly and breaking bones and seriously injuring people and I suppose killing people. So this is very serious, whatever it is. Maybe it's a man, but doesn't sound like it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Morning.
Good morning.
Listening to from Peyton and I in Anchorage, Alaska.
Anchorage, Alaska. Yes, yes.
I didn't realize that you were off the air for a while. I know Chuck Harder went off for a while, but I do have For the People newsletters from him occasionally.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I was off for a while.
But he's on...
About 10 months, actually, so you must be an infrequent visitor.
I listened a few years back, and then Chuck Harder went off, and I guess I stopped listening for a while.
You were Chuckless.
Yeah, I really enjoy your show, too. It's quite entertaining.
I actually interviewed Chuck a number of years ago.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I missed it.
Didn't know that, huh?
No. But since I've been listening, you said your wife was doing some remote viewing?
No.
She was not going to try that.
No, I know what you're talking about. Ed Dames has a new package out, a very simple package that has a lot of sealed envelopes in it so that you can give it a try. And yes, she is going to try that, yes.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering how her progress was.
No, nothing to report yet. She hasn't done it yet. We have so many things on our table, and when she does, I certainly will let you know how she does. The idea, it's kind of a unique idea when you really think about it. It will test, what he's offering will test the average person's natural remote viewing or psychic ability, depending on how you want to look at it. A very unique package, all sealed envelopes, and so you get an opportunity to try and draw pictures of what is in that envelope. And that's how remote viewing actually works. It's the beginning or the basis of remote viewing, and a lot of people are going to get a lot of surprises, I suspect. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, is this Art?
Yep.
Hi, this is Kevin in Sedona.
Hi, Kevin. Sedona.
Yeah. I'm sorry I missed Bob. I had a question for him. I was just...
I'm sorry you missed him too, but he is now gone, so I can't answer it.
I caught the program. He may have already mentioned it. Did he mention anything? He talks about the demons being removed from people, but did he mention that can they be destroyed at all? Or
no, what he did say was that when a demon is removed, I asked, where does it go? And he said, back to where it came from.
Yeah.
In other words, back to hell.
Yeah, I heard that part. It kind of sounds like sending an enemy soldier back to his home camp so he can be fixed up to send out again.
Yeah, it's a good point. It is a good point. And he did say that they can then inhabit, if they find a likely subject, they can inhabit a human body again. It can happen again. It's not like they're sent away forever.
Yeah. I also had another question that I've thought about, and it kind of relates to a lot of different things going on, including all the alien sightings, the earth changes,
yes,
the demons, and all of the what seems to be craziness coming out in our world. Nobody's ever addressed our galactic position.
Well, our galactic position is rather remote. If you look at where the Earth and our sun is, compared to the rest of everything, we're kind of in the suburbs here.
Yeah, I know, but we're rotating in the galaxy.
Constantly, yes.
And we have recently come into a new region of space that some say is more energetic than where we have been.
So I've heard, yes.
And just wondering what that change in conditioning on us has to do with all these changes taking place and coinciding with all the calendars coming to there.
Like the Mayan calendar coming to a close? Yeah. I don't know. I only know that I observe that we are in the middle of a momentous change that's rapidly headed toward something. And it seems like all people on all sides, whether it's a Reverend Larson or a Matthew Alper or somebody who says they're channeling somebody, or various remote viewers who run up against what they call brick walls, or, you know, all of these people are basically saying the same thing. So while you might dismiss any one of them, collectively, I'm not so sure you can. Now, what's going to happen? I don't know.
Is it all, I've often wondered, though, is it all part of a long-term evolutionary cycle of our development on this planet as we move through these various stages of our galaxy?
Look what they're finding half a mile below the ocean near Cuba.
That's amazing.
All right, it's amazing. Now think about it for a moment. Maybe that means that there was another civilization on this earth at one time, and we're just now discovering the remnants of it. People have frequently said, oh, that couldn't be. If there was another civilization, you know, where are the roads? Where are the buildings? Guess what? Maybe we just found some. So it may be that humans, or that, excuse me, life comes and goes.
Yeah, and to be that deep, it must have been there quite a while ago, because the oceans 12,000 years ago were 100 feet lower.
Here, here.
So if it's that deep down, it could have been there tens of thousands of years ago.
That's actually very deep.
The whole myth, so-called story of Atlantis.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's right. And that is where many have speculated Atlantis might be. That's an astounding story. That's why I said, Keith, if you're able to find it, the Reuters story, I sure would like to get it up on the website so people can read the entire story. It's a lot longer than what I've read. Of course, U.S. companies are embargoed and not allowed to participate in any investigation because of our lack of relationship with Cuba, Castro's Cuba. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Morning, Art.
Good morning.
That was a great show tonight. You know, in the Bible, it says there was a race on earth before man, and I'm just wondering what that city. I mean, you know, you never know. I've got an idea for a guest that I think will put chills down your back. This guy just won the Associated Press Broadcast Award for investigative journalism, and the story went on to win the Edgar Murrow Award, which I guess is a pretty big deal. But a few years ago,
who is he?
His name's John Stevens.
John Stevens, and what does John Stevens do?
Investigative producer / reporter, but he used to be a detective, and years ago in Oregon, he stumbled onto, I guess you'd call it a plot. There was an agency that was basically taking young women, and you know, they were receiving money from the state and so on, and they were teaching them that there was going to be a war between good and evil, and that they should choose the dark side. This made it to television. I'm not kidding. It put chills down your back. But last Halloween, he was the only reporter that was invited.
I'll tell you what, I don't have a lot of time here, so send me information, email it to me, artbell@mindspring.com, about how I can get... All right, for those of you who would like to see it and read the entire article, let me give you a reference, all right? If you will be so kind as to go to my website, artbell.com, not real hard, artbell.com, with the article, and you can read all about the lost city off western Cuba, ? So be my guest. That's how you get to it. I wanted to back it up by allowing you to read the entire article if you wanted to. I know it sounds fantastic, but it's a legit news article by Reuters, and there it is for you to read. Be my guest. Library, and then to the links. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, this is the Shadow from Sacramento, Art.
The Shadow from Sacramento?
Yes, I called you last week. I called you in fact when you used to have, remember the guy you used to have Conservative Nightmare?
Oh, yes.
I've been around that long, Connie, but I've learned this is the second car probably since you've been back.
Getting a little long in the tooth, aren't you?
What's that?
Getting a little long in the tooth.
Yeah, I just missing one in the front, actually.
Oh.
Anyway, I agree with Bob Larson. In fact, I wanted to call you up and say the same things that Bob Larson. I believe that exactly, that a lot of this stuff about the UFOs and stuff.
Yes.
He said, or
Demons.
Exactly. In fact, I would actually tell you, one of the worst things you could do if you ever
The only problem with that theory is, and just listen very carefully, that I said this to someone the other night, if these are demons, then one should be able to observe the usual, well, I don't know, triangle, saucer, little green guys, little gray guys, little guys of all sorts, from all sorts of places, and simply say, in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, be gone! And they should be gone, as Bob Larson is able to cast out demons. But it just doesn't seem to work that way. Does it? Now, if you can't cast them away in that same manner, then why can we not imagine that there are both? That there are demons of the type Reverend Larson deals with, and other exorcists, and that there are also visitors from elsewhere. They would not so easily be cast away, would they? They might not even know whose name you're using. Buster the Rockies, you're on the air. No, now you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, this is Chris from Sacramento.
Hello, Chris.
I was just having a question. You were talking about demons, actually, well, not you, but your guest was talking about demons inhabiting people's bodies.
Yep.
And I was wondering if angels could do the same.
I think the answer was given during the program. Angels would be representatives of the good guy, right?
Well, in my terms, yeah.
Yeah, in your terms, or in most people's terms.
Yeah, most people.
And what Reverend Larson said was that a God who created us would be unlikely to, and gave us free will as well, would be unlikely himself or his representatives to take that away from us and possess us. Wouldn't make much sense, would it?
No, but advice is more around the lines I was questioning, like somewhat intervention from above.
Well, intervention and possession are very different animals. And there are plenty of stories of angelic intervention that have been told by many. By the way, next week, what is today anyway? Today would be the 16th. Yeah, next week. We're going to have a man who is going to give, you remember Sarah's description and her NDE, right? This NDE is going to make Sarah sound like a picnic. And that was pretty rough stuff, or at least that's what I'm told. Dr. Jeff Long, the same man who brought us Sarah, has decided to bring us a man who's going to tell us about a trip that he made to hell next week. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Brett from Seattle.
Hi, Brett.
Yeah, I've been listening to your show for, 5-6 years now.
Long time, huh?
Yeah, long time, And I was just really, really surprised that you had Bob Larson on, of all people.
Why? I'll have anybody on.
Yeah,
well, pretty much.
Yeah, you're right. But, he's a highly, highly documented fraud.
Well, according to you.
Well,
And I had, see, that's what I said earlier. Fraud. Last night I had Matthew Alper on. Did you hear him?
Yeah,
Did you think he was a big fraud?
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, I heard a portion of that.
My question was, did you think he was a big fraud?
Not necessarily. I'd have to look into it more, but Bob Larson's somebody I've really looked into.
Well, fine. But, lots of other people wrote and said, I've looked into Matthew Alper, and he's anti-God. He's just an atheist who's anti-God, and he's a big fraud. Everything he said is fraudulent, and they will quote me scripture to prove it. So I guess, frauds are, they're depending on your perspective. And I have people here who are out on every sort of edge you can imagine. I'm on the edge, and I bring people here who are on the edge. So depending on your perspective, other people you heard call tonight say Bob Larson, absolutely for real. They've been there. They've been there. Nobody's ever come forth, said Reverend Larson, and said the whole thing was a fraud. They've investigated newspapers and so forth, and yet this person comes on and says a well-documented fraud. Everybody thinks the person they don't like is a well-documented fraud. Disagreement. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. If I push the button, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Where are you?
I'm calling you from Toronto, Canada.
Toronto, okay?
Yes, and you were talking about the city buried beneath the ocean.
That's right.
I do believe in that. When people lived for 900 years, they weren't just doing nothing. We had advanced civilization before the flood that the Bible says buried the world.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing, there is a true ghost story recorded in the Bible. Did you know that?
No.
At 1 Samuel 28, maybe you want to look it up sometime.
Okay, I will do that. I appreciate your call. And Lost City, sure. It may well be. Atlantis, it may well be. Just a piece of what may be buried beneath many of our oceans? Maybe. I don't know. You want to know about the article? You want to know more? Go read about it. We've got it on the website, thanks to Keith. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Mr. Bell. How you doing?
Okay, sir.
I emailed you twice about a situation I had while I was in the Department of Defense and the positions that I had there paranormal related. And,
why don't you give me some idea right now?
Yeah, I sent you, basically we investigated, I was in for about 5 years, and one of the programs that I was in, we investigated paranormal type and UFO type phenomenon based on military installations solely.
What kind of program was that? Can you tell me?
Government related, that's about as far as I can get into it. No exact name per se. We were all under classifications. I was under an administrative, Air Force-wise, I was under a 702 classification. But we were branched off into these departments.
Really?
Yes.
And what sort of things did you investigate?
We investigated everything from, believe it or not, most of these installations, you have situations just like off bases, haunted house type of situations, where you have people complain, I've got ghosts in here. That's a minor thing.
That's actually a really good point. Nobody's ever addressed it before. You never hear about these sorts of things on military installations. How they are dealt with. If somebody goes running to the military police and says, "Oh my God, so and so is, possessed," or "I've seen a ghost," or "things are moving in my house," what would the military do? Good question.
And we handle pretty much all that. We've handled UFOs. They happen more occurrences on bases than you realize, especially in the U.S. And a lot of that's investigated. They'll go to OSI, and OSI dispatches it to us, and then, we investigate it. We all don't know, there's higher people above us, just like in any structure. So a lot of stuff we don't know, people lower as myself. But there's a lot in the situation. That's why I emailed you at first. I thought it's something interesting that a lot of people are, like you said, are curious or wonder about. And it's something that I feel that the government, there's a lot of hiding, and a lot of money goes into programs like this that they try to keep on a hush-hush.
How long were you in this?
I went in 94, got out in 97, and then went back for a year again in 98.
And during that entire time, or the bulk of it, you were in this unit?
All except for the first year. The first 7 to 8 months, I was based out of the F-22 out of Dayton, Ohio, out of Wright-Patterson, and then from there, I went into this program.
And this program, you believe, exists today as well?
Oh, quite sure. Positive.
Is it considered classified?
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it is, and it was then. It's one of those things that...
Did you ever find anything that you absolutely could not explain? I'm sure a lot of what you run into, just like investigators on the outside, a lot of it can be explained one way or the other.
A lot of it's not explained. A lot of it to this day, you talk about putting chills. I've seen things that, honestly, to this day, I consider, my wife doesn't even like to talk about it. There's issues that, a lot of stuff I don't tell her about, and a lot of stuff we have discussed since I got out.
What?
And there's situations, we had a call at a house, and on one installation I was at, went down and checked the house out. They were hearing doors banging on the second level of two-story type, houses on these bases. And we went to the base, the neighbors kept complaining no one was staying in that home. It was an empty, base housing at the time.
Right.
We went up into the house, checked it, nothing was there, locked the door, thought it was, people, whatever, and really had no explanation for it, had left. Got the call on 2 or 3 separate occasions from the neighbor on the other side. Went back to the house again later that evening. This was a daytime, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the evening. As we opened the door, the bathroom door on the second level, which is the top of the steps, slammed shut. And the security police that was with us at the time, which we always had, one armed person with us, had pulled his weapon thinking that someone was in the home. We get to the second floor, the bathtub is filled full of water and blood. The water is actually red. We took samples of the water, and we took it back to run the samples on there. The water was clear.
The water was clear.
So
Oh, you're right. That does it for me. I wouldn't like that at all.
No.
Maybe you would like to email me again.
Okay.
And let's see.
I emailed you today, actually, and left my phone number on there.
Yes, I know, but you've got to understand, I get about 2,000-3,000 a day, so put military ghosts in the header.
Okay.
Would you please, and I'll watch for it.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Everybody has got to understand, I do the best I can. But 2,000 or 3,000 emails, which is the method I choose to correspond with a lot of you, is just too much. And the only way to deal with it, first of all, I can't slough it off on somebody else to read. I just can't do that. What I do read, I've got to read myself. So I go by the headers. You can know that. If you want to get my attention, put something short, succinct, and grabbing in the headline, and that'll help. More likely I'll find it. It's a kind of a triage sort of thing. Otherwise, there are not enough hours in the day. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, waiting.
No, you're not waiting at all. You're on the air now. Turn your radio off and proceed.
Oh, yes. Ray of L.A.
There is no wait. You're just boom on the air.
Ray of L.A. 2 topics from the Mr. Larson.
Yes.
One was sleep paralysis.
Yes.
I want to lay people's spirits. I have it not frequently, but too frequently for my blood. It's not pleasant. It's just annoying, but it's not the end of the world. I do have drift in and out of dreams. I see my surroundings.
Let me slow you up a little bit. We asked him about that specifically, and I've asked a number of OBE-type people. Paralysis precedes OBEs most frequently.
It may, and I just wanted to relay my experience.
Yeah, but the point was, he said that you are vulnerable at a time like that to possession. Go ahead and relate yours.
Right. Sometimes from eating certain things I shouldn't eat too soon before bedtime, and I can barely move my eyes. Sometimes I can swing my legs over and lower my head and get out of it. And I do drift in and out of dreams. Sometimes I see dream people near me, but it feels perfectly normal. It's nothing malevolent.
You think it's just a little undigested bit of baloney or something? Huh?
Right. And the dreams are mostly pleasant. It's kind of half dream and half my surroundings. It's kind of like I look into the window, I'll see part of my dream through the window, but I don't see it as, anything other than dream life.
When you eat Mexican food, do you see Mexican ghosts?
No, it doesn't really. The food is mostly sweet stuff and foody stuff, and it's some chemical in it. I want to get to my TikTok because the top of the hour is coming real soon.
Oh, yes.
And the other is multiple personalities. I do seem to experience that there seems to be 2 key factors. I notice it in women for 2 reasons. Because I observe it more, women more than men. Men are a little more inhibited in expressing emotion. And the 2 things is that they seem to be delusional into the past, like they're reliving the past.
Are you speaking generally of women now, or of a specific
one specific woman in particular, but I've seen a little of it in others, but mostly this one particular woman who's lived alone for years. And it's not really delusion, except it could be living in the past, where there's a tremendous need to relive something in the past, or some extremely strong emotion, like wanting to be right, always right. And that's one part of it. The other half is that while they're like this,
they say, I looked for this purse on the table for hours, and it's only inches away from where that person looked, and the sensation just did not come in and register in their brain. And it's almost like there's some, it's usually what I've read about multiple personalities is that it's more childlike, less developed. But
So
no.
anyway, bottom line, you think it's all psychological phenomena, not...
I think the soul has, like Larson was saying, the soul is really the mind, body, mind, and spirit, and the spirit is what's immortal, from what I gather, and the mind, or the soul is our consciousness, and there's levels to it, and...
well, do you think what Larson said, Reverend Larson said, was accurate with respect to many times in multiple personality cases, it is demon possession?
I would say the exact thing you told me about my neural BEs when I'm in sleep paralysis is an opening.
So you don't believe, well...
It's another opening. I believe sleep paralysis could be an opening, and...
But wait a minute. You started off the discussion telling me that it was undigested food, or that it was some bad food you ate.
I'm saying that that could trigger the sleep paralysis, and the sleep paralysis could in turn be a prelude to something else because it's an opening. And I'm saying the same thing about multiple personalities. Women who have very strong emotion, extremely strong emotion that they can't express in normal human discourse, will be open to multiple personalities. It could usually shame or fear, and that multiple personality could indeed be an opening for something larger, like a demon possession. It's just another, just like if your brakes turn off in your car, your car
That's
will roll.
fascinating. I thought you were really trashing the whole thing, but you're not.
Absolutely not. It's like your car.
You're saying both exist, really.
Oh, absolutely. If you turn the brakes off in your car on a hill, your car is going to roll. That leaves an opening for the car to hit something, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee that the car is going to hit something. It's just another consequence of a chain of events. But I'm saying the beginning, having sleep paralysis is a perfectly natural thing, and having multiple personality demonstration is a very normal human thing. But either one of those, either or, could be an opening to, what Mr. Larson was talking about.
Okay, I'll absolutely buy that.
Would you ask your remote viewers about the solar flares connection to having to depend on groundwater?
That'll be tonight. All right, sir, thank you very much and take care. Yes, when we come back tonight, we are going to have a couple of the original remote viewers on the program, Paul Smith and Russell Tark. That's when we're back tonight. And one more thing. The story in Kentucky about the foals is growing to momentous size, and I've asked Linda Moulton Howe to investigate for us, so she may have that and one additional report tonight in the first hour. We don't know yet. It depends on whether she's able to get the interview today. Anyway, guess that's enough for one night for me, huh? See you tonight. Ta-ta.
Everybody. Indeed, from the high desert, stretching in the west from the Tahitian and Hawaiian island chains, eastward to the Caribbean, northward to the North Pole, south all the way into South America and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM. And let me tell you, referring to my newest affiliate, WABC in New York, I did a interview on their morning show at the end of last week, I think, at the end of the final day of broadcast on WABC. And one of the morning personalities asked me what my view, my opinion of Flight 800 was, and I said, I think it was a missile that exploded adjacent to Flight 800, and I think it was a terrorist. And of course that flies in the face of what we're being told by the FBI, the CIA, and I would imagine the NTSB as well. To bring you up to date and to remind you, on July 17th of 1996, TWA Flight 800 bound for Paris blew up off the coast of Long Island shortly after takeoff from Kennedy International Airport, killing all 230 people on board. Witnesses described a huge fireball in the sky. July 18th, the FBI takes lead in the investigation. President Clinton warned the American public against jumping to any conclusions. Investigators study the bomb, missile, or mechanical malfunction theory as causes. July 25th, divers recover the plane's so-called black boxes. Neither one yields any quick answers to the cause. August 30th, traces of RDX, a key ingredient in a plastic explosive used to blow up Pan Am Flight 103 in 1988, are found on wreckage. Investigators later suspect the material got onto the plane during training of bomb-sniffing dogs. On September 16th of 1996, James Kallstrom, headed the probe for the FBI, calls rumors that the plane was felled by a U.S. missile outrageous. October 15th, a Boeing engineer says the center fuel tank, the focus of the probe, was designed to leave no chance that an electrical spark could cause an explosion there. November 2nd, Navy divers completed 15 weeks of terrible work, hard work, saying they had pulled up all the wreckage they could find. Fishing trawlers began scraping the ocean floor then for wreckage 2 days later. December 4th, TWA stages funeral for unidentified members of Flight nearly 6 months. June 9th, investigators tell victims' families that the investigation is now in the final phase, with no evidence found of a criminal or terrorist act. A preliminary report from the National Transportation Safety Board blames that disaster on a center fuel tank explosion cause unknown, but suspected mechanical source. November 12th. A victim's father tells the Associated Press he's received a letter from the FBI that says the agency has found absolutely no evidence of a crime and is now suspending its probe into the disaster. And that is the rough chronology of Flight 800. I should add, I suppose, one more point. About a week ago, the CIA released a graphic kind of cartoon image of what they thought occurred with Flight 800. It was aired by the American media, generally, for about 1 day, and then more or less not seen again. Tonight, I have an aviation expert with us who is going to talk to us about Flight 800. He is William, or Bill Donaldson, and he has a significant history and is well qualified to speak on this subject. He has been an A4, long military record, of course, an A4 attack pilot line division officer. He has been an advanced jet flight instructor, line division officer. He has been an assistant air operations, CCA officer. He has been a A4 US-2 pilot maintenance officer. He has been an A6 attack pilot safety officer. He has been an air operations officer. He has been a safety officer. He has been a nuclear plans officer, a chief of staff officer, a military expert who has made a presentation to the Presidential Base Closure Commission. In other words, he's got nothing but aviation history with him. We are going to talk to him about the details of what did occur on Flight 800. We also have two witnesses to what occurred on Long Island that terrible night. They would be Major Fred Myers, an attorney on Long Island who recently retired from the Air National Guard, who has extensive military pilot history, was active duty Navy helicopter pilot, holds the Distinguished Flying Cross for pilot rescues under fire in North Vietnam. That's North Vietnam. He is a witness to what occurred that night. We have Richard Goss with us. He owns a fine woodworking business on Long Island. Had some private pilot experience. Is an avid radio control airplane model flyer. Has very sharp eyesight and very special spatial awareness, which you must have to fly a model. Richard is a non-drinker. He was sitting on the West Hampton Yacht Squadron's patio looking across Mauritius Bay to the barrier island, and he saw what he thought was a large firework launched from inland, or from the island, climbing straight up, traveling straight out to sea, leveling off, and then making a hard left turn just before it exploded. So, we have an aviation expert, we have two witnesses, and tonight you may hear the untold story of Flight 800. Let us first now go to William or Bill Donaldson. Welcome to the program.
Hi, Art. Glad to be on with you, Steve.
Happy to have you. And we've got a lot to talk to you about, Mr. Donaldson. I skipped over your resume and did not include a very great deal of the detail of some of the jobs you've had, but basically since about 1958, you've been in aviation one way or the other.
Oh yeah, in fact, I'm an Air Force brat. My father, I grew up with Air Force fighter pilots before I ever even joined the Navy. So probably 50 years of my life has been pretty totally immersed in tactical aviation.
Okay, we're going to have a lot of detail from you about the Flight 800 business, but I think we should lead the show with two people who actually saw what happened. And I've got them on the line, and I'm going to see if we can bring them up right now. They are Richard Goss and Major Fred Myers. Major Myers, are you there? Hello, Major Myers. Okay, I can barely hear you for some reason. Richard Goss, are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Okay, we appear to have a problem.
Maybe not. How's that?
Oh, much better. Much better. Is that Major Myers?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
I just had two phones on the same line.
Oh, I see. No, you can't do that. All right, very good. What I think I would like to do, Mr. Donaldson, is to let you ask these gentlemen what they saw.
Okay, that's probably, that'll work pretty well. Fred Myers and I are sort of kindred spirits because we were in Vietnam at about the same time. Fred, why don't you go ahead and just go through what you were doing and what you saw, and we'll go from there.
All right, interrupt me if I get too verbose. I was up on a routine evening training flight, actually just completing a series of mandatory monthly requirements, waiting for the sun to go down before we flew a night vision goggle air refueling mission, lights out air refueling.
What were you flying?
I was flying an H-60 Black Hawk helicopter, and I was scanning the area in the front of and to the right of the aircraft because my co-pilot was flying an instrument approach, and he was heads down in the cockpit. In other words, his concentration, his eyes were on the gauges. He wasn't looking out for possible traffic that would collide with us. And we were near the end of the glide slope on this instrument approach when the tower called out, giving another aircraft clearance to land on my runway. So I immediately looked out in front of me to see where that traffic was. I couldn't see it, but as I was scanning the horizon, looking for this traffic, I saw a streak of light, which I've described many times
and I've described it as being similar in speed and trajectory of a shooting star, except that it was broad daylight and the streak was red-orange in color. But it was moving from my left center to my further left. It was almost horizontal, but had a gently descending curve.
Major, you rescued people in North Vietnam. You've seen missiles.
Yes, sir.
You know what missiles look like?
Yes, sir.
Is that what this looked like?
It could have been, but nothing at the moment in my head said, clicked and said this is missile, for a couple of reasons. Certainly I wasn't looking for a missile.
Obviously, yes.
And number two, the missiles I've seen fired in Vietnam normally had erratic flight paths. They don't describe, or did not describe, a smooth arc in the air.
Fred, to butt in a little bit, that's true. Most smaller anti-aircraft missiles are very erratic in flight, and it's something that every combat pilot would recognize. But we should realize that there are many missiles in various inventories that have rock-solid trajectories, and Fred may not have seen one of those in flight.
Well, I had seen SAM-1s, and they were pretty old logs, telephone pole type run. But there was nothing about this that was unique and said to me, this is a missile. So I can't make that determination that it absolutely was a missile, because it could have been a number of other things.
All right, Major, where were you specifically in the air in this Black Hawk when you saw this? Where were you?
All right, I was 200 feet in the air on the northeast end of a runway that faces southwest. So I was looking right straight down the runway and over the extended center line of the runway, right at this streak of light. It was right in front of me. It was at a good distance, somewhere between 10 and 15 miles, and probably, I had estimated at the time, somewhere around 10,000 feet, although it's very difficult to estimate altitude at that distance. The streak of light lasted for 3 to 5 seconds. Then it stopped for somewhere around a second, and then immediately to my left, at the end of what would have been the trajectory of that same streak of light, and at that speed, in other words, so that I made a conclusion that what I saw had come from the streak of light. Although the streak of light had stopped, then just about a second later, further to the left and on approximately the same line, I saw an explosion. High velocity explosion. Looked for all the world to me like ordnance. Like a warhead.
Like a warhead. In other words, this would not have been the main body explosion of the fuel tank of Flight 800. This would have been a sharp ordnance type explosion.
That's exactly correct.
All right, you were in a Black Hawk, Major. I was just up in Alaska and was in a Black Hawk, and I'm aware of particularly the rescue types equipment. You have a lot of heat sensing equipment on board, as well as radar and so forth. Were you able to detect anything on instruments?
No. We didn't have the. We have forward-looking infrared radar, which is a heat-seeking depicting equipment. We did not have it energized at the time. It's normal to wait until after sunset to energize that equipment.
Sure.
And it has a cool-down period. We also have night vision goggles, which we have attached to our helmets, but we have them flipped up above the helmet so that they're not impeding our vision.
Understood.
And they were off. So at this point, we're strictly what we call a Mark 1 eyeball. We're flying on our normal vision in broad daylight on a beautiful evening with practically no clouds in the sky, just a very slight haze or scud layer that was more visible lower down than it was at 200 feet. At 200 feet, the visibility was excellent.
Major, the CIA and the FBI have suggested that what people thought they saw and what they thought that, you know, they're calling a missile, people like you, Major, who should know what you see, in fact, didn't see that at all. What they saw was fuel trailing from Flight 800 that appeared to be a streak of light. Can you address that?
Well, that's pure fabrication. What these
really?
What's going on in the FBI, I don't know. But after the event, I talked to several people whom I've known for 10 or 15 years, who are early middle age, 40s and 50s, good eyesight, highly reputable people, professional people, who told me that they had, by accident, seen something. And they had seen what they described, being civilians, they described it as a Roman candle or a rocket going up from the horizon. And there's no doubt in their mind that it was going up and not coming down. None.
And Art, this is Bill here. The critical point here in an investigation is that when Richard comes on here shortly, what he saw and what Fred Myers saw, when you draw the line on the bearing line, they cross about 3 miles offshore, and they cross-correlate with other people up and down the beach. So the first sight of what appears to be a missile, there are a whole lot of people that don't know each other at all that point to exactly the same place in the sky, and it was well inland of the track of the aircraft.
Major, were you interviewed by the FBI?
I was. This happened on a Wednesday evening.
Yes.
And on a Friday afternoon, I sought them out at the East Mauritius Coast Guard Station.
Oh, you actually went to them. Major, hold on. Everybody hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour, and we'll pick up on that point when we come back tonight. Flight 800, as Paul would say, the rest of the story. This is Coast to Coast AM. All right, we're talking about Flight 800. And we have with us right now Major Fred Myers. Major Myers was in a Black Hawk helicopter at about 200 feet when he saw a streak of light and then what he describes as an ordnance explosion at an estimated 10,000 feet altitude. Now, again, an ordnance explosion means a weapon exploding, not a center fuel tank exploding. Everybody's back on the air again. Major, I asked you, did the FBI interview you? And you said you went to them.
That's correct. And I sought the FBI out on 2 occasions. They never came to me. And on the Friday after the accident, which would have been the 19th of July, 96, I went to the FBI trailer at the East Mauritius Coast Guard Station,
yes, sir,
knocked on the door, told them who I was, and asked them if they would like to take a statement from me. They seemed surprised and sort of caught off guard. They assigned 2 agents. I sat down in a room. One of the agents pulled out a little 2.5 by 4-inch spiral notebook out of his back pocket and a pen. And I spoke to them for approximately 4 minutes. They asked no questions. He took a couple of notes. And they said, thank you very much, and I left.
And Art, let me tell you something. He's not the only one that happened to. There's an inverted process here. If you didn't see anything, they wanted to talk to you. If you saw something very specific, they didn't seem to be too interested.
You know, well, we'll get into that later. Major Myers, you said you went to them twice, so you did not hear back from them. I take it at some point you said, what the hell's going on, and went back in? Is that?
Well, actually, there was a meeting approximately 2 weeks later. My co-pilot was very dissatisfied with the fact that the FBI had not interviewed anybody in the crew and had not taken any of the actions that he thought were appropriate. Now, I'm not making any judgment on that, but he asked us to get together one more time, and we did. During that meeting, I told, I think that was also on a Friday, maybe it was just 1 week later.
Yeah.
I told the rest of the crew about a recurring dream I'd had, which concerned one portion of our flight that night when we were approaching the fireball as it was already in the water. I had told Chris, who was at the controls, to slow the helicopter down to prevent us from flying under some debris that was still falling from the sky. And I had a picture in my mind's eye of that debris falling, and I saw that same picture over and over again, and it disturbed my sleep, kept me up for a week. Took about a week, and the dream worked its way out, and I could recognize what I was looking at in the dream. And I don't want to go into that, but at any rate, at that point, we called the FBI again, and I told them I had additional information that I thought would be helpful to them. And they sent 2 agents to on the Public Affairs Office's house. The unit PAO was lived in Santa Mauritius, right near the Coast Guard station. So they sent 2 agents up to talk to me. I talked to these 2 agents for about 15 or 20 minutes. They took notes, and they said, "Thank you very much," and left. That was the last interview I had one-on-one with anybody in the FBI. Sometime later, probably just about 2 weeks later, I gave a briefing to members of my own unit, the commanders of my own unit. There was an FBI agent present at that briefing. He asked no questions that I recall. 6 months later, I had my first and only interview with the NTSB, and there was an FBI agent present at that meeting that lasted approximately 15 minutes, and he asked no questions then. And that's my total experience with the FBI.
Now, from the Kingdom of Nye, more Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Here again is Art.
Major, since you were flying a National Guard helicopter, would you have been aware of any military exercises, live fire military exercises, going on in the area?
Not necessarily.
All right.
Although it's a gray area. Now, we were scheduled to fly on an air refueling route. What this is a direct course and speed and altitude. They're all predetermined. They're filed with the local air route traffic control of the Federal Aviation. They know that we're going to be flying approximately 2 miles south of the beach on a course parallel to the beach at an altitude, a preset altitude.
So in other words, had there been something going on, if they had not viewed it as a possible conflict to your flight plan, you might not have been notified?
Might not, because if it were happening if it were a Navy exercise in Whiskey 106, 10 miles south of the beach, and we're only planning to be 2 miles south of the beach, they probably would not have noticed.
All right. Major, I think that we've got as much from you as we can have, except I just want to ask one more question. The most explosive, no pun intended, part of your testimony is that you saw a high explosive ordnance, a detonation. How certain are you that's what it was?
Look, I just look back on 25 years experience in the air, and that's I can say that just give it the duck test. Buddy John Sununu, if it looks like a duck, it flies like a duck, it's probably a duck. And what I saw looked to me, for all the world, like an ordnance explosion. I don't know what else looks like that. And I might also comment that about a second and a half to 2 seconds after that ordnance explosion, there was a second high-velocity explosion of brilliant white light, like nothing I had recall having seen before or since. And then about 2 seconds or 3 seconds after that, there came the petrochemical explosion, which was the fuel burn.
And that would have been a probably bright orange type.
Bright orange, mottled color, a lot of black, a lot of mottled color and through to this huge fireball. But the point being, there were 2 high-velocity explosions before the fuel explosion.
Very clear. Major, I want to thank you. Bill, do you have anything else that we've missed that we should ask?
No, there's one point about that bright white light. Fred is not the only one that saw that, and that is a characteristic of high velocity fragment penetration of aluminum. I'll give you a brilliant white flash, almost like a flash bulb. It's one of the collateral things that can happen with a warhead detonation.
Warhead. All right. Major, I want to thank you for being with us this evening, and I wish you luck, my friend.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, that is Major Fred Myers. We'll now turn our attention to Richard Goss. Richard Goss, again, owns a business on Long Island. He is a witness to this event as well. Are you there, Richard?
Yes, sir.
All right. Please lead us through what you know and what you saw.
Yeah, that evening, I belonged to that West Hampton Yacht Squadron, and the West Hampton Yacht Squadron faces south, the back porch on it, and that particular Wednesday evening we have an informal sunfish race, and that's followed by a porch dinner, and that dinner you bring your own food, and you have a little barbecue in the back, and then we gather there on the back porch, and it faces Moriches Bay and the Barrier Beach Dune Road.
Yes, sir.
And we had just finished up our Wednesday race. I raced in that particular race, and we finished stowing our boats and putting our sails away, and I had just walked up onto the back porch and sat down at the table that some of my friends were at. And, I was looking out over the bay, just relaxing from just this mild breeze. We were having this beautiful evening, very clear, light wind, light to moderate wind. And, just happened to look out over the bay, and there was, a little conversation. And then, out of the corner of my eye came I saw like a flare coming up, toward the Barrier Beach area.
Now, is there any doubt at all about whether what you saw was going up or down?
Oh, it's definitely going up.
It's definitely going up.
Definitely going up.
And it looked like a flare going up.
It looked like a flare, and then, it drew attention to a couple other people, and they said, someone even mentioned, hey, look at the firework, and we all thought it was a firework, at least I did. Now I'm just pleasantly watching this bright, red, pink, flare.
All right. Could you see, Richard, anything beyond the light itself? In other words, could you make out any substance to anything at all beyond the light?
No, it was so bright, and it was the typical look of a firework.
Okay.
Going
sure.
up.
We all know what they look like. All right.
And that light travels quite high up before it reaches its peak, and that's exactly what I saw. And then as it reached its peak, it sort of leveled out. And then the strangest part was it took a sharp veer left, and it was horizontal. It moved horizontal at that point. And it was only a second or two later that I saw the massive, explosion in the sky.
All right, again, Richard, The CIA and others have said that witnesses like yourself, who saw things like you're describing to us right now, were in fact seeing fuel trailing from the explosion of the Flight 800, and that in fact it was not going up, it was going down, and it was an optical illusion. What do you say? What do you say?
One hell of an optical illusion. I can't see that possible at all. It was.
All right. Let me try this out. You saw this thing rising, this light, which you thought was a flare, and it rose to a great altitude, and then you said took a turn. Now, a flare might go up, and then in a trajectory might begin down again. That's not what you're talking about. You're talking about a horizontal turn that you saw. Is that correct?
Definitely.
And Richard, you might give them a feeling of how fast this thing was moving. I mean, moving up quickly, or did it appear to be going away from you?
Oh yeah, it was very, it was very fast, and it's faster than a firework climbing. And then I could see that when it reached its peak, it was definitely traveling away. The flare was getting smaller, and then it took the sharp left, and you could see the smoke trail, sharp left.
And you could see a smoke trail.
And then there was the explosion.
Then an explosion. Did you see? You heard the major describe what he firmly concludes is a high ordnance explosion, not the kind of explosion that followed with the center fuel tank or the fuel tanks exploding, the fuel in Flight 800 exploding, which is like a fireball. When you say you saw an explosion, what did you see precisely?
I saw the large fireball at that point, and then about a second after that, there was a second explosion off to the side, off to the left side. As that fireball started to come down, the original fireball, there was a second explosion.
Bill, even if we were to buy into the explanation that it was trailing fuel that was on fire, is there any way you could imagine that the trailing fuel would have taken a sharp left-hand turn?
Oh no, it's what Richard describes is the perfect layman's description of a missile engagement. When I talked to him out there, we went out to the yacht club, and I took bearing lines, precise bearing lines from his position. I even photographed that site later. And when I crossed it to these other people up and down 11 miles of beach, they all saw essentially the same thing. They saw something going vertically rapidly, and then appear to level, go outbound. And Richard's probably the closest one of the witnesses I've talked to the actual launch, because it looks like, even though he thought it went from the barrier island as a fireworks, it probably was a missile about another 3 nautical miles offshore, and a much bigger vehicle than a flare or a firework. And I've got lots of stuff we can talk to later.
Of course, yes, of course. Richard, did you go to the FBI?
They came to me.
They came to you? Yeah. And what was the nature of the interrogation or the investigation? What did they ask you? What did you perceive of their attitude?
Their attitude when there were two agents that interviewed me. Their attitude was they were very surprised at the viewpoint that I had, and they were very excited about what I had seen initially. And this was the first time I've heard Mr. Myers, and he was describing the notepad, the small notepad.
Yes.
Out of the back pocket. And it's exactly what they used, and all they used was that same type of notepad and pen. And they jotted down a few things, and the interview was 4 or 5 minutes. So
4 or 5 minutes.
And they, one peeled off, and he was speaking on a cellular phone in the background. And that was about it.
Was that the only interview the FBI held with you, or did they come back?
They came back the second time.
And then?
Very little excitement this time. It was just sort of a follow-up, and we looked.
So something, it was like something had changed?
It was definitely like something had changed. And I just couldn't believe it, and that was it. It was no excitement, no anything after that. And then a third time they had called me on my cell phone in my truck and given me a over-the-phone interview. And that was it.
Would you characterize their investigation as one that initially the agents were very interested in, and then in the both follow-ups you've described, they suddenly had, comparatively, a great disinterest in what you had to say?
A disinterest, and yes, I would say that would be accurate.
You're not a drinker?
No.
You don't take drugs?
No.
You're sure of what you saw?
Absolutely.
When you saw the CIA's description of what occurred and you heard the conclusion of mechanical failure on Flight 800, how did that hit you?
You know, that's described. I looked down at the ground and shook my head. You know, I couldn't believe it. And the cartoon of
the CIA cartoon.
Yeah, the CIA cartoon. That describes it as a cartoon. It was a joke.
That isn't what happened.
No.
Richard, I want to thank you for joining us this evening. We are going to proceed as a matter of fact, I think I just spent a longer period of time with you by several times than the FBI apparently spent with you.
Absolutely.
So I want to thank you, and we will continue with Bill Donaldson after the break. Richard, again, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Good night. All right, that's Richard Goss, and when we come back, we will get into the technical details of what Bill Donaldson thinks occurred on Flight 800. So I suggest you stay with me if you want to hear the other side of the story of that tragedy. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
To talk with Art Bell from west of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, dial 1-800-618-8255. That's 1-800-618-8255. Now again, here's Art.
Once again, good morning. We're dealing tonight with the Flight 800 disaster, or criminal act. You determine that for yourself. In this last hour, we heard from Major Fred Myers, who personally witnessed what he describes as a high explosive ordnance detonation, a streak of light, and then a high ordnance detonation. He viewed this from a Black Hawk helicopter about 200 feet in the air. So he is a witness to what occurred. Now, that doesn't sound like an overheated fuel tank exploding to me. It sounds like a witness, a well-experienced, who has seen missiles, rescued pilots in North Vietnam, and saw all this from his Black Hawk. Then we heard from Richard Goss, a Long Island resident, well-trained, who also saw something rise from the ground without question to a high altitude, take a sharp left-hand turn. Then he too saw an explosion. two eyewitnesses to what occurred with respect to Flight 800, not at all consistent with the CIA cartoon representation or graphic illustration of what they have concluded occurred with Flight 800. In a minute, William S. Bill, if you will, Donaldson, and I'll give you an idea once again of who you're about to hear from, so you understand the significance of what he's about to say. When 230 people died suddenly near Long Island, New York, Flight 800 bound for Paris. An accident? You decide for yourself as the evening progresses. All right, I want you to understand who you're about to hear. William S. Donaldson, Bill Donaldson. From 1962 through 5 was a naval aviation cadet at the University of Maryland. 65 through 7 was designated naval aviator and commissioned. 1968 through 70 was an A4 attack pilot and a line division officer who flew 89 combat missions in Southeast Asia, both North and South Vietnam, as well as Laos, where, of course, we never flew. Ran a line division of 40 men, 16 A4C aircraft on the flight deck, and qualified as combat section and division flight leader. 70 through 72 was advanced jet flight instructor / line division officer, directed line division of 190 men, 3 officers, and 70 TA-4 and F-9 aircraft. He was then 72 through 74 Assistant Air Operations CCA officer, though most junior of 6 officers then assigned to Air Operations, one of 2 fully qualified day-night in Air Ops hot seat, directed a division of 27 air controllers, best in the fleet. Division achieved perfect score in competitive exercise, resulting in the USS Forrestal winning the Battle E for operations. 74 through 77 was an A4 US-2 pilot maintenance officer, directed the aircraft maintenance department there, named the best of 11 in the air wing. 1978 through 80 was an A6 attack pilot and safety officer, qualified Air Wing Alpha Strike leader, managed the safety program for deployed A6 squadron, ran quality assurance program. 1980, the year 1980, actually, an air operations officer planned and executed air operations for Joint Exercise Operation Solid Shield 80, supervised a staff of 8 officers and controlled the Air War 350 combat air sorties from Joint Command Post Key West. 80 through 83 was a safety officer, managed aviation safety program for Air Wing's 3 squadrons, 120 aircraft, 300 pilots, exercised oversight of all mishap investigations, kind of like what the NTSB does. Discovered a cause of a series of out-of-control mishaps. 84 through 87 was a nuclear plans officer, formulated contingency war plans for use of nuclear weapons in NATO, and represented the 6th Fleet to NATO headquarters in Belgium. Exercised and certified each carrier battle group in conventional and nuclear operations. 87 through 91 was a chief staff officer, supervised 90 member staff, oversaw $75 million budget, 4 subordinate commands, and 5 major contractors, was reporting custodian for 122 jet aircraft, responsible for all operational, administrative, safety, personal, legal, and aircraft maintenance matters. 91 through 92 was a military expert on a council which executed a 45-minute presentation to 3 members of the Presidential Commission on Base Closures, you'll recall that, cited by the chairman as the best he had seen. I think it's important that you understand who you are hearing. So that was a little lengthy, but I think because of the gravity of what we are discussing, what we've already heard and what we're about to hear, you needed to know who you're listening to. Bill, welcome back.
Well, thanks, Art. You know, this whole thing is kind of like eating an elephant. It's a pretty big program, and but the only way you can do it is sort of one bite at a time. And I've got some things that when I tell your audience, you know, it's going to be tough for them to believe it. But I want to say up front, I'm doing this as a matter of honor. I don't want to make a nickel out of this, and I don't plan to.
You haven't written a book, they're not doing a movie, nothing like that,
I mean, that's not the program. Let me explain how I got what started this.
Yes, please.
I knew we were in trouble, we as a country, on this thing, when the chairman of the National Transportation Safety Board, a fellow by the name of Jim Hall, back in April, put an article in the Wall Street Journal that basically said that set the predicate for what they're doing now. He said the title of the article was, "It wasn't a missile," and his justification was that the centerline tank had spontaneously exploded.
Yes.
Now, if your listeners don't pick up anything at all that I say, this is a key, and it should open their eyes here. In the entire history of United States civil jet aviation, dating back over 30 years,
yes, sir,
every one of these aircraft that the U.S. has ever built, these airliners, all are basically have the same fuel design that the 747 Flight 800 had. And they all use empty or near empty center wing tanks at one point or another, depending on what routes they fly.
Why, maybe you can help me out right now. This was an aircraft headed from New York to Paris.
Right.
That's a 3,000 mile roughly journey, I think, across the Atlantic. Would it be a normal thing on such a flight to have that center fuel tank empty or nearly empty?
Yes. And the reason the answer is yes is because of the, in the northern hemisphere, when you're flying east to west, you're fighting a headwind. In other words, from Paris to New York, for instance, you might have a 100-knot headwind at above 30,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So when they're coming from Paris to New York, for instance, they need every bit of fuel they've got. But when they turn around and go the other way, from New York back to Paris, you've got this tremendous tailwind that's operating the whole time you're in flight. So, in effect, if you filled that center tank up when you left Kennedy, you'd be hauling 80,000 pounds or more of dead weight, and that's really not safe. You don't want to land with that extra weight, especially when it's fuel in it.
I appreciate that answer because I've heard many talk shows say it was insane to imagine the center fuel tank would have been empty on that long a journey, but that certainly explains it. Would there have been some fuel in that?
Right. There was approximately, they're saying now 50 to 100 gallons. You're talking about an immense tank. Its measurements are 20 feet by 20 feet by 6 feet tall, roughly.
Yes, sir.
And you'd have about a half an inch, 50 gallons of, well, 100 gallons would be about a half an inch, a little over a half an inch of fuel in the bottom. Now, here's what I wanted to finish saying here, that in the whole history of airliners built in the United States, their entire history of flight, there has never been in history a spontaneous fuel tank explosion in any tank, not just the center wing tank. That adds up conservatively to 150,000 years plus of flight time. And now, here we had, back in April, we had the chairman of the NTSB saying up front, well, we solved the problem with just having a spontaneous explosion in a tank. Okay, to me, that got my attention. That's what got me involved in this. I knew it was probably absolute BS. And so I went ahead and I ordered the fuels manual, and I studied it, and I found out right off the get-go what I really already knew from my military experience. The fuel that was in the airplane is called Jet A1, and it's universally used around the world now. It was created by American fuel technology. That fuel is extremely safe. And Art, I'm going to tell you something. I mean, I've done this. I've even made a videotape and took it up to Congress and showed it to them. You can take The biggest, I actually used two big matches, like long matches, like you use to light a fire in a fireplace.
Right.
And you can light the matches, and you can just slowly immerse the lit match into the surface of that fuel, and it'll go out. And it'll go out all the way, and you can heat the fuel all the way up to 127 degrees, actually 126 degrees, and it'll still go out. At 127 degrees, you'll get a slow fire that will propagate across the surface.
A slow fire.
Yeah. In other words, and this is really what the aviation fuels manual tells you when you get into the technical side. And I don't want to go too far afield there, but the bottom line is this: what I discovered is that the temperatures, the normal operating temperatures of that fuel in that aircraft, and remember at the altitude that it was at, the temperature was 21 degrees Fahrenheit.
Understood.
Okay, now, you could hold a barbecue in the fuel tank and dump your hot coals into that fuel, and they go out, right? So here we have the lead safety agency in the United States, the political head of that agency, telling the whole world that we have dangerous fumes in fuel tanks, and it's absolute nonsense. And Congress has put them on, put the pressure on. They've farmed out all kinds of testing to Caltech and some other people, and they wouldn't answer the question: what was the temperature in the centerline tank?
If the conclusion was the center tank spontaneously blew up, then why has there not been great directives from the NTSB regarding changes in the center fuel tank configuration?
Well, initially, I've got several letters, I think you've got them, that I sent back and forth, we sent back and forth between Mr. Hall and myself. But
yes, sir.
That was my very point, that if you have the NTSB, if they really thought that there was a severe hazard to flight safety, then they have a fiduciary duty to the flying public to immediately put in a safety fix, if you will. Now, I knew from my experience as maintenance officer and safety officer that every aircraft, for engineering and just regular maintenance purposes, all of these tanks have low point drains. And I knew that you could get a fuel sample out of that tank in almost no time. So after we sent the questions to Mr. Hall, they absolutely wouldn't answer the temperature question. I went up to New York.
Mr. Hall is
the head of the National Transportation Safety Board.
All right. So you went to New York?
Went to New York, got an airline. I can't name which one because it'll get them in trouble with the NTSB. But I had one of their 747s that was turning around, going back to Europe, exactly like Flight 800 was.
Mm-hmm.
I went ahead and had them pull a sample out of that tank. It took all of 2 minutes. All you do is pop a little access door in the bottom of the wing. You stick about a 4-foot hollow tube up there and press on a spring-loaded valve on the bottom of the tank. The fuel goes into the tube, into the container at the bottom of the tube. Then I had it poured into a thermos that I had rigged to take the temperature out of. I took the temperature, and the fuel was exactly 1 degree warmer than the ambient air. It was 69 degrees, and it was 58 in the ambient air at the time.
All right, now, I've heard claims that the air conditioning units on Flight 800, or all 747s, are located below this fuel tank, and that these 747 Flight 800 have been sitting on the ground, right. And the theory was that the center fuel tank had been heated by these compressors, I guess, running,
right,
and to a temperature that finally caused an explosion. Is there any way that could have happened?
No.
No?
And the reason is that when that aircraft was certified 30-some years ago, they go into unbelievable depth into testing, okay, number one. And when they do that, they create documents that go to maintenance people, and they create documents that go to pilots. And the document that goes to pilots specifically says, due to the testing that was done 30-some years ago, that extended, meaning long periods of time of air conditioning unit operation on the ground may raise the temperature 10 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit in the center wing tank.
From the ambient.
Right. Okay. Now, what I found out when I did this little simple 2-minute test, it cost me about $15 for a thermos and a thermometer.
Sure.
The NTSB has spent millions on instrumenting airplanes and flying them around, and they still won't answer the question. What's the temperature in the tank? Okay? And they're sticking to this thing like, glue to something, and they won't give it up. But they're in trouble because I just can't imagine that there's any way to fabricate an answer here. But here's the bottom line. What the fuel manual tells you is there's something there that tells you, that gives you the answer to what happened to Flight 800, and that is this. The tank did explode. There's no question that the centerline tank exploded. There was an overpressure event. There was a fuel air event in the tank. Now, I've just spent 10 minutes saying that can happen. Well, there is a way that can happen. Anytime the tank is subjected to a severe amount of energy, for instance, if the aircraft is involved in a mid-air collision, another airplane, or it crashes on the ground, or even hits the water, what happens to the fuel in the tank is it's slammed against the wall, especially in an empty tank like that. And the fuel is misted into the atmosphere. Misted fuel can explode. All you need is the spark. Okay? And it can explode, even the safe fuel, at very low temperatures compared to a stable tank.
But again, let us be clear. Under normal flight conditions, even ascending, an airplane under power ascending, going through 10 to 13,000 feet, there would be no way under those conditions that you would get fuel misting in that center tank?
No. There's no, unless what the graphs show you in the fuels manual is basically, they show you what you could do. For instance, if instead of a 747, we're talking about an F-15, for instance.
Sure.
And it does a lot of aggressive acrobatics.
Sure.
Then there is an agitated tank figure that drops the temperature about 50 degrees.
But that would not be the case with the 747.
No, I've
simply
never
climb.
been on a 747 when they pull any loops or rolls.
Right. All right, Bill. Hold tight. We're at the bottom of the hour. Take a break, and we'll be right back. Again, William Donaldson, Bill Donaldson. Mr. Donaldson, in your considerable expert opinion, what did bring down Flight 800?
Well, jumping to the bottom line, I think that the highest probability by far is a missile engagement with external warhead detonation well outside the hull of a relatively large missile.
In other words, a proximity detonation.
Right, and most people, don't have a lot of technical knowledge about this stuff, but it's modern anti-aircraft weapons, missiles are designed and are actually far more deadly if they use a proximity fuse and do detonate away from the hull of the aircraft.
Why? In other words, the NTSB and everybody else kept looking for a giant hole in the plane where a missile would have penetrated.
Well, not only that, but they were looking for, when you have a detonation that, and the fireball actually touches the metal, you get deep metal pitting from the extremely high velocity gas from the detonation. And scouring, they call it, where the metal actually looks like it's like an orange peel or something.
Okay, they did not find that?
No. See, what they're doing is they're saying, well, we didn't find that, so therefore a missile or a bomb didn't happen here. Okay? And there is a gross fallacy with that. It's I don't know what a good metaphor would be, but for instance, some of the larger missiles that are in various inventories are designed to go off as far as 40 to 60 feet away or more away from the hull. And if that happens, what you'll get is penetration of the hull with extremely high velocity metal fragments. And depending on the orientation of the missile when it's approaching the aircraft. And I think, by the way, after going through, Richard Goss gave me a good lead, and I went, two investigators that are inside this thing. I can't tell you who they are because it's in deep trouble. But there is a through hole that goes...
Listening carefully and hearing this, that there was a large hole in a door, both entry hole and exit hole.
Right. That actually didn't go through the door, but it was in close proximity. In other words, we had an entry on the left side of the aircraft, just adjacent to and right next to a window, actually, of the L2 door on the left side. This large piece, it had to be at least 6 inches in diameter, went through the cabin and exited, going through just above the R2 door. Now that's critical because in the breakup sequence of the aircraft, one of the first major structures that came off the aircraft was the R2 door. And actually it's a big piece that contains the door. And when that happened, it was the beginning of the nose coming off the aircraft, which happened very, very quickly.
From the Kingdom of Nine, across the country, around the world, and throughout the universe, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the CBC Radio Network.
Mr. Donaldson, how could such a glaring piece of evidence, forensic evidence, not be reported? How could we not know about that until just now?
Listen, I'm not the guy that discovered it. The investigators told me, okay? I mean, I can see, I've got color photographs that show the exit hole, and it's clear as a bell to me because that fragment hit one of the longitudinal stringers in the fuselage above that door with such force that it forced the stringer through the skin of the aircraft from the inside. Okay? It cuts, if you look at the photograph, you'll see what looks like a hatchet cut almost going from the inside out through the, just above that door. Now, I'm going to tell you some stuff that's a lot, it's even worse than that.
But before you do, again, I've got to ask you, these investigators that you spoke to, who told you this, who supplied you with the photograph or whatever,
right?
Why, sir, did this not get into the news? Why did this not become an integral part of the investigation? Why was it not reported, or if it was, why was it ignored?
Well, I assume it's the same reason that there's probably 20 or 30 other similar proofs, if you will, of the to use their vernacular, a criminal act. It's probably more like an act of war if it was terrorists or proxies for some other outfit. But the point is that in every one of these incidents that I see clearly with my experience that it's proof of an engagement of a weapon, they find some way to, deny it or talk around it. And, one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen on television was Mr. Kallstrom the other morning in one of the morning shows. He's telling this young lady that he was taking on tour around the hangar there with the wreckage in it. He said, well, we've done these missile tests and we've proven it's not a missile. And he showed her what I'll call hit plates. When you do a test firing of a warhead at various ranges, you use aluminum sheets and so on and see what the damage is. Well, what he showed, I mean, I could have done that much damage with my 12-gauge shotgun from 15 yards away. And what they tested, obviously, were very small, like shoulder-fired weapons at a distance from the hit plate. And, you got relatively small holes less than the size of your fist. What I'm talking about, and what I know happened to that airplane was, it was in a train wreck at 13,700 feet. There's no other way to explain it. The last 2 days, I've been meticulously grafting the debris field on graph paper.
Yes, sir.
I have the internal documents that were generated by the NTSB that shows precisely where every piece of metal went into the water. And I'm going to tell you that what they showed you on that CIA cartoon is a total fabrication. And when you study a debris field and do the ballistic geometry on that debris field. And I'm looking at something that's only 7,000 feet long. I'm looking at, it's not broken into 3 distinct debris fields like they've been telling the public. They're saying that, you know, there's debris from the first explosion, and then the nose came off in one big piece and landed in a hole, and then further on the rest of the airplane.
I saw the cartoon.
Okay, that didn't happen, okay? There are 2 distinct debris fields, not 3, and this is critical because that whole cartoon, the only way that they can get professionals to even swallow this line is if there was some kind of an explosion in the center wing tank would not be really very powerful, and it's hard for people to believe in the business that it would take the nose off a 747 to begin with. But what I'm going to tell you next indicates that whatever that was far, far more powerful than anything that a center wing tank could do.
Go right ahead.
Okay. When you look at the debris field, and what you do is you determine where the course of the aircraft, and it was flying on a heading of 071 true at 13,700 feet when this event occurred. When the event happened, and what I'm going to say happened was a missile approaching from the left low front of the aircraft did a hard left turn. It was approaching almost perpendicular, slightly below the left wing. Turned hard left and detonated in front of and below the left wing tip. The reason I say that is that there's debris in the first part of that debris field that should never be there if it was only a center wing tank explosion. That debris is wingtip antenna debris off the left. There's a HF antenna on each wing.
Yes, sir.
Wingtip, and there's a piece of that that's in the very first beginning of the debris field. And then a little further on, you have the upper and lower outboard skin from the left wing. You know, how did that happen? And then, of course, the rest of the wing and the main part of the airplane goes another 6,000 feet before it, you know, goes into the water. So that's one indicator. Here's another indicator. When the event occurred, the aircraft didn't break up at the center wing tank first. The first big pieces that hit the water, there was one piece of the spar that came out of the center wing tank. I think that was a result of the secondary fuel explosion caused by the weapon going on. But the left forward cargo compartment, 16 feet in front of the center wing tank, a big piece of that came off first. And then a little further aft in that left compartment, lower left compartment, actually was blown from the left side of the aircraft over 2,000 feet to the right of the aircraft track, way, way out there. Okay. Wow. Now, and that's why I described it's more like a train wreck at altitude than it was a center wing tank explosion. You can't get a piece of the left cargo side, left side of the fuselage of the airplane displaced 2,000 feet to the right of track with a center wing tank explosion that's in the center of the airplane.
Have you raised this issue with the NTSB?
No. You're hearing it for the first time, and this is a product of the detailed study in the last 2 days that I've been doing on this graphic material. I was shocked when I saw this because what it means is that within the first month, when they started putting this stuff together, that debris field is a perfect fingerprint for a massive explosion in the sky. It was not a center wing tank explosion only. That was a collateral result. Now here's the other thing slow me down if I get too pumped up on this.
Go right ahead.
But the nose section that you see sort of tumbling off, falling down, looking like it's intact.
Yeah.
That's a total fabrication. That nose section was blown to kingdom come. It came down not in one big piece, but it came down in groups of 5. There were 5 sections of multiple pieces that hit the water. One of those pieces, groups of pieces, like 6 or 8 pieces of fuselage, landed way, way off to the right, like 2,000 feet to the right of the track of the aircraft. Now, they're telling you that this nose just kind of tumbled off and, it sort of broke off and fell on the water.
All right, for those who didn't see it, what I saw of this CIA cartoon or graphic representation of what occurred was the plane was going along, it showed a large explosion. The front portion of the aircraft fell forward intact, while the airplane itself actually rose in altitude in this cartoon, and then of course came down in the fireball. That could not have happened?
No. Well, let me address on the nose thing. What they're telling you, the reason they're saying that I think that it was intact and it just kind of fell in a hole there, is there's no way you can, with this application of physics and science, explain how that whole big giant piece of nose was shattered into 5 major subcomponents, and that some of them were blown so far off the course of the aircraft. It takes a tremendous amount of energy to do that. That's why I keep going back to it's like a train wreck. It's like a freight train hit this thing from the left side. Okay, that's what the debris field's saying. Now the cartoon, the most absurd thing that I've ever seen in my life dealing with aviation was what the CIA put together there. That aircraft with the nose, with all that gross tonnage of the nose coming off, will pitch up all right. It'll pitch up instantly to a 90-degree pitch up, and the airplane will immediately, the flat bottom of the wing will hit the wind, and the rest of the airplane starts to break up, and it's over. It's not going to climb 200 feet, much less 3,000 feet. Remember, when the nose comes off, the throttle controls go with it. All the hydraulic lines are severed, the electrical lines are severed. Everything that the pilot has going back to the engines is cut.
All right, Mr. Donaldson, Pierre Salinger, as you well know, stuck his neck way out and claimed he had evidence of a friendly fire missile accident. All of a sudden, Pierre Salinger just sort of went away. People said he was duped, and he just sort of went away, and you don't hear any more about it. Did Pierre Salinger have it wrong?
The short answer is yes, because what he did was he jumped to the conclusion that if it was a missile that shot it down, it had to have been a friendly fire incident. And the problem with that, and the problem with the book that was published along the same lines, stating the same thing, is that once the main media jumped on that and started trying to fact check it, and there are no facts that support any military activity of any significance that you could put your finger on. Now, there were some submarines that were operating within that area but basically our submarines don't have those kind of weapons on board. And I mean, I know from my own experience. I mean, I never seriously considered this. Once I talked to the chief of staff at Air Land in Norfolk. I mean, I know the guy socially, and he said, hey, we had a cruiser about 130 miles out. They were coming home, and they were out of range. We just didn't have any assets in the area. There was a P-3 airborne in the area that shows up on the radar tapes and so on. But what I'm trying to say is, I mean, remember, I'm a naval officer. I mean, I'm in retirement as a regular officer. I could be recalled tomorrow if the Commander-in-Chief said he wanted to do that.
And after the show, you may be.
Yeah, I know, I've been thinking about it. But the point that I'm making is the fact that it wasn't the Navy that did it doesn't mean that there wasn't a missile fired.
I understand.
The physical facts tell me, almost without a shadow of a doubt, that, and I'm not even talking about all these eyewitnesses that I've interviewed here yet, but without a shadow of a doubt, there was a major event that was caused by a missile on that aircraft, and there may have been two. There are eyewitnesses that saw two launches, and I think that one was launched vertically. That's the Goff saw that one, and so did Major Myers. But when you go further to the east, I had an eyewitness that I wanted to get on with you, but he's working early in the morning, couldn't do it. But he was out at Swag Doctor's Restaurant, way, way up the beach, and he saw a missile going out at about a 45-degree angle, which we haven't talked about it yet, but the other pilot with Myers in that helo thought he saw a missile coming from the left. Myers saw one coming from the right.
That would have been his co-pilot?
Right. I haven't talked to him. He works, I guess, for one of the government agencies. I think basically told him to stay out of this. So,
Mr. Donaldson, you believe it was a terrorist missile or missiles that took this plane down?
Through logic, yeah. I mean, I can't imagine that there really is anything else that could have been. There's a reason for this. It fits, in a way, it fits the fingerprint there because of the tactics that were used. What I'm getting as a firing position is about 4 nautical miles straight out from where Richard Goss was sitting there at the West Hampton Yacht Club. That puts it about 3 nautical miles offshore. And the reason I could find that is, and unlike their testimony of the way the FBI did the investigation, I went up there with GPS satellite equipment and ran these people down, went out to the site that they were at, took bearing line information to where they first saw a flare or missile on the surface. Took that bearing and put it on charts. And I've got Suffolk County Police reports from all up and down the coast, and almost to a T, all these people saw something very close to the beach being launched. In fact, I got witnesses that are 60 years old that thought that the stuff came right off the beach itself, and they were on the backside of the barrier beach, and they go running, huffing and puffing over the sand dune to look down and see where the heck this damn thing came from.
At what altitude was that plane when the described high detonation explosion occurred?
Well, I'm saying it was at 13,700 feet. I've watched the radar tape, and that's when the transponder went dead. It was indicating exactly 380 knots.
13.5. What kind?
Yeah, 13.
What kind of missile could do that?
In my last letter to Mr. Hall, I pointed out a scenario where I picked one, and that's really all it is. I don't have physical evidence of the missile.
That's fine. What did you pick?
Okay, I picked the Iranian AIM-54A Phoenix. That missile weighs 985 pounds. It's got its own onboard terminal radar guidance system. In other words, once the missile's fired, it's totally all by itself.
Capable of reaching what altitude, Mr. Donaldson?
That missile could reach 100,000 feet.
100,000 feet. All right, Mr. Donaldson, stand by. We're at the top of the hour. When we come back shortly, we're going to try to get the phone lines open. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
We talked to her out in the Pacific Ocean. I think she was about, 200 miles from Hilo, Hawaii, something along those lines. In fact, here's a little bit of it so you might remember. This is by amateur radio, the only method of communication she had. And she's on the line right now, so she can hear it. Here we go.
Well, let's see. I'm a 72-year-old great-grandmother. Spent a lifelong ambition to take a boat and sail off into the Pacific. And I found that at this age, I can no longer safely handle my 46-foot sailboat offshore. It just was too much boat for me, so I traded down to a 32-foot. And although this is like a little toy with not that much room on it, I can handle it. So I left Oakland, California, a couple of years ago, sailed down, spent 2 years cruising in Mexico, all over. And now I have left Mexico, Puerto Vallarta actually, and heading for Hilo. And I am told that if you do a circumnavigation, the Panama or Mexican mainland to Hilo is the longest open water passage. So far, it's been, I think, 31 or 32 days. I should be there in another 2.5 days.
I wonder if that brings back memories for Susan. Here she is. Susan, welcome to the program.
Well, thank you. Yes, it does bring back memories.
But you know, those 34 days, I don't remember it as 34 days. It's kind of all blur. It just blended into just a couple.
Now, that's a very interesting comment. I interviewed, Susan, an astronaut who walked on the moon, Edgar Mitchell, and when I asked him about what he felt and what he thought when he was on the moon, he said, you know, Art, it's funny, there's a lot of it, I should remember it, that I don't.
Yeah, that's exactly the same thing. I know it was 34 days because I left April 28th, but I do not remember all of the days. Things just kind of blended in. Of course, I was sleeping in 20 and 25 minute stints, so I'd wake up, look at the radar, look around, no ships, go back to sleep. And sleep was day and night.
And you slept what, in 45-minute shifts, right?
No, 25.
25-minute shifts.
Right. Remember, a tanker or a cargo ship with about a 22 knots is what they go. Takes them about 15, 20 minutes to come up over the horizon and come along the side of you. So you have to watch. I look on the radar. There's nothing there. I get out my night vision. If it's at night, look around. No lights out there. Then I go back to sleep.
What's it like out there with the giant? And people, I don't think, have a sense of how gigantic the waves and the Pacific Ocean is. It's just incredible. I mean, for a lady your age, and you don't sound your age, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
To be doing this is, I mean, for most people, it's outrageous, Susan. How come? Why?
It's just been a lifelong dream to do this. And the waves out there, the only thing, and I remember, I kept thinking, there's a poem or something that says the ocean's so big and my boat is so small. Good God, that's true. Because some of those swells, I mean, I knew I was going to die.
Oh, you know, that's something I was wondering about too. Before you'd embark on a mission like this, to take a small sailboat from Mexico to Hawaii, and then further on, we'll talk about that here in a bit, you'd almost have to, I think, make peace with your maker and say, you know, something I'm going to do, and you know, if the odds stack up against me and I don't make it, then hey. Did you do something like that?
That's exactly right, because I've done more in my life than most people ever think of doing. I'm living my dream, and I figure if I go now, well, I go. I'm not going to do anything to hasten it, but I'm going to go. And then each day I would thank the Lord for, hey, you got me through safely. Last 24. Yeah. Can I please have another 24 hours?
Well, it varied in conditions, I'm sure, from absolutely beautiful with nice lazy afternoons in the sun to probably the worst was what?
The worst was about 25 or 30 foot seas, 30 knot winds, surfing down, breaking, pitch black out there. You can't see where you're going or what's coming in. You just hold on and you hope for the best. But out there in the middle, a number of times I thought it is such a shame that so few people get to see what the mid-ocean is like in the trade winds. It is so gorgeous during the daytime when the winds and the swells are nice.
And scary at night, huh?
Oh, gosh, yes. And then I remembered I had night vision on board. I brought that out, and then I was even in starlight. I was able to look up, see the swell, see what was going on, and that reduced the pucker factor tremendously.
Somewhat, yes.
Yes.
You had, obviously, ham radio on board for communication. I had talked to you, I recall, down in Mexico and said, look, just for fun, see how far out into the Pacific you can hear us on 75 meters. And I'll be damned if you didn't hear us the whole way, huh?
Yeah, your signal from there in Toronto, it just booms in. I think the only thing that's getting me now is the difference in time.
Sure.
You know, because I try to figure about 3 o'clock in the morning is when you were on when I was in Mexico.
And of course, we did publicize a little bit just before you got to Hilo. And then, so what happened when you got to Hilo?
Oh, I have never been anywhere in the world where there are so friendly people. I got here and there were people down on the dock. I didn't think I did anything fantastic, but
I do.
The radio here, the radio station wanted an interview, the local newspapers,
They had a photo and picture and about half a page on the front page about me.
Oh my goodness.
I've had people every day, I've been here over a week now, every day there's somebody coming down wanting to take me somewhere and show me some more of the island. In fact, while I was here waiting on the phone,
Yes.
a lady came down and she wants to take me up to see the volcanoes tomorrow.
No kidding.
It's amazing.
Susan, hold on one moment. I want to do a quick break so I can get it out of the way and then get more of this story. Susan, just having traversed the wild, wild Pacific Ocean between Mexico and Hawaii. You know, I think the thing that would utterly freak me out would be awakening from a nap and looking up and seeing the something maru, a 1,000,000-ton freighter bearing down on my little sailboat. Do you ever have a...
Oh, God, yes. And that has not happened. I have dreamed about it, but it's not happened.
I can imagine the Crusher Maru, and just to look up and see this steel bearing down on you. That how much of a danger is that when you're sailing?
If you're in the shipping lanes, yes. On the 3,000-mile trip across, I must have run across maybe 6 or 7 large ships, but the closest one only came about 3 miles away. So I'm not really in much of the shipping lanes.
Some friends and I were having a discussion, Susan. You have radar on board of some kind, right?
Right. I have a 24-mile radar, but I usually pick up the big ships about 16, 17 miles away.
Huh. So a big ship, you might see it 16, 17 miles in time. How much time is that between you and that ship coming together if that were to happen?
Well, they're doing 22 knots, so you're maybe, half hour, 45 minutes, something like that, till they come up to you.
You had ham radio, you had some radar. I'm told that you've got to put some kind of cross-section up on your mast, some sort of like aluminum or metal so that people can...
Yes, you do. You try and put up a cross-section. It forms a corner reflector. Which I know you're familiar with.
Sure.
But I have 3 of those radar reflectors up there, and I would call them on the radio and say, "Do you see me?" "No." "Do you see my lights?" "No."
Yes.
"Just a moment, I'll turn on a strobe light." I turn on the strobe light on the top of my mast. They say, "Ah, there you are, yes. You have a small target."
A small
So
target.
even though it is illegal, when I see a vessel, I call them on the radio and say, "I'm turning on my strobe light."
Why is that not legal?
Well, that means distress or whatever.
Oh, I see. Oh, well, if
So-
you're telling them you're doing it.
Yeah, I tell them I'm doing it, I leave it on until they come abeam of me, and then I turn it off.
All right. I remember when you were like, maybe a little better than halfway there, Susan. I connected with you on 20 meters briefly, and I asked you how it was going and whether you changed your mind and you were going to like continue on into the Pacific beyond Hawaii, and you said, "No, I'm miserable. This is not what I thought it was going to be." It was kind of a depressed time for you. You remember that?
Yes, and Bob, K5SAV, man, I talk to daily on the radio, on 20 meters. He recognized that I was really getting depressed, and he took me off frequency, and we talked quite a bit. And he always buoyed me up and made me feel better. And then I had email also, and I would email my children, and they would email back. So
it was sort of a mid-depression, midway depression kind of deal.
Mid-Pacific depression. Well, there's no way that you can prepare for this.
Yeah.
You don't know what it's going to be until you get out there.
Well, now you've experienced it. You found out what you did or didn't prepare for, and so what are you going to do now? Are you going to remain until August and then take off again, or are you going to make roots in Hawaii?
Well, I'm going to Pearl Harbor. The Navy has invited me to come into the marina there.
No kidding.
Yeah, of course, I'm retired military.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going into the Pearl Harbor Marina for about a month, And then by August 1st, I want to be out of Hawaii and on my way to the Marshall Islands.
Oh my God.
That's another 2,100 miles.
Oh my God.
And Marshall Islands are about 5 to 7 degrees above the equator, so they don't have cyclones. And it's supposed to be a fantastic place. Art, you would love Mid-Pacific.
Well, I love the Pacific. I lived on Okinawa for 10 years.
The radio conditions are much quieter than high desert in Nevada.
Oh, I can imagine that. I just finished listening to all the static we're putting up with yet again tonight. All the Midwest thunderstorms are raging away. Believe me, Susan. Did you have any real serious moments on the voyage to Hawaii?
Yes, I did, because somewhere out there, I forget exactly where, I think about 3/4 of the way across, I did an accidental jibe with a boat, and the boom swung across with such force that it actually ripped components right off of the boat. And I had no choice, even though it was bouncing around. I had to climb up there and repair things and make jury rig so that I could continue going.
Yeah.
That did get to me.
I can well imagine, sure. But you're not deterred. You're going to keep going.
This is my life's dream. I've been planning this since 1952.
Well, what is the end of this dream? I mean, you were a resident of Pahrump, technically, at least,
Right.
because when one looks, oh, by the way, your call letters, W7KFI.
Right.
How did you get those call letters? I mean, I have an affiliate, KFI, there in Los Angeles, and...
When I came to Nevada, 30 years ago or whenever, at that time you had to change, I was a W2, you had to change your call to a W7, and that's what the FCC changed it to.
Oh, so that's not a vanity call. They just gave that boy talk about a stroke of luck.
Right.
Yikes. All right, so you're ultimately, anyway, you're looking for a place to live.
That's right. I'm looking for a place to live, and I want to look at the Marshall Islands, Apia in Western Samoa, and Palau. And I'll hit lots of places in between. And after about 3 years, I'll go back to wherever it was that I really liked, or I will continue on to Phuket, Thailand, because I really love Thailand.
It is a beautiful country.
That it
I've
is.
been there too.
And the people are fantastic.
So it's sort of I don't know, I'm leaving here and I'm not coming back, and I'm going to go find a place I like, and I'll know it when I find it, and that's where I'll end up.
That's it, exactly. It's been a lifelong deal. I remember when I first got my license, I used to read about Danny Wheel on the yacht Yasmi,
Yes.
radio operator.
Yes.
And I said, my gosh, I want to do that. So my whole life has been aimed towards getting to the point where I could do it. And now here I
You
am.
sure have done it. Is there anything at all, being the curious ham operator I am, that you're going to change? I mean, was your antenna appropriate? Was your radio the one you wanted? Would you change anything?
I am going to change from a backstay to a sloping dipole.
Oh.
And I think that will work out a little bit better. And I started work today on satellite. I'll be within 2 or 3 days, I'll be working ham satellites.
Oh, well, there might be. I suppose as you get out into the Pacific, it's going to get a little rougher.
That's true.
The further out you get. So satellite is a good idea.
Yeah, and then there are a lot of hams that want contacts from particular locations in the Pacific in the grid squares. And that's, sure, I'll be happy to do that.
Yes, these contest people. It's a total madness. Anyway, I guess you're going to still be there for a while. So
I'll be here. I talked to the commanding officer of the Coast Guard cutter here, the Kiska.
Yes.
And he says I should wait until there's a period of about 3 days when the trade winds drop, and then run like heck to get out of here, because through the channels here in Hawaii, they scare the heck out of me, because with trade winds going, you can easily get 50 and 60-foot waves.
Oh my.
And I want nothing to do with it. So I'm going to bypass most of Hawaii and go maybe 50 miles offshore, go along the north of the islands, and then at the last channel, trust to luck and cut down towards Oahu and the Navy base.
Well, as you know, we will follow you for as long as we're able, and if the press or whatever wants to get hold of you, I wouldn't get, they obviously found you, I don't know how. Maybe the Hilo Harbor is small, and you just say, hey, where's Susan? And they point.
That's about it.
Really?
It's that small.
So
Radio Bay, I'm in Radio Bay. There's room for maybe 15 boats here, and that's it.
Wow. Had you ever considered taking a shipmate, or is your
Yes, but I haven't found anyone brave enough or stupid enough to go with me.
Have you actually consulted with people about this? I mean, that have considered it and then said, well, you know what? I don't think so.
I did, yes. There was one girl in Mexico that was going to go with me, but I make it a point, if I'm going to have a crew member, I lay everything they have out in the dock and we go through it. And I found too many drugs. And I said, no.
Oh.
We don't do that on my boat.
No.
And I said, thank you very much, but you'll have to go with someone else. And it just, you can lose your boat to the Coast Guard.
God, what a trip. I mean, to just lay your life out and say, this is it, I'm going to do it, come hell or high water.
Well, the boat I have is a very strong boat. It's 3 hulls, fiberglass, wood fiberglass. It's a Challenger 32, and the boat can take more than I can. And then I have sail mail and wind links, for email.
Right.
Which lets me keep in contact with people. And the Pacific Seafarers Net every afternoon to check in, and people are following me and wanting to know where I'm at and what's going on.
If anybody out in this audience wants to do something like this, do you have any advice for them?
Yes, in the food category. Bring along things that are really going to spark your taste buds. Halfway across, I couldn't look another bowl of rice in the face. And then I started, what I did is I hid a jar of dill pickles on board. I hid packages of M&Ms. I had things hidden all over the boat. And I would start, I didn't know where they were, and I would scramble and find them and say, oh my God, look at this.
M&M's! Civilization! It's here! Oh, well, what you've done is absolutely incredible. I'm sure that you could, and you could write a book.
The people at Borders here have already said, we want to be on the book signing. And I said, I haven't finished the voyage, let alone done the book.
Susan, thanks for the interview. As you went, listen, when you get ready to head west, we'll do another one.
Okay, good
All
night.
Right.
I'll see you on 80 meters.
Take care. Very briefly around the world, the Aruba story continues to be a virtual mystery. 3 young men who took an Alabama honor student to the beach before she disappeared must stay in jail, according to a judge. But there are now denials that there was some sort of confession and somebody was going to be willing to point to the body. And so everybody prays she's still alive. Tropical storm Arlene weakened as it blew ashore Saturday on the Gulf Coast, but still packed enough punch that it brought sheets of rain, 20-foot waves, heavy winds to the same area that was devastated by Hurricane Ivan 9 months ago. And I'm sure the people in Florida are sort of bracing themselves. This seems like an early start to what could be a bad year. A former commando in the feared Wolf Brigade blew himself up after sneaking into the morning roll call at the unit's heavily fortified headquarters Saturday. One series of weekend insurgent attacks that killed at least 35, including youngsters waiting to buy sandwiches and ice cream. So it just goes on and on and on. An Army sergeant convicted of shooting 2 fellow soldiers to death last year at his farmhouse is going to serve life in prison, no chance of parole. The world's richest countries agreed Saturday to a historic deal to write off more than $40 billion in debt owed by the very poorest nations in the world. So what, that's interesting. We just write off $40 billion in debt. So who pays for that? You ever wonder about that kind of stuff? I mean, okay, we write it off. We say, all right, so you don't owe us the $40 billion. That's a lot of money. You don't owe us the $40 billion anymore. So then who has to come up with that $40 billion? No, well, to forgive is good. The water in the Great Salt Lake has begun rising again after years of drought, changing the landscape, starting to submerge one of Utah's best-known artifacts, an enormous earth sculpture called the Spiral Jetty. The 6 years of drought had allowed the curious to flock to the lakeside to see the 1,500-foot-long salt-encrusted spiral that Robert Smithson built in 1970 using backhoes to pile up rock and earth. And that's kind of the state of the world, such as it is. And I'll hold the other, or the rest of the news, as Paul would say, for tomorrow evening in order to get a few of you in. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Tammy calling from San Antonio.
Hey, Tammy.
Long-time listener. First-time caller, and I'm happy to be able to talk to you tonight. Listen, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about cats because I'm in my mid-40s, and I've been allergic to cats my whole life. But about 2 years ago, a kitten showed up at my door and wouldn't go away, and one of my friends told me that I kind of had to feed it or take it to the pound. And, and I'm talking about allergies that would have me in the hospital if I went to somebody's house and stayed too long.
Serious, yeah.
Right. And over a period of time, I let him in, and he didn't make me sick. He sleeps on top of me. And I went to the vet to get all the shots, and they told me that all these years I've been probably treated for the dander, but that a lot of people are allergic to cat urine. And this guy would never get used to a litter box, so he goes outside. He goes to the door like the dog and asks to go out. And I thought people ought to know that, who've always wanted a cat, that, it could be the urine.
Well, maybe. Or maybe you never were allergic to cats, or maybe you simply grew out of it. I mean, it does happen. My wife has asthma, and all her early life, her mom told her that she was allergic to cats. And as soon as we got married, first night, in fact, we got a cat. And doggone, it hasn't bothered her a bit. And now we have a total of 4 that can help us. And she's not bothered at all. So I don't know.
Maybe they cure you. Maybe it's one of their magical powers.
They do seem mystical, don't they?
They absolutely do. I'm a cat convert.
The Egyptians certainly thought so.
Absolutely, I can see why.
And well, me too. Thank you very much for the call.
Thank you.
And take care. That is interesting. But that occurred with my wife as well. Cats are mystical creatures. There's no doubt about it. If you have cats, you know what I mean. If not, then you're probably going, ha, 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 yeah, right, mystical, sure. Well, they are. Their little personalities are extremely distinct and full of mystery. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh, thanks so much. Hey, this is Jim from Cupertino, a medical marijuana activist and grower.
Ah, yes.
And I just want to say real quick, everybody that may be watching this race decision in the Supreme Court, forget marijuana. Look at federalism. I'm with Clarence Thomas on this. Did you look at Clarence Thomas's, how he sided with the marijuana patients?
Yes.
I mean, people need to understand how important this is. For example, yourself, doesn't this sort of tell the FCC that they can just do whatever they want regardless of state laws? Or, I'm still trying to think of what other areas get affected by this. They basically said if Congress can make a law strong enough that it's enforceable, without the Supreme Court really reviewing it.
Yes. I'm sure that you were sort of crushed, were you not, by the, we haven't talked since California.
Well, the super quick summary is that most of the patients are following what our Attorney General said. He said that the laws aren't changing, the Supreme Court doesn't affect the state law. But it really does. I won't go into my long explanation here, but, for example, when I go into a planning department to try to open a dispensary, I used to be able to tell them that it's not totally against federal law because it's a pending case. Now we can't use that argument.
Right.
If I were to try to create a 501c3 nonprofit, which I was on track to, that's no longer a possibility related to distribution of marijuana to poor people. So, in the marijuana world, people aren't taking it seriously, but I'll finish up by saying the law may not change, but the ability of any officer to enforce federal law is there.
All right, I appreciate your call and your continued fight. I don't think that with the present administration you're going to see anything particularly favorable occur. It may take a further change in some of the federal judges that have been appointed. It may take a new administration. It may take a new attitude, but eventually, and I think within our lifetimes, the U.S. government is going to reverse or change its position about marijuana. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art. Thank you for taking my call.
Very welcome.
This is Brooke. I'm calling from Newport, Rhode Island.
And what was your name? I'm sorry, your name again? You're on a distorted cell phone.
Oh, I'm sorry. The name was Brooke, and I'm calling from Newport, Rhode Island.
Very
I'm
good.
the America's Cup
Okay. Oh, yes.
and the Newport War College and Naval Base, which incidentally is not closing. I had a comment and a question, and the comment was student, a really remarkable woman
Yes.
and person, and she would certainly be welcome in Newport, and I hope she can manage to visit us. And the question is regarding remarkable people. At one point in December, you had a psychic named Suleiman from Vancouver, British Columbia, and Ed Daines was on the program, and Ed Daines was extremely impressed with Suleiman, and so have I. And I was wondering, since you were talking about having psychics on your program that impressed you, if there was any way you can have Suleiman as a guest.
I don't remember him. I don't remember him being on with Ed Daines. No.
Well, he called in, and Ed Daines was on the show.
Oh, he was a caller.
Yeah,
Oh,
and Ed
okay,
Daines
that's
was
different.
on the show, and Ed Daines was very impressed with him, and I certainly was also.
I don't know. I suppose if he wants to contact me, I'd be willing to look at it. That's different. I'm sorry. I thought you were referring to a scheduled guest, and I didn't recall anybody by that name. Incidentally, Thursday, I received the video up on the website. My God, this is an incredible video of lights in Phoenix. This is not just a light in Phoenix. I don't know whether you've been to the coasttocoastam.com website yet, but oh my God. July 5th, or rather June 5th, July 5th isn't here yet, in Phoenix, Arizona, this incredible sight that is fully captured on video of an object then surrounded by smaller objects in a complete circle. It's just an astounding video. I mean, absolutely astounding. And I sent it, I think it was on Thursday. I knew I couldn't wait for the weekend. And so thankfully it's up there. But my God, this is an incredible video. And, I'm getting emails like, Art, can it be verified? Can the footage be verified? Peter Davenport, something. This would appear to be, it's far beyond the normal kind of fuzzy UFO photograph. These lights appear to take obviously coordinated, intelligent action. I don't think anybody can dispute that. How you verify the authenticity of something like this, I have no idea. But it seems to me it bears absolute further investigation. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello.
Yes. Connie. I am from Roy, Utah.
Connie, you're going to have to yell at me. You're not too...
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm from Roy, Utah.
Right.
Can you hear me now?
You bet.
And in the late 90s, and I think it was the time of year when we get fog around, and I was on my way to work. I was working early in the morning, like about 2 in the morning, I'd go to work. And my husband was up at the time, and he saw the same thing I did, only he didn't follow me to work. But
Which was?
well, on my way to work, I saw this thing that had, I couldn't see the actual object, all I could see was a blinking light that was flying low, hovering low above the trees. And it was probably maybe 10, 15 feet above the trees, and I followed it all the way to work, and on the way, it kind of hovered over the high school. Part of it was over the parking lot and part over the high school for about 3 to 5 minutes. I pulled over the side of the road and watched it. I also rolled my window down, hearing on your shows that normally there's no sound, which was the situation with me. There was no sound.
Right.
And then it was like a blink of an eye. It had moved from the high school over, which was, maybe a quarter of a block over the library. And it was stationed over there for 1 or 2 minutes. And then it kind of moved over to where my work was. And it wasn't over that very long. And then it moved over to where our airport is in Ogden, just north of Roy.
Okay, so after all of this, what is it you believe you saw?
A UFO.
Us or them?
Huh?
Us or them?
Them. Because the light, when it was blinked, it would, like, it appeared that it would blink off and on, and one direction, and then it appeared that it was going back the other way. So it was low enough that I could see these lights, but I couldn't see the object because of the fog. It was really a weird sensation.
I understand. Here's something I don't understand, and that is why UFOs have lights at all. Either a very secret experimental U.S. program or aliens who presumably would have technology so far beyond the need for lights that we would see that it's unimaginable to me, and yet, well, of course, there could be many of them up there without lights, and those would never be reported. But of those that are, they count now in the millions. Millions of people have seen the kind of thing this young lady just described. It cannot be nothing. It is something. And the totality of the numbers of them represent more than just secret U.S. aircraft. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Where are you, please? Hello?
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Hi, this is Tom. I'm calling from Phoenix.
Yes.
And the reason I called was I heard your program numerous times. I'm a first-time caller. But I'm a retired detective out of Kansas City.
Oh.
And speaking of Phoenix, they did have that light show that you talked about. It seemed to be a very credible guy that had that. It was on the news here in town.
Well, the whole thing is credible, but the lights themselves and what they did, good God.
Well, it was like a large round light in the center, and it showed like smaller lights were coming down, and they went around in a circle around the large light.
That's right.
And then they dissipated and went off one at a time from around the large light before the large light dissipated.
Yeah, I mean, this is so weird and so out there. I don't know what it is about Phoenix, sir, but anybody in Phoenix better keep their eyes pointed upward.
Well, as a retired detective, I have to look at everything before I believe anything. I didn't believe any of this, but when I lived in Kansas City years ago, I was kind of an antique car collector, memorabilia collector, and I bought an old organ, and the organ was a smaller size organ, probably about 4 feet wide and probably about 5 feet high. Real pretty old organ that had the porcelain knobs that would pull out and everything on it, and a red felt background with like a speaker type deal with that. It didn't really work that well, but just a gorgeous piece. So I put it in my house, not thinking anything about it, but we had a larger home back in Missouri. And at that time, my youngest daughter was just a baby. And like most husbands, at late at night, I'm watching the news or whatever on TV in the evening, and the baby was brand new back in the back bedroom, which is right across from our bedroom. And I felt like something had breathed on me. You just feel like a breeze on the back of your head.
Yes.
And I turned around, what the heck is that? Well, anyway, I heard a baby crying. Well, I'm thinking it's our baby, and I thought, well, my wife's being there so quick, she won't even let me get up. And the crying and crying went on, and finally I thought, well, the wife can't hear that baby, I can't believe it. So I got up, started walking down the hall, baby quit crying. I looked inside the room, the baby hadn't been crying. So I looked inside our bedroom, the wife was sitting there reading, and I said, why didn't you get up to take care of the baby? said, what about the baby? I said, well, the baby was crying. She said, I didn't hear the baby crying. I said, you're kidding. So we started talking about different things that we felt in the house and little things going on. And she talked about one time she was in the kitchen and she was peeling some potatoes and she felt like somebody was breathing on her. I said, that's the same thing I got in the living room. And I sit in the living room, we had like a second floor, a little balcony to look down at you, and I would feel like somebody was standing there at that balcony looking at me.
Bottom line, you think your house is haunted?
Well, I didn't think it was a house. We thought it was maybe that old organ. So the old organ, we saw there was an antique sale in Oklahoma, so we're going to get rid of that organ. We think that organ, maybe we brought something into the house.
Yes, well, when you advertised it, did you specify that it was haunted?
Well, nobody would buy it or anything. So what I did, I had an old bus. In fact, it used to be Dolly Parton's old bus.
Really?
And I had the hitch put on the back. Back in that part of the country, there's a muffler shop on every corner, kind of a mom and pop guy. And a friend of mine put a hitch on the back of that bus. We're going to drive it to Oklahoma. And he put a hitch on there that was like the Empire State Building.
Yeah, wait a minute, you're going to drive, hold it, you're going to drive the organ?
We're going to put the organ in the trailer
Yeah.
and haul it down to this auction in Oklahoma.
Uh-huh.
So I went mine. I had this hitch put on the back of the bus, which was done in C channel, just heavy duty C channel.
About 30 seconds, sir.
Okay, so anyway, we put that organ in the trailer, started in that trailer, started taking down Oklahoma. The trailer hit bends on the bus before it even leaves town. No way in the world could have bent, but it bent. Went back and got a truck that had dual tanks on it, put it in the trailer, took that truck, got as far as the border of Oklahoma, and the tanks wouldn't switch. I ran out of fuel. I had to fight like crazy all night long to get this organ to Oklahoma to sale.
The organ that didn't want to leave.
No, and then we got it to Oklahoma, and they had it lined up in there, and they had hundreds of items that sold for whatever they'd bring. And after the end of that auction, we kept watching people. They'd walk up and kind of look at it, wouldn't touch it, and walk away from it. And when the auction was over, everything sold in that sale, but that organ did not sell.
And
Nobody
so
even bid $1 on it.
our time is up, and so what happened? Did you have to take the organ home?
No, we drove off and left it. We couldn't believe that
You
nobody would
left
even
it
put $1 on that gorgeous old organ, but we had so many problems, weird things in our house.
Well, that's
It's unbelievable.
so have these things now stopped?
They did stop after we had that problem. We got rid of it and didn't bring it back to our house. We didn't have any more of those unusual problems in our house.
He was also one of the nation's first Air Force ROTC candidates to qualify and to complete the grueling 3-week U.S. Army Airborne Infantry Paratrooper training course. Dale is a director and volunteer pilot for Air Lifeline. That's a nonprofit national charitable medical transportation organization who fly needy persons free of charge to receive some sort of emergency medical treatment, something like that. He is also a member of the Writers Guild, of course, a life member of the Air Force Association and U.S. Naval Institute. Dale is a multi-engine and instrument-rated private pilot and can also often be found in the skies all across the U.S. piloting his own plane. He is also the author of, as I mentioned, 11 consecutive New York Times best-selling military action, aviation, adventure novels, which I think all really kind of came from Flight of the Old Dog, I guess, in a way. Dale Brown, welcome to the program. What an honor.
Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be here, Art. Thank you very much.
You just really crank them out, and I eat them up. I mean, it's just, and I guess you've got a gigantic readership out there who just sort of, and now you're in a position, you've got to be in a position, Dale, where all you've got to do is turn out a book, and it's like automatically going to be a bestseller.
I'm not sure if it's that automatic. I have to sell every book, and I go out there. I love doing book signings. I love doing appearances. I love doing radio, and it's a real privilege being on your show. But I have to sell every book as if it's the first book, and that's always been a real treat for me.
All right. Well, we have so much we can talk about. You indeed used to be in B-52s, and I was Air Force, but I was a medic, and I was in a hospital. And so I didn't experience what you have, B-52s, F-111s, but with regard to the B-52, it's a legendary aircraft. They fly now, right?
Yeah, they sure do. We have about 60 of them in the
the active inventory, they're all B-52Hs, but the youngest one was built in, it rolled off the assembly line in 1963.
Wow.
That's the newest one we have.
That's the newest one.
Yep, but the thing about the B-52, of course, is that for most of their life, up until about 1991, about the middle of 1991, they didn't fly very much. Their job was to pull alert, and that's what I did on them for 4 years. They sat for 10 months out of the year getting ready to fight World War III. So,
right.
So before they started flying them more regularly, like an Operation Desert Storm, they had very few hours on the airframe, so they were still almost new jets.
I see. I can't even imagine what it was like sitting in a B-52, and I guess, now, do you always know when it's a training exercise or not?
Well, for the training flights, yes, you definitely knew that those were training flights, but when you sat alert, especially in the B-52, now the XB-111 was a different mission and a different mindset with the XB-111s. They didn't really like to exercise those jets too much. They were only at the time when there were at a time when there was 300 B-52s in the inventory, there were only 40 XB-111s on alert. So they didn't really want to bend those airplanes. But when I pulled alert on the B-52s, when the horn went off, you never knew if that was the real thing or if that was just an exercise. And the perfect example of a defining moment in your life is when I actually copied my first and only actual combat message, pulling alert in the B-52, where when you run out to the airplanes, you know, the klaxon goes off, you run out to the airplanes. We had out there at Mather Air Force Base in Sacramento, at the time we had 12 B-52s sitting around the clock alert, 6 guys per airplane, plus the KC-135 tankers. We had 10 of those sitting alert also. All those air crews running out there, getting the airplane ready to taxi. When the klaxon goes off, your order is to start engines and copy the coded message and prepare for takeoff. That's the automatic response. But when you pull alert, of course, you get the intelligence briefings every day. You sort of know what the world situation is. You know what the political situation is. You know what the military situation is. But you still never know when the horn goes off if it's the real thing or not. So our job as the navigator and the radar navigator was to get inside the airplane, make sure the power was on, and then copy the coded message that was being broadcast by the command post. And the first few letters would tell you immediately if it was an exercise or the actual or an actual go-to-war message.
You were carrying nuclear weapons.
Yes, absolutely. We had both gravity weapons and missiles, plus a full load of fuel. We were half a million pounds gross weight getting ready for takeoff.
Oh my God. Dale, what's it like to be? I don't even know where to begin. Just to be carrying nuclear weapons alone has got to be a kind of a strange, unsettling situation to be in. I mean, you're going to try and get to a target. For example, all right, here's a good question. Let's say that the real thing happened. What were your calculated chances of making it to your target, dropping your weapons, and then getting out alive?
Our chances actually were very, very good. And
really?
The reason was that the B-52s would actually be part of the third wave that would go in. Of course, the intercontinental ballistic missiles were the first ones to go.
Right.
Both the land-launched ones and the sea-launched ones.
Right.
So we were actually the fourth wave. Each target that you would have would be already deconflicted with other explosions going off nearby. Your entire route, in fact, would be deconflicted. So the idea was that those those initial attacks, first of all, would take care of some of those, the land-based defenses. They would take care of things like the enemy airfields. So hopefully, defenses would pretty much be knocked down by the time the B-52s would arrive. And that was done on purpose, of course, because the B-52s at that time were much more accurate and much more reliable, and they were the only weapon systems that you could recall the weapons.
That's right.
If the Soviets survived the initial laydown from the missiles, and if they wanted to call it off at that point, they could send us a coded message, and we would respond to that, and we would immediately reverse course.
How much were you, as part of the B-52 crew, told about the reality of a nuclear conflict? If we had an all-out nuclear conflict with the Soviets, would there be much to call off? I mean, after we had fired our missiles and they had fired theirs, how much would be left? Did you guys really know?
The idea was that we knew exactly what our position in the whole strategic outlook was. We knew that the chances of us actually being called upon to actually drop a weapon in the Soviet Union or wherever our target was very, very slim. We knew precisely what our job was, and our job was to prove to the Soviet Union, prove to the People's Republic of China, and actually prove to the rest of the world that we were ready to do it, that the United States was committed with those expenditures of aircraft, air crews, weapons, fuel, and all the infrastructure necessary in order to have us sit 24-hour alert 365 days a year and get ready to do it. And it wasn't just us being on alert, but it was us exercising. They would monitor our exercises very precisely, and they would have a stopwatch on us also. And they would time us, how quick it took us to start engines, how quickly it took us to taxi to the runway and actually get ready to launch.
By the time from the time the klaxon went off until you could get safely into the air would be how long?
About 5 minutes.
5 minutes. A lot longer than it would take for an ICBM to blow your base to smithereens.
Right. On normal alert, everything was, all the aircraft were positioned based on the missile flight time at that point. And of course, we would have sub-chasers out there in the Pacific or the Atlantic pinpointing as closely as possible where the Soviet submarines were stationed. If they moved a certain distance based on the projected missile flight time, we were on normal alert. If they moved in closer, then they would step up our alert status. Sometimes they would restrict us to the alert facility. We couldn't go out into the base like normal. If they moved in even closer, they would reposition the planes as if we had already taxied onto the runway. And if they moved in even closer, we would actually sit alert inside the airplanes with our fingers on the battery power switch ready to start the engines. We could start all 8 engines almost simultaneously, so we could have the engines running in 2 minutes and be off the ground probably 60 seconds later. It all depended on that missile flight time.
Dale, hold on just 1 second. I lied a little. I got started with this interview so quickly I didn't do the normal break I would do at the beginning of this hour, so let me take care of that now. Here you go. Wonder how many of you have ever seen a B-52. Certainly in the movies or on television, but it doesn't do justice to the sheer size of those aircraft. They're unbelievable. I lived off base at Kadena Air Base on Okinawa when we were flying our B-52s, frankly, into Vietnam and beyond, actually. And they used to roar down the runway every few seconds at times, and things would rattle off the walls in my house. It was just an astounding aircraft. It is an astounding aircraft. Having your fingers on those switches ready to start 8 engines. And Dale, I guess all of you went through psychological profiles, didn't you?
Yeah, sure did.
I mean, I could see, for example, not having too hard a time dispatching a gravity bomb, for example, on top of an ICBM site. But dispatching one on top of a medium to large Russian city, that's a different story, kind of.
Well, I think for a young lieutenant and a young captain, as I was when I was flying the B-52 and the SB-111, it really wasn't any different. All the targets were pretty much the same, and you were very concerned about your mission. You're very concerned about your fellow crew members. As a lieutenant in the B-52, as a navigator, my job was to get the airplane where we're supposed to be on time.
Right.
And that was a flight plan. That was the navigation equipment. That was the radar scope, and that's pretty much my whole world. That was.
But it was to get a specific job done, though.
I never really thought about the job itself. I knew that my job was to get the aircraft to the initial point where the radar navigator took over from there, and he actually dropped the bombs. I never really thought about the actual targets. I knew exactly what the targets were and where they were positioned in relation to population centers and things like that, but I never really thought about how many thousands or how many even millions of people I would kill after releasing those weapons.
I don't know if there are things, even after all these years, that you cannot discuss, but do you recall anything about the bombs you carried, the megatonnage? Did you know?
I knew all about them. We pre-flighted them every day. We checked them over very carefully. We got briefings. We had to certify twice a year on what the weapons were, what their effects were, what all the safety features of the weapons were. We knew them upside down and backwards. Now it's not like Hollywood where we knew how to disarm them, how to fix them if they broke and things like that. But we knew all the procedures for how they were handled on the airplane. We had very specific procedures about keeping them out of enemy hands in case we had to crash land or ditch or things like that. So we knew quite a bit about the weapons. We knew about their megatonnage. We knew exactly what they could do and what they couldn't do.
Are you able to say how big they were?
The main gravity weapons were for the B-52. They were the B-81 bomb, which actually had we called it dial-a-boom. It could
dial-a-boom.
It was actually selectable anywhere from, I believe, 150 kilotons up to 1.1 megatons.
Oh my God!
For the SB-111, the basic weapon was the B-63, which could be carried externally on the aircraft and go supersonic, which was great for the SB-111. So, and the B-6, that weapon I believe was 300 kilotons.
300 kilotons.
Which is that's about 20 times larger than the weapon that destroyed Hiroshima.
And how many weapons were carried by it? It's a big aircraft.
Yeah, the B-52 had four of the large gravity weapons in the forward part of the bomb bay. Then it had a rotary launcher in the back part of the bomb bay that launched the short-range attack missile. We had 8 of those on the rotary launcher, and those had a range of anywhere from about 30 miles out to about 60 miles, and they were designed to destroy the surface-to-air missiles. As we were going coast in, we would launch those missiles first, and they would destroy the enemy air defenses, the enemy airfields close to the coast, so that would allow us to go in behind them.
Well, close counts with horseshoes, hand grenades, and atomic weapons, right?
Right, absolutely. The missiles were fairly accurate. They were after flying for that distance, they had an accuracy of probably a quarter of a mile or so. They were supersonic missiles. You couldn't really shoot them down. They had a selectable a flight path. Some of them would go completely ballistic for the really long-range ones. Some of them could go terrain following and stay very low. Almost impossible to shoot them down. The gravity weapons depended on the skill of the crew and the capabilities of the airplane, how much avionics and equipment you still had after making the 8+ hour flight across the ocean.
Yes.
If you were, at that time, of course, we didn't use GPS and things like that. We relied on radar. For gross navigation, we relied on celestial navigation. We had some inertial navigation stuff, but if you had everything working properly and you had a really good crew, dropping a weapon from low altitude, say 300, 400 feet above the ground, so you could probably get the weapon easily within 100 or 200 feet of the target. That's classic.
Yo, man, the whole movie is classic, and that was Slim on his way down. Of those two movies, Dr. Strangelove and Failsafe, which one, Dale, do you think might have been closer to reality?
I think a lot of people would be surprised, but I would say Dr. Strangelove.
Everybody would have said Failsafe, of course.
Yeah. Well, Failsafe looked and felt, of course, the most realistic, but it is really surprising to me how very close they got Dr. Strangelove. The whole thing with General Ripper kind of losing it and all that. That's not anywhere near reality. But the air crews, what the air crews were going through, and what they did on their way to the target, the decisions they made,
right?
All those procedures were amazingly accurate, and that's a really good look at what the air crews go through when they have to make a decision about whether or not they have a valid execution, whether or not they're going to go for which target if they don't have the capability of making it to one target. Are they going to go for the other targets? Exactly what they do.
Was there a point of no return, even with B-52s? In other words, was there a final, I don't care what you hear, you finished the mission?
Yes, absolutely. If you received, just like the movie, if you received a valid execution message, it was confirmed by the crew, and everybody agrees that it's a valid message, that was your order to go. And if you heard nothing else, or if you heard voices on the radio saying, don't do it, don't drop those weapons, I'm ordering you not to do it,
right,
you could continue on your mission until you received another valid message ordering you to turn around or to withhold your weapon.
So even the apparent voice of the President of the United States or whatever else, at some point, could be ignored, and you just go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. You had to, the message had to be in the proper format, in the right order, and then authenticated with the documents that you have on board the airplane. And if it was a voice, even if it was your wife's voice on the radio,
right,
saying, "Don't do it, the war is over,
right,
please believe me," you were obligated to continue on that mission. If folks remember the movie Crimson Tide, it was a submarine crew going through the same thing.
That's right.
That one for an ex-bomber guy faced with that decision all the time, that was that for me that would have been a very easy decision, and I think Denzel Washington's character was wrong. I mean, he didn't have the authority to say, okay, let's wait and see. Let's do something else. Let's stop what we're doing, stop the checklist, go up to the surface and try try to copy it on their message. They had a valid execution order. They were obligated to follow it, even though Denzel's character said, "Oh, it didn't make sense. We shouldn't be doing this."
Could have actually resulted in a court-martial.
Absolutely, and they would have been fully in their rights to do it, even if it was something happened in the world that they didn't really want to go to war. There's a very specific procedure to follow, and you were obligated to do it.
Well, Dale, even as much psychological profiling as I'm sure everybody went through, if you were on an actual mission, became aware you were in the air, past fail-safe points, if they really have such a thing. By the way, do they?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's all real, huh?
Yeah, they were called the positive control turnaround point. And if you launched, you had to follow the mission timing, which also came in a coded message. If a lot of those, the timing, most of the planes that launched would actually go into an orbit area, a fail-safe orbit, and then when the proper time came, you left the orbit, and there was a specific point on the globe that you actually crossed, where basically all the aircraft would cross to deconflict those aircraft from each other, because we had 300 B-52s sitting alert at that point.
Right.
And, plus all the other aircraft, they're aircraft from Europe, the FB-111s were faster than us. All those aircraft had to be deconflicted. There were spy planes up that had to make sure they weren't in the area when explosion went off. So everybody had to cross that point on Earth at a specific time, and that was the navigator's job, to get that airplane over that point.
Yeah, and you said as a navigator, you kind of wrapped yourself into just getting it where it was supposed to be without thinking about the larger mission, perhaps. But, there was, how many on a crew of a B-52 typically?
Yeah, back then there were 6 guys on a B-52. Now there are only 5. There's no more tail gunner anymore.
Okay. Well, out of 5 or 6 people, if it really came down to what is the end of the world, I think, do you agree that World War III, if carried out all the way, would be, for us, the end of the world? Would it be?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, a very contrarian view.
Yeah, I definitely believe that nuclear war is not only possible, but very probable, and it would not be the end of the world. In fact, I wrote a novel about it, Plan of Attack, which deals exactly with that question.
That's right.
A very limited nuclear attack. Somebody could order a nuclear attack and then promise the other side that was a response, that attack brings us to parity. Yes, it was bolt out of the blue. Yes, it was unprovoked, all this and that. But now we're equal, and I promise I'm going to stop. And if you're smart, you won't retaliate. And I truly believe that in the case of the United States, we would not retaliate.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. We should discuss that book a little bit. I thought it was an awesome book, by the way.
Thank you.
So the general contention of the book was that we're hit. We get hit, and hit pretty hard. And as you point out, then the promise is, well, we won't go any further if you don't, but if you do, then it's full nuclear war. Actually, my initial question to you is, if we had an all-out World War III, and by all-out I mean we've used it all, the ICBMs, the sub-launch stuff, and then finally the B-52s or whatever else we've got in the air these days, we dropped everything we had, and they dropped everything they had. Would that be the end of the world?
No, I still don't think it would be. I think the areas of devastation would be very isolated. They would be very really restricted, really, to the northern hemisphere. I think the amount of damage, especially in Russia, the targets are so concentrated in one specific area. If you're talking about the population areas, and then going after ICBM sites, they're very scattered across a very large continent. So I really don't think, even if it was all-out nuclear war, it would. Now there would be a lot of devastation for many years or even many decades after that, but I don't believe it would be the end of the world.
And you wouldn't have a scenario where the radiation poisoning would virtually, you'll remember this movie, wipe out North America and then circulate to the southern hemisphere, eventually, ultimately killing everybody. You don't believe that at all?
No.
And military, so this kind of thing, were you instructed on this kind of thing about what would happen? And do you think that they might have sort of, I don't know, given you the optimistic side of it, making your mission perhaps easier than it otherwise would be?
Well, we were very used to getting the optimistic view of the entire mission.
Huh.
When you look at your mission, and even you were relying on a lot of things to happen. You're relying on that initial nuclear laydown, but I mean, in order to keep the aircraft safe from enemy defenses, but that meant that you were flying through dozens and perhaps hundreds of nuclear explosions, and you're relying on the ability on the planners to keep you away from the explosions far enough where you wouldn't fly through a mushroom cloud.
Right.
But still, you knew you were going to do it. You knew there was going to be fallout all around you. There would be the electromagnetic pulse shutting down communications, disrupting radar. I mean, by the time you actually made it over to your target, exactly how much of your airplane would still be working.
Did they understand then, and you were in the B-52s in what years, Dale?
This was, I started in 1978 and finished up in 1984.
So I suppose by then they did understand what the effects of EMP would be?
Oh, very much so.
And
they assured us that even the B-52s back in the late 70s were hardened enough that we could survive most of it. Now, we practiced on a continual basis about releasing weapons no matter what kind of equipment you had. And so we could release weapons just based on airspeed and time. And, I mean, with nothing else except for a whiskey compass, we had the capability of getting weapons off the B-52 with no hydraulic power, no pneumatic power, no electrical power. We could pull a handle on the ceiling and we can open up the bomb doors and drop the bombs out. And we were trained to do it based on time and heading, just dead reckoning.
And ride one down like Slim if you had to, I suppose. Probably not, but...
They were back there. You could kind of squeeze through the hatch and you can
really
go back there and jump on one.
Oh, my God.
But I mean, parts of that movie were crazy, but actually most of the movie was really dead on. And fail-safe, of course, felt more tense and more accurate and everything. But boy, Dr. Strangelove was hauntingly, really chillingly accurate.
Dale, if I ask something that you can't answer, then just say so.
Oh, absolutely.
How big are nuclear bombs?
So nowadays, they're anywhere from 1 kiloton or even a half a kiloton. I understand where.
Well, not so much in megatonnage. I meant actual physical size.
Oh, physical size.
For example, the gravity bombs that you guys carried on B-52s, how big were those?
They were, I would say they were about 15 feet long, about 2 feet in diameter. This was the big ones, to the B-81s. We're about 18 inches to 2 feet in diameter, 15, 16 feet long, probably weighed about 2,500 pounds. On a rotary launcher, you could carry 8 of them.
Wow.
On the B-52s, we carried 4 of them in a clip-in rack in the forward part of the bomb bay. Most of the weapon was actually parachute. When you dropped them out of the B-52, they had a humongous parachute. They would drop out, and these things would land with the parachute behind them, and they would land fairly softly, and then they would sit on the ground for anywhere from 60 seconds to probably a minute and a half, and basically just tick, and that would allow the aircraft time to get away before going off.
Oh, that's right. You don't want to be above the bomb you just dropped.
Yeah. If they landed just just without the parachute, they would probably just break apart. They were designed to land softly. Some of the short range attack missile, which isn't in service anymore, but that had a contact fuse on it, where once it hit the ground or once it descended through a certain altitude, it would go off in the air. Then it had a backup fuse where once it hit something, it would actually go off.
Dale, how far away from the bomb that you just dropped does a B-52 have to get to be safe?
We would get about 10 miles or so away, and we were if you were tail on to the explosion, we were assured, and again that's one of those leaps of faith where they told us we could survive the blast effects and all the effects of a nuclear weapon. Of course, we're still low, on a very low altitude, so you rely on the ground cover. These were ground explosions, so hopefully a lot of the terrain would sort of soak up the blast and things like that. But again, it was a leap of faith. You hoped you were far enough away. Of course, once you got rid of the weapon, the throttles went to maximum. You were at military power, or even went supersonic in the case of the FB-111. You wanted to get as far away from that as possible, and you didn't want to turn perpendicular to the blast. You didn't want to have the sides of the airplane exposed to the blast. You wanted your tail to be exposed to it.
The concern, the EMP, or the actual still buffeting from the explosion?
The actual force of the explosion itself, the blast of heat. You wanted as little of the cross section of the airplane exposed to that blast. So you didn't want to turn sideways to it. You didn't want to face it. So the crew had their eye protection on. The pilots would close off the lead curtains in the airplane. If they had to leave them open for navigation purposes, they had these really cool electronic goggles that would instantaneously darken if there was a flash of light outside. So called PLZT goggles, and I can't remember what that stood for, but they were very cool Darth Vader looking glasses they wore in their helmets. And if they were required to have the curtains open, now that wouldn't protect you against the heat, but it would protect you against the light. So the rest of the crew either just put down their regular goggles, or else we also had lead eye patches that we would wear. And this is another one of those things that you live with as a strategic bomber crew member. I mean, you put these eye patches on. When you copied the message and said actual, as I did once, you had to get all the gear out of the box, just like Dr. Strangelove. You get the stuff out of the box, and one of the things you get out is the eye patch, and you put this thing on, and of course the engines are running and kind of confusion in the plane. But the idea behind the eye patch is that you put it over one eye, and if the curtains are open for some reason, usually a bad reason, and there's a flash of light outside, the exposed eye is going to be wiped out, maybe even destroyed.
So you've got one good eye left.
So the idea is that you're supposed to calmly and coolly and collectively take the eye patch from the good eye and put it over the bad eye, and then use the other eye to continue the mission. And theoretically, we brief this stuff and we practice it in the simulator, but the first time you have to put that eye patch on after copying an actual message, that was the defining moment in my life, sitting there in a B-52 with that eye patch on and realizing that you are about to very possibly fight World War III.
Do you remember how you felt?
You feel very hard to describe. You realize that your life is on the line now, and you have a mission to do, and you don't know what else is going on in the world that prompted that actual message, but you know that bad things are happening out there, and now it's time to go to work.
All right.
Boys
we've got 3 engines out, we got 4 holes in us and a horse trader's mule. The radio is gone and we're leaking fuel. If we was flying any lower, why we need sleigh bells on this thing. But we've got one little budge on them roosties. This height, why they might harpoon us, but they dang sure ain't gonna spot us on no radar screen.
You remember that, Dale?
I sure do.
Yeah.
It's classic. Yeah, that was exactly our job. Fly as low as possible. The first bomb I ever dropped from a B-52 was from 80 feet above the ground.
Oh my God. I can't even imagine.
The red flag ranges.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what the ground looks like going by at about what speed?
Well, so the B-52s relatively slow, about 6 miles a minute.
Still
The
fast.
SB-111s, we got them up to 10 miles a minute.
10 miles a minute. That's the ground going by real fast at 80 feet.
Yeah, you don't even notice. Of course, in the B-52s, we're down there, what we call the wine cellar, which was downstairs, no windows or anything. Everything was all the radar scope, and the SB-111, it's different because we had windows, and and the navigator, the bombardier, had a stick and throttles, and we were the co-pilots also, and but when you're going that low and that fast, everything is kind of a blur. Things sort of tunnel vision on you, and you don't really notice things off to the side. You can only really see things directly in front, and of course you're focused on the radar scope and the instruments and a little checklist book strapped to your leg.
Was Strangelove realistic in the sense that as you approached a country's airspace or a target within that country, that they'd start throwing nuclear missiles at you? I'm sure they would, right?
At the time, yes, the Soviet Union had, and I think still does, have some nuclear-tipped surface-to-air missiles. The SA-2 and the SA-3, I know, had a capability for it. So we were prepared for that, and that was what the short-range attack missile was designed to counter. Was it had a range slightly longer than the SA-2 missile, so we were supposed to knock them out before they could get a shot off at us.
All right, let's go back for a second to the book that postulates an attack on the U.S. Now, it's highly likely, I suppose, in this day and age, that one day one of our cities is going to virtually vaporize. It's just going to happen, whether it's carried in on somebody's backpack or comes in on a container ship and explodes in a harbor. I don't know. Everybody sort of knows that it could happen.
Yes.
Is it your position that even if we understood who attacked us, that we would respond in the manner you've suggested and end it, that we would not, the U.S. any U.S. president almost, I don't care, either party, wouldn't be forced to retaliate in kind?
No, absolutely not. I believe,
Really?
Yeah, I believe American presidents, American politicians would not react to an attack. I think our mindset, even back then, even back in the late 70s and early 80s, really was to ride it out. We believed, as Americans, that we could ride it out, that no matter what they threw at us, the preservation of the government, the way the military bases were set up, how fast the B-52s could get off the ground, whatever they did to us, we could survive that first strike, and we still had enough weapons, we still had enough subs, we still had enough planes in the air that we could still strike at them. And the logic that we developed at that time was why would you attack us if you know we've got 16 nuclear submarines, each one with anywhere from 12 to 20 missiles on board, and each one of those missiles having anywhere from 3 to 10 warheads on it. Why in the world would you risk it?
Okay, well, that makes sense when you're facing another national adversary, of course. But in today's world, I suppose we know where the atomic weapon was made after it went off. They all have some sort of signature or something that I...
Oh, not at all.
No?
No, not at all. You could, we know the signatures of a lot of different weapons. The so-called backpack nuclear bomb, it's not really a backpack size. It's very small. I would say it's a car trunk size, maybe not a backpack.
A car trunk size. So these really exist. I mean, there's been a lot of controversy about whether they even really exist. You're saying, oh, yes, they do?
Oh, absolutely. You know, definitely not a backpack size of anything that could destroy anything to any consequence. But there were thousands of nuclear artillery shells on all sides, the Chinese, the Soviets, and the Americans that existed out there in the battlefield. And there's absolutely no way we can categorize or we can catalog or anywhere track those weapons. But we knew their signature. We knew how big the explosions were of the weapons that the Soviets had, that the Chinese had, that the Americans had. So we can pretty much guess from the size of the explosion, from the chemical makeup of the residue left behind, exactly who might have had it. Now, as far as who actually employed the weapon, you know, that's another question. A Russian nuclear artillery shell could have landed in anybody's hands, so we wouldn't be sure exactly who did it, and in that case, there's no target to strike at.
Are the safety features on, say, a Russian artillery shell as impressive as they are on the big gravity bombs or the ICBMs or what have you?
I think in the case of an artillery shell, they're even more so.
Really?
Because they were handled by guys out in the field. They had to be trucked in by trucks, you know, usually cross country. If they're on if they're the size of an ICBM warhead, they had much different handling. But the guys out in the field, they had to. So they had to handle them by hand, and they had to truck them by truck. And so I think the safety devices had to be more sophisticated for the artillery shells. So you definitely didn't want one of these things arming themselves before they flew a decent distance away. So I think the safety devices had to be more sophisticated for the artillery shells than they did for like an ICBM.
So then you think if we're attacked by a terrorist and we lose an American city, even if we can identify the source of the bomb, we would not retaliate in kind?
Right, absolutely, because we wouldn't have anybody to retaliate against. Now in the case of a different kind of attack, say North Korea launches a missile against Alaska or against Okinawa, that's a different topic. And I think we've got just about every possible target against a country like North Korea mapped out where we could retaliate, and the objective would not be just to punish North Korea, but to deny them the capability of striking out against any other targets, against Japan, against South Korea itself, against the South Korean capital, against military bases in that entire region.
But the Koreans, of course, would understand that, and so wouldn't they be likely to use what assets they had all at once simultaneously?
Absolutely. They would attack on many different fronts. If they decided to use a nuclear weapon aboard an ICBM, they would employ every one they had, and at the same time they would use all the other assets. They would use aircraft, artillery, special operations forces sneaking in through tunnels, bring in ships and things like that. It would be a multifaceted attack, and they would go after every possible target, every American military base in South Korea, every military base in Japan,
yes,
even as far away as Alaska, and they would just do it. Plus other targets. I believe they would go against other targets in order to create confusion. They would attack targets inside China. They would attack targets inside Russia for two, and not just for confusion factors, but also to deny those bases to American forces, because the North Koreans know if they initiate a first strike attack like that, then Russia, China, all those countries in that region will turn against them, and they would very likely invite American troops onto Russian soil or onto Chinese soil in order to retaliate against the North. So they would want to deny those bases to the Americans. And so I believe North Korea, if they were going to initiate a large-scale war, would not only go against the United States, South Korea, Japan, and other countries, but they would also go against China, Russia, and other so-called friendly communist countries.
I read a lot of the North Korean propaganda, and it's really scary. I mean, the things they say, it's just unbelievable how they do nothing but rattle sabers, talk about nuclear warfare. Dale, in your opinion, are they crazy enough to do it?
I really don't believe it. I believe there are a lot of back channel sources open to them. If the confidence of their of friendlier countries like China and Russia ever started to turn, I think you would see more serious developments. But I really don't believe that. First of all, I don't believe they're crazy at all. I don't.
Such an attack, though. Such an attack would be viewed by many as crazy. I mean, we would obliterate North Korea. Or do you think we would not? I mean, if they attack Japan, with whom we have a treaty, Okinawa, where we have a ton of assets, not to mention Alaska, in that case, there would be no choice, would there?
No, absolutely not. We would go after them with, I think we have, with every asset we have, I believe a lot of the ICBMs, sea-launched ballistic missiles, formerly targeted towards Russia, are now targeted against targets in North Korea.
Oh.
We would immediately retaliate against them without question.
I've heard we're moving a number of assets out to, is it Midway or one of those islands?
We have on Guam. We actually have the B-2 bombers on alert right now in Guam.
In fact, I think the North Koreans screamed bloody murder about the B-2s going out there.
We have supposedly they're only loaded with conventional weapons, but the
do you believe
B-2,
that?
I think we have nuclear weapons very, very close at hand, where if the situation started to get bad, we could drop the conventional weapons and load them up with nukes very easily.
Mm-hmm. So that's the reason I said crazy. I mean, we would hit them really, really hard. We'd virtually, I guess, eliminate their country. So crazy from that perspective.
I think if they were going to initiate some sort of an attack, that one of the first things that they would do is disperse their government. So even if we did attack, that enough of their government would survive, that even the president or a good part of the military, a good part of the government would still survive, and they would rise up out of their shelters and say, "See, I told you, they were after us all the time. They're all warmongers, and something's got to be done about the United States."
Is Korea the greatest danger, or what about China these days, Dale?
China is going to be a developing problem. I don't believe they're a big strategic military obstacle to us right now, but they're developing into the back into superpower status that will affect us in the next generation. Right now, I don't think they're there. They don't have much of a very strategic military. They don't have a blue water navy. Mm-hmm. They have a very limited ICBM fleet. Their military technology is growing, but it's not up to par with the European allies. It's nowhere close to the United States' capabilities. So, but they're developing it. They're increasing their capabilities all the time. And I think in the next 15, 20 years, it'll be a much bigger factor.
Okay. Back to North Korea for a second. What do we know, Dale, about what they actually possess? How much do you know?
We have very limited concrete information about what they have. What we do know about North Korea is that they have an extremely large and very sophisticated military society. Everything revolves around the military. Everything revolves around defense. So their entire national mindset has to do with defense and reunification.
Yes, of that I'm aware of it. No, when I said what they have, I meant nuclear capability.
Oh, I think that we have very educated guesses about what they might have. I believe their nuclear capability is very limited. They may have a handful of weapons that they could possibly detonate, but maybe not ride on a missile or put on an aircraft. I believe that they've reverse engineered a lot of weapons, possibly from China or from Russia, but I don't think they have the sophistication that they could load them up on a plane or load them up on a missile and expect it to work.
So you think they're going to mainly use these as bargaining chips, whether it be
Propaganda tools, bargaining chips, and unfortunately, I think the United States and the world is responding to that. You know, I think we're getting sucked in by their rhetoric. You know, we're actually giving them a lot more credence as far as their nuclear weapons program than I think they deserve.
Well, what do you think about the possibility of an Islamic bomb? And by that I mean, I don't know, for example, something getting out of hand in Pakistan and the wrong people getting their hands on a bomb. And maybe even a means of delivery, like a submarine, for example.
That, I think, is a much more serious problem far more serious than North Korea.
Really?
Absolutely. I wrote books 10 years ago, based on research that I did, that the Iranians had actually purchased nuclear weapons, nuclear gravity bombs from Russia. A lot of technology was flowing between Russia and Iran, and I believe Iran today has a handful of actual, not just diagrams and designs, not reverse engineered weapons, but actual nuclear torpedoes and nuclear gravity bombs.
Along with the codes?
With the ability to have a full nuclear yield out of them.
Oh my God! When do you think that exchange occurred?
I believe it was shortly after the breakup of the Soviet Union, and I think there's always been a close relationship between Iran and Russia. They did, and I believe it's still active. They have a mutual defense treaty, which isn't really talked about that much. But a lot of weapons were flowing back and forth when nobody else really was dealing with Iran after the embassy takeover, after the U.S. embassy takeover.
Yes.
When the embargo was set up, the only people really dealing with Iran was the Soviet Union / Russia, and I believe they got a lot of weapons technology, including nuclear weapon technology. Now those weapons, I don't know what sort of state they would be in, whether or not they're actually deliverable, or if they were just meant to be reverse engineered. But
you believe they have them?
Absolutely.
All right, hold it right there. I suppose somebody could sort of fake their way through the psych tests, based on the inner knowledge that, this is never really going to happen. So I don't know if that could happen. But Dale, did you ever have moments whether you wondered if one of your other crew members, when it really came down to it, couldn't do it?
That incident where I actually copied the actual message, and the message directed us to taxi to the hold line and await the order to launch.
Yes.
So we actually did the Dr. Strangelove thing. We opened up the safe and passed out the classified documents, the mission routing, the flight plans, the PLZT electronic goggles, the eye patches, and all that. We had several guys in the unit that really didn't handle it too well, and they were out of the Air Force shortly thereafter. that actually came as a great surprise to me. I thought that all the guys around me were fairly, and it wasn't a great number of guys. We really didn't talk about it that much, and even when some of these guys left, we didn't really talk about that. I think it sort of stunned everybody when, but people actually were surprised to find out that some guys couldn't handle the stress and strain of the thought of actually going on a nuclear war.
Yeah, well, yeah, I do understand that. So you're telling me that did produce some people that had to leave the Air Force?
Yes, very definitely.
And I'm sure some revisions in the psychological profiling.
The whole psychological test thing, you didn't really know that you were going through a psychological test. I think it was a combination of the regular flight surgeons, and I think people in the squadron, and one or two experts here and there that would observe your work. It wasn't really that you sat down with a psychiatrist and he asked you certain questions about warfare or about killing and things like that.
No kidding. I would have thought they would have required that almost.
I don't recall ever talking to a psychologist or actually taking anything. The personnel reliability program is what it was called, and it's a mixture of a whole different series of things. But as far as I can remember, it never really included sitting down with a psychiatrist or a psychologist and talking about, can you do this? Can you kill somebody? Could you stand the thought of killing hundreds of thousands of people in one shot?
Exactly.
It was really it was done in the context of looking at your job performance, looking at you as a person, looking at you as a family member, looking at your background, at your family and your upbringing and things like that, and sort of combining all this into some, I don't know if it was a computer program or just some guy reviewing all this stuff, and then making an educated guess about what kind of person you were.
Off the wall question, along with the goggles and all the other things they gave you, did they or did they not give out suicide pills?
No, I never had an idea what a suicide pill was. I think the whole mission was a suicide pill.
Yes.
If you actually, I never did when I was a crew member. I think about it all the time now, but I still write about it as if I was still experiencing it. And when I was a young lieutenant and a young captain, I believed firmly that it was possible to do the mission. No matter what was going on around you, you had enough experience and enough smarts and enough support from your crew members that you could actually do it, no matter what was happening, no matter what you lost, no matter who was alive or dead on the airplane, you could still get the weapons off and you could still survive it.
Dale, I was Air Force, as I mentioned, so I know in the military, there's just one thing, there's following orders. And in your novels, it's like you specialize in generals and characters in your books that, I don't know, have more of an attitude of forgiveness is so much easier to ask for than permission. Don't you?
My novels really don't have that much to do with the real world. I try to create a good story, and I don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
I see.
It's I want to create conflict, and I want to create a sense of confusion in the books, and I want the reader to always be knocked back on their heels and guessing what's going to happen on the next page. And I try very hard, and sometimes I succeed, sometimes I don't, but I don't want to create cookie-cutter characters that are predictable.
And there's always a danger of that, isn't there?
Absolutely.
Sure.
People have a certain expectation about what a general does and says, what an admiral does and says, and I don't want to fall into the trap of writing what the reader would expect. I want something different. I want irreverent characters. I want good guys that act like bad guys, and I want bad guys that end up being sympathetic. I always want to keep the reader on his toes and always guessing and always turning the pages. So
Your main generals are always on the edge of a court-martial, or worse.
my heroes,
Yes.
my heroes turn out to be bad guys. I get letters from readers all the time asking if Patrick McClanahan was in today's Air Force, not only would he be out of the Air Force, he'd be in prison. And that's what I want. I want people to react to the characters, and I don't want them to be predictable. I want the readers to be shocked every time.
Oh, well, you sure manage it. I mean, it's like if I'm anywhere near, and I'm always near every other day when they restock books down at the store, I'm there that day to look over the books. And if I see Dale Brown, that's like automatic. I just pick it up no matter what else. I can just look at your name and Dale Brown.
That means a lot to me, Art. I don't want this to turn into a mutual love society here, but I've listened to you for so long, and I'm just riveted to your show, and there are certain times that when I listen to your show, it's the worst possible time because you don't want to be in a dark room, you don't want to be by yourself, you don't want to be out someplace and then listen to your show because you're scared to death the rest of the night.
Hey Dale, you're like where are you? You're
I'm up in Lake Tahoe.
Lake Tahoe. You were close by the area code. You write a lot. I'm in Pahrump, and I'm not far from Area 51. And you write a great deal about Dreamland, huh?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. How much do you know about the real Dreamland?
What I know about Dreamland is I've seen more and more detailed satellite photos of it.
Yes.
And talked to some people who have worked out there. Talk to some people from Nellis who go out there on a regular basis.
Yes.
What I'm starting to realize is that Dreamland is nothing more than a little Air Force base.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a place that is constantly changing. They've expanded the base. They've taken down the base. They add things onto it. But in all respects, the people I've talked to and the things I've seen, it is nothing more than a small version of Edwards Air Force Base. It's another base that's on the edge of a dry lake bed, where the military pretty much gets to do whatever they want, and they get to build bases, and they get to abandon them, and they get to move equipment out there, and they get to leave it and build something else. But also it's a regular Air Force base. I know they have a theater. I know they have softball fields. I know they have a running track, and so I think that you could take any military person, you could stick them on you could blindfold him and fly him out there and take the blindfold off, and he wouldn't know. You would think that he's at Edwards or he's at Nellis or he's at Cannon Air Force Base.
Is that the way they fly people out there, Dale?
They pretty much do. They load them up in a little 727 and fly them out there. And they stay out there for anywhere from 1 to 4 days, and then they fly them back. And
well, listen, Dale, I swear to God that what I'm going to tell you is true. On my way home one night from Las Vegas to here, not far from home, dead quiet summer night, much like the one we have out there right now, a little warmer, almost full moon, and a silent floating triangle came above my wife and myself. We got out of the car, stood and watched it float, not fly. I know what aerodynamic flight is, guarantee it wasn't that. No engines, no sound, could hear crickets a quarter of a mile away as this thing came over. Felt like I could have thrown a rock at it. It was gigantic, Dale. Now, that was either, and it was headed, by the way, out across the valley toward Area 51, the mountains in Area 51. So it was either something we have that is so damn far advanced that we've learned to control gravity, or I don't think I believe that it was hot air, although I've heard rumors about craft of that sort. But I'm telling you, brother, this flew over my head. It was them or it was us. either way, it's a gigantic story. Anything on these triangles? You know anything about them?
No, I do know about airships, very high altitude airships that are, they're in development. I'm talking about an airship that can fly at 100,000 feet and stay aloft for months at a time. I know we're developing things like that. I've done extensive research into not necessarily floating aircraft, but hypersonic aircraft and the Aurora space plane and things like that. I do believe that aircraft like Aurora, the next generation of strategic bombers, exist. And I believe that's one reason why at one time we were going to build 120 stealth bombers, and the buy went down to 20.
So then these people in Southern California who swear that they hear these thundering roars and bangs, which they have assumed to be the Aurora coming in from the Pacific toward Dreamland.
Mm-hmm.
You think that has substance?
Absolutely. I believe Aurora has been flying since the first Persian Gulf War, and I believe it does exist. I believe there's as many as 3 aircraft that can routinely fly at Mach 5 to Mach 8.
Wow.
And do it on a regular basis, and they have a full complement of reconnaissance, photo equipment, side-looking radar, things like that we use on a regular basis.
Is America's most secret aircraft research going on at Dreamland?
No, Dreamland was never designed for the actual research. It was designed to once they actually developed an aircraft that could fly or that could actually launch a weapon.
Yes.
That device goes out to Dreamland, and they actually put it in the hands of some military crew members.
And
that's what
test
Dreamland
flight.
is for.
And that's where they test fly.
Yes. Yeah. It's not exactly test flight. It's some regime between the drawing or between the actual research and just before it goes into production. It's sort of a proof of concept type of activity.
I see. There have been rumors, nothing more really, well, maybe more, of things out at Dreamland that might even be extraterrestrial in origin, that attempts at back engineering and even flight have been attempted out there. Certainly weird things have been observed in that area over the years. Flying, very weird things.
See, I've worked around that whole area for years. I've flown out of Red Flag, had short assignments to Nellis.
Yes.
I never even really heard the term Area 51 until relatively recently. We never used the term Area 51 before. It was, and it has a restricted area number, and it has a name on it that we were careful not to overfly the area unless you had permission to do so. But we never called it Area 51, and I never really knew where all the rumors about aliens and I never heard any of that stuff. And I've been to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and I've never heard anything about the hangars that have the aliens in it until relatively recently. And in my Air Force experience.
Until relatively recently, what have you heard relatively recently? In the press or?
No, I mean just the things that have come out in motion pictures and the press about so-called Area 51, and I really don't know. I mean, I know all the areas at Groom Lake and the different research centers and the various areas like the bomb disposal areas and things like that, but I'm not exactly sure where Area 51 is. I know where Groom Lake is. I'm very familiar with the airfields, but I don't exactly know where Area 51, unless you're talking about the same place.
You've written so many great novels now, and so many people who try to write novels, of course, don't. They fail. Where is it they fail, and how do you think you succeeded?
It's writing a novel it's a very personal thing. If you're going to do it right, you have to put a lot of yourself into the book, and it doesn't mean you have to have personal experiences like I did. My first novel was a fantasy autobiography. I mean, you know, the Patrick McClanahan in Flight of the Old Dog was the bombardier I always wanted to be.
Yes.
And I put him in the book. And you have to be able to do that. And I think people who want to write a novel are very reluctant to put part of themselves in the book because that exposes you. That lets everybody know who you are and what you think and what you want to be.
Yeah, sure.
And that's a very difficult thing to do. And I think the other difficult thing is to get rejected. I sent out easily 100 query letters to agents and to publishers, you know, before I actually had an agent, you know, agree to read Flight of the Old Dog.
Oh, I'm sure many of them, if they save them, drag them out every now and then and cry on them.
Oh, I have my scrapbook with every rejection letter that I ever received for Flight of the Old Dog, and those are just the ones that came back. Maybe 25% of them actually come back. But I think most people give up too easily. They get 2 or 3 rejection letters, and they're pretty much the same. They're very boilerplate, they're very impersonal, and very seldom do you actually get a personal response. And I think you get these rejections, and you know, you get a few of them, and you say, well, you know, that's that. You know, I must be writing really bad stuff. So they give up too easy. And I've seen some really excellent writers out there who have just given up. They either can't stand to have somebody else reading their stuff, or they can't stand to have anybody reject it.
Flight of the Old Dog was rejected.
At least 100 times.
Oh my God, that's incredible. All those people to have regrets.
I mean, some great editors too. Ben Bova of Nova magazine rejected Flight of the Old Dog, and he actually sent a very nice letter, but he rejected it. And a lot of great, I mean, all the big publishing houses. It was finally published by a relatively small publishing house, Donald I. Fine, who was a guy who started Arbor House, and he worked for William Randolph Hearst and founded Delacorte Publishing. He was the guy who actually took a chance on me.
Dale, for the most part, writes about men, sort of rebellious men, heroes, bad guys in aircraft. But, you know, it may not be this war, it may not be the next war, but at some point we're going to fight a war mostly with robots, aren't we?
Absolutely. I think that's going to be the next wave of technology, along with space weapons and with more information technology, more intelligence technology. I believe the area on the battlefield, over the battlefield, will be done by unmanned aircraft.
Do we have unmanned drones or robots, if you will, that we can now launch from platforms like a B-52 or whatever, and then have them dispatched, do a job, a bombing or strafing or whatever, and then return to the craft that launched it?
No, we don't have any that can return back to the aircraft. We have many different kinds of unmanned, basically cruise missiles that can be launched from an aircraft and that can go out and find their own targets. But they can't really return back to the aircraft. A lot of these cruise missiles have multiple bomb bays, so they can attack several different targets, and then the last target, they'll actually suicide themselves into the last target.
You've written quite a bit about that sort of thing, and that sort of thing being developed and added to, for example, B-52s. So you really stuck with the B-52 in your writings for a long time, didn't you?
Sure did. So the B-52 is one of the most remarkable weapon systems out there, because it does have the capability of carrying so many weapons and so much fuel that it really is a global weapons platform. It can go anywhere on the planet within 24 hours. given enough aerial refueling tanker support, it can go around the world in 24 hours. It can hit any target on the planet within 12 hours of launching.
Do you think, Dale, that they should have built the B-52 that you imagined in your book with all these advanced systems? In other words, is it such a unique platform that they actually should have done that?
Well, I think some of the other aircraft that they built after the B-52 had more of a place in the world that was developing in the 70s and 80s. The B-52 really wasn't survivable, still isn't survivable as a primary weapons platform. It did okay during the Cold War, but especially when I flew them, we really relied on that initial nuclear laydown to have any chance whatsoever. We did have a few missions where the B-52 was designed to go into the target alone, just like I described in Flight of the Old Dog. But for the most part, the B-52 was not really survivable in that mode. The aircraft like the B-1 bomber, because of its speed and low level of flight capability, and then the B-2 bomber with its stealth capability, those were the aircraft made for the threats developing in the 80s and 90s, not the B-52.
Are we going to end up with a situation where we have a bunch of hot dogs sitting in chairs with joysticks in front of monitors fighting a war thousands of miles away?
We have it right now. That's been flying since Afghanistan. We actually started it first in Bosnia, but easily since 2002, we've been doing exactly that. We've had the Predator B, and now pretty soon the Predator C will actually have that capability. They'll launch from Saudi Arabia or they'll launch from Bahrain, but the aircraft will actually be flown by guys sitting over at Beale Air Force Base with two guys sitting side by side, linked by satellite to this little aircraft, and it's going to have two Hellfire missiles on board, and they're going to be responding to intelligence information that a bad guy is traveling this area, or that terrorists have set up a training camp, and they're going to fly one of these little aircraft from Marysville, California, all the way by satellite, and control this thing, either flown by the Air Force or by the CIA, and they'll be able to launch Hellfire missiles using sensors on board the aircraft. Just amazing technology.
Do you see anything morally difficult with that kind of remote killing?
None whatsoever. I think that's what the United States needs to do to win. It has used every bit of our technology to win any conflict that we get ourselves involved with. What I really got sick about with Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Iraqi Freedom is to watch the graybeards in the military take control of young airmen, young soldiers, young Marines, and have them fighting a war that these guys fought 40 years ago and 30 years ago. When I see pictures on TV of an entire company of Marines getting bogged down by three insurgents in a building a half a mile away, and the entire column of Marines stops and they surround this building. And I'm not exactly sure why they surrounded it, but they could have sent in one tank to just blow up the building. I don't know if they wanted to capture the guy or something, but I hate to see 20th century technology and 20th century tactics being used in the 21st century. And it seems to me that there are too many 20th century guys that are hanging on in the military, and the first weapon system improvement I want to see is to have all those guys leave, retire, and let the young guys come in. Let the young guys who are used to the video game generation, bring those guys on.
I was going to say the joystick crowd, right?
Absolutely, those are the guys who can fight the wars that we need to fight to win.
Well, I'll tell you what the ground guys would say. They say, Dale, you're full of it. Wars are still, ground is taken on the ground. And that's the way you've still got to fight war when push comes to shove. This has always been the mantra, right? The ground can only be taken by the guys on the ground.
And I would tell them in response, it depends on what you want. If you want to bring down a regime, you don't need to take the ground. In fact, I think we would have been better off in Iraq if we hadn't made the decision to take the ground. It's that 20th century thinking again that we need to get away from. If we had fought another Persian Gulf War I, if we had gone for shock and awe again, we wouldn't be bogged down with the insurgent conflict that the United States military, I believe, is still not able to fight.
All right, what about this, though, Dale? Some might make the argument that we could have done it perhaps from the air and essentially had control in a very short amount of time, but without follow-through on the ground, Iraq would quickly be taken over beyond our ability to do anything about it by Iran.
I believe we could have switched very easily to air operations over Iraq to just as effective air operations over Iran. I still think we could have fought the entire conflict from the air. And I'm still online and I'm getting dozens of emails already from guys reacting to what we've been talking about.
Oh, I'm sure.
And a lot of these guys are angry, but I believe that it's a 20th century mindset. I think with the way that we've developed tactics, with the way we've improved weapons technology, that if you're talking about taking out a target, I'm not talking about the political end game, I'm talking about the military procedures, the military tactics. I believe in the 21st century, it's going to have to be done from the air. It's going to have to be done with intelligence. It's going to have to be done with improved sensor technology. But that's all remote control war fighting. And a lot of people recoil from that. They think it's science fiction.
I know.
It really is not.
And it's really here already.
It absolutely is.
All right. I want to allow some people to ask you questions. Would that be all right?
I would be happy to.
First time caller line. You are on the air with Dale Brown. Good morning.
Yes, Mr. Bell.
You're going to have to yell at us. You're not too loud.
Yes, Mr. Bell.
Go ahead.
Pleasure to speak to you.
And you.
I'd like to know if your guest is at all troubled by the recent controversy at the Air Force Academy. It seems to me that it's perfect paranoid fantasy material for thinking that someone might be flying around with heavy ordnance and deciding that it's time for Armageddon. I'll take your answer off the air.
Dale?
I'm not really that familiar with that with the controversy at the Air Force Academy. I wish he hadn't gone away to explain what's going on.
All right. Well, he said that, I'm not so familiar with it either, to be honest with you, but I guess the inference was that somebody would decide it was their job to bring on Armageddon. And I don't know how that relates to any ongoing controversy, but...
I'm just not familiar with that. I think, I think the military is a microcosm of the society as a whole, and I think most of the guys in the military are dedicated. I think they're a little they're idealistic. They wanna defend their country, and but I think most importantly they want to do a good job. They want to look good in front of their fellow airmen or their fellow soldiers. They want to show off what they can do. They want to show off what they know, and they want to do a good job, and they want to come home alive. And I think that's true with everybody in the military. You have some people who love to fight, who love the idea of going into battle, but I think most soldiers hate the idea of actually going into war. They want to live. They want their buddies to live. They want their families to live, but they don't want war. And I never really knew anybody in the military who wanted to go to war.
I didn't either. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dale Brown. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Ed. And hello, Dale. I have a two-pronged question. Number one, what's your opinion of the former MAD doctrine, which has been incorporated in our policies? And number two, what is your opinion of our possible vulnerability of U.S. satellites, which are so important to our sub and our guidance system?
No, that's a great question, caller. Let's take the second one first. Our satellites. All this talk now, from our military, Dale, that we have an incredible investment in military intelligence satellites and domestic satellites. All of our satellites require weapons in space.
I think what the caller and I think what you were referring to mostly is the GPS constellation, global positioning system.
That's part of it.
Which we really do rely on. I mean, not just for the military, but civilian and civil uses.
Yeah.
I think that is a very great vulnerability, and I think the basic constellation is fairly secure. 26 satellites up there, 24 that are in use all the time, and then a couple spares up there. I think the current plans we have for the Galileo constellation, the European version of the GPS system, I think that's going to increase the usability of the system during wartime. But satellite vulnerability, I think not necessarily right now. I think in the next generation, most wars will be fought in space, and we won't even know that the war has started because the war will be up in space. And I think that's a subject that I'm looking at for a future series.
I'll bet it is. Well, then your feelings on the weaponization of space? You're saying not yet?
No, I believe that the U.S. is working on it. I think the U.S. Air Force is going to transform itself into a U.S. Space Force. That other services will take over the air-breathing aspect of the military, and that the Air Force will be primarily a space force. I think we're going to have lasers in space. I think already, well, we've got a very sophisticated sensor system already in space, but we're going to have an improved infrared sensor capability. We're going to have space-based radar, space-based lasers.
In my feeling, we probably already have space-based weapons of all sorts. That's just me.
Well, I don't believe we have things like nuclear bombs in space and things like that.
Well, why not, Dale? I mean, if you wanted to be absolutely sure of your ICBM not detected during launch phase and destroyed, not detected at launch phase or later and then intercepted and destroyed, but my God, if you had a nuclear weapon in orbit, there'd be no warning. You'd just push button and she'd re-enter and explode. That'd be it.
Yeah, thinking as a general, if I was the guy that had that weapon at my fingertips, if I knew I had that weapon up there, I'd be very worried about the orbital mechanics and the actual mechanism for getting that thing out of orbit.
Absolutely.
And I know they can bring a spacecraft down with incredible precision. I mean, very definitely with enough precision for a nuclear weapon. But it's not a perfect science. And if you mess up those deorbit calculations, that warhead just as likely to come down over your own head as it is with the enemy.
Speaking of your own head, the first part of his question was interesting. Mutual assured destruction.
Yes.
Is that, in fact, what kept us from going to war, or the Soviets from going to war? Is that what it was?
Absolutely. Mutual fear. That was my job, was to enforce the mutually assured destruction doctrine.
Yes.
I mean, my job was, I flew bombers and dropped bombs, but my primary job was to prove to the generals in the Air Force,
yes,
to prove to the Soviets, and to prove to the rest of the world that I was ready and able to do the mission. That even if they launched an attack out of the blue, I proved to them on a daily basis that I could launch my bomber in time to survive even a nuclear missile launch from a submarine with a missile flight time of even less than 8 minutes.
Mutual assured destruction, Dale, depends on the other man or the other nation being at least semi-rational and not suicidal. And doggone, you could pretty well depend on that, and so that's why it worked.
Right.
Only thing is, we live in this really different world right now, Dale. So being absolutely blunt about it, Dale, you think a lot of people have been killed uselessly when air power could have prevented those deaths?
Absolutely. I'm not sure if we would have lost any fewer people, but I know that if you can think of a way to avoid fighting a war that we're not prepared for, if special operations fighters have their use, but I believe that special ops is another term for guerrilla warfare, and we're not equipped. If the military that we have today is in a transition phase between the Cold War military and what we need right now to fight terrorist threats. We're in a gray zone right now that we can't really do either type of warfare very well right now.
What do we need now?
We need to take advantage of the technological superiority we have, and we need to get rid of the old weapon systems, get rid of the old tactics, get rid of the old ways of thinking. We need to skip a generation of weapons, and we need to start working on the weapons that we're going to need in the year 2010, 2015, and beyond.
Are we doing that?
No, we're not. I'm a big fan of new weapon systems coming out, but when they're weapon systems like the FA-22, the Raptor, the Joint Strike Fighter, aircraft like that were designed in the 80s, that won't even be built probably for the next 2 to 5 years, that's old technology, that's old thinking. We need to move ahead from that. We need to keep on developing unmanned aircraft. We need to keep on developing smart weapons, even if we put them on old platforms like older ships or the B-52 bomber. We need to keep on stepping ahead. We can't be stepping backwards. And I think a lot of the weapon systems that we're bringing on board right now are old technology.
In active war, you do have these supermen, these exoskeletons, these men dressed in these incredible suits that let them virtually fly and jump and have incredible strength and vision beyond, Superman, really.
Yes, absolutely.
That's what you've envisioned as a fighting, or part of a fighting force, I guess.
Absolutely.
And could we be on our way to actually doing that?
Yes, I believe we are. We've been developing things like exoskeletons for many years. The ability to wear some device that enhances human strength and human performance. We've been working on that for decades. We're now right on the threshold of actually deploying that technology right now.
Really?
Now, whether or not that's actually going to replace anything, or if that's going to be sort of a nifty addition to what we already have, what I wanted to do in active war is an anti-terrorist. It's a special operations story going after a group of global terrorists.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't want to do the usual story. After 9/11, a lot of these anti-terrorist books popped up, and they're all pretty much the same. So they deal with the real life units that are out there, real special ops guys adapted to chasing down terrorists. And I didn't want to do the usual story. So I wanted to take the next leap forward. I wanted to look forward 2 to 5 years and see what we're going to be using in the year 2010. And I don't believe it's going to be the special operations guys that we see right now. It's going to be exoskeletons. It's going to be unmanned aircraft. It's going to be very heavy on intelligence gathering operations. And it's going to be very heavy on very lethal, very powerful, very highly mobile units with special capabilities.
Do you think we can win the war on terror this way?
Absolutely. That's the only way we can use it. We cannot fight on the terrorist level. We can't pretend we're terrorists. We can't pretend that we're guerrilla soldiers. We can't send these little special ops groups out there acting like terrorists and try to hunt these guys down because the network is so large. It's not centralized. There's no nation. There's no uniform. There's no flag. There's no order of battle we can study beforehand. Everything is different now, and we have to create technology to adapt to the new reality.
Is it going to take another 9/11 before we heavily move that way?
I believe, unfortunately, that's the way. When you combine society with politics, I believe that's what happens. That I think when politics enter it, when the money enters into it, when you talk about making the kind of investments that you need to do to fight this new kind of warfare, there's going to be a backlash, and it's a political backlash. People angling for power, for authority, for their voice to be heard, and I think all those things combine, and people start to tune it out. And people want to restore order. They want it back the way it was before. And I think, unfortunately, there's a few people in government, a few people in the military who aren't afraid to shake things up on a continual basis. But for most of us, I believe it takes a 9/11 to jar us awake again.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dale Brown. Good morning.
Yes, hi. It's too bad we're not technologically advanced enough to, wish we could switch to something that wouldn't cause our own lack of health and life with radiation that gets deposited on one side of the planet, and then the planet turns, and within 12 hours, something that occurred on the opposite side of the planet's airspace is now in our airspace. As far as the radiation goes, and
Well, I'm not sure if that's really true. Is it, Dale?
If the caller's talking about nuclear warfare, the effects of a fallout, radiation, things like that.
Yes.
You're referring to?
Yes.
It's it doesn't happen like that. It depends on the size of the weapon. It depends on the size of the attack. If you're talking about a massive nuclear exchange like was envisioned in the 60s and 70s, that sort of circle of death that Carl Sagan I wrote about for so many years, I think that's a possibility, but that would suppose that all the weapons that existed back in the 1970s were detonated at the same time, and I believe that could cause some sort of a global cataclysm. But if you're talking about reality, you're talking about a very low-scale nuclear attack in a very small geographic area with very low-yield warheads. I don't believe anything like that would occur. I think there would be a lot of death and devastation, but as far as far-reaching implications for the entire globe, I just don't believe that would happen.
Got it. You're on the air with Dale Brown. Good morning. Well, wait a minute. Now you're on the air. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hi.
Yeah, Mr. Brown, the question is about the B-1 bomber.
Yes.
Was it obsolete before it was built?
It had a lot of developmental problems, like most weapon systems did. I still believe it's the most capable aircraft in the inventory right now. I truly do, and I think we have 30 of those things in what they call flyable storage. They're basically mothballs. It would take 6 months to a year to get them out, and I think that's a crime.
One of the controversies about it was that it actually was visible on radar. Was that so?
It was, all aircraft are visible on radar, even the B-2 stealth bomber, but it's a matter of exactly when you see it, when you can be able to track it and engage it on radar. And the reality is that compared to a B-52, the B-1 could get 100 times closer to its target than the B-52 could, and the B-2 could get closer to its target by another factor of 100. So all those aircraft are visible on radar, but it all depends on how close you are to the target before you're able to be tracked and engaged is the question.
Okay, Will in Tyler, Texas, writes to me on the computer, Art, with respect to the Air Force Academy controversy, second in command and several other officers, football coach, several senior candidates accused of active Christian proselytizing while on duty contrary to law and regulation. Now, that's why the caller asked the question about Armageddon. In other words, whether somebody could get through the system who might feel that it was their hand and their job to initiate the beginning of the end.
If that person could become both the president and the secretary of defense, absolutely, because those are the two people that they need to get together to issue the order to release nuclear weapons.
Otherwise, as far as you know, now, what is the current status, Dale, of our submarines? Do you know? I mean, at one point, submarine commanders did have some independent authority, right?
They have standing orders. They're basically put on alert status with the ability to, and it still have the same capability. We have eight nuclear ballistic missile submarines that are on patrol right now. Four in the Atlantic, 4 in the Pacific.
Yes.
They have standing orders. They receive their orders, usually by satellite, a very low frequency radio that they have for a certain period of time. They're on a certain state of alert. So those orders can be changed at any time. But depending on the world situation, they're given a set of orders that they put their weapons in a certain posture. So if the threat level was brought up to a certain level, they could put the weapons at a certain posture where they could launch quicker.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is that the commanders of those submarines, under certain circumstances, had the sole ability, perhaps with the authority of one other, to launch those weapons with no other action from command.
If they would need the authorization from the president and the secretary of defense, you're right, that they had the ability to launch, but they would need the execution order from the president or the secretary of defense to put their weapons in a posture to be able to launch to within a certain given period of time. So
there's no danger of a madman.
You would have to have at least two madmen on board to be able to do it.
Well, that's not out of the realm.
Not out of the question. I think it's extremely unlikely.
Mm-hmm.
And also at the current state of readiness right now, supposedly, and this is what I've heard from several sources, is that the missiles that are in the tubes right now, ready to launch, do not have actual target coordinates set in them. They're basically open ocean or ice packs, targets loaded in them right now, and that's to, in case of some sort of accidental launch, that the missiles wouldn't impact a real target.
Now, that suggests to me that there is a significant risk, or at least some risk, of an accidental launch.
No, I don't think so. I think...
Then why bother to target ice flows?
Well, I think that's more of a political decision. So the question is whether or not you want to take the missiles out of the ocean completely, or just do something else to keep them still on alert, but not a threat to anybody. And I think the answer was, on both sides, was to leave the missiles in the ocean, leave the missiles in the silos, but don't have them targeted at a real target.
So we need, what, about 20 minutes, Dale?
I think even less than that to retarget them.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on there with Dale Brown. Well,
Yeah, Dale, Art, good to talk to y'all. I got a question there. I noticed y'all were talking about that you could reprogram a heavier yield missile down to a lower yield missile. When those weapons go off, if you got them cranked down to the low end, doesn't that create a more dirtier bomb?
No, just a lower yield, just a smaller explosion.
I guess he was imagining that the uranium that wasn't used, if you dialed down the boom, as you put it, would then be perhaps dispersed in the explosion in some other manner, and it would be a dirtier bomb. I get his idea.
Yeah, no, I don't think it would work like that. I think the remaining material would just be vaporized. Dirty bombs are just basically regular explosions with a little bit of nuclear material mixed in there, where the nuclear material is dispersed by the explosion. A neutron bomb is a regular thermonuclear bomb with the outer shell removed. So it just lets the neutrons escape instead of causing a second chain reaction explosion. So no, I think if you had a full yield, just a smaller yield, but a full nuclear yield, it would probably take care of the rest of the material that wasn't used in the explosion.
Remember Strangelove and the Doomsday device?
Yes.
Ever heard any talk about anything like that?
Well, I think I never heard of a weapon so big that it would. I don't remember all the details about the Doomsday device, but I'm not sure if it was one bomb or a series of bombs circling the Earth or something like that that would create a huge cataclysm. But no, I don't believe there's anything like that. I think the fear was that during the 60s and 70s we had so many nuclear weapons, so many warheads out there that some trigger, something happening in the world, a dead Soviet premier or some sort of accident between submarines or some false alarm would cause a massive retaliation on both sides. And I think that although it was possible, I think that the mechanisms in place, the orders that you had to give in order to actually initiate an attack like that were just so complicated. They had enough checks and balances built into it that it wasn't like President Reagan rolling over in bed and hitting a button and the world would end. So there were enough procedures, at least on my level, especially on my level, where we had so many things we had to do, so many milestones we had to pass before we could actually get a weapon off, that it was just inconceivable that there could be some misfortune or some misunderstanding.
It's worked so far, Dale. Listen,
Sure
we're at the end of the program. It's amazing. It absolutely flew by.
It really does.
Your writing now is going to space, isn't it?
It's right now I'm sticking with the anti-terrorist stories. I'm working on the sequel to Active War, but I think the next series of books, the next series of McClanahan books, will deal with space, because that's where I think the future of the Air Force is.
All right. My friend, thank you so much. It's been an honor.
It's been my privilege, Art. Thank you very much.
Have a good night, Dale. That's Dale Brown, one of my favorite authors. So there you have it.
Welcome to Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland. Good evening, everybody. This should be quite the program. As promised, we will have Robert Monroe of the Monroe Institute here. What an honor that is. Mr. Monroe, actually Robert Monroe, just Robert Monroe. Coming up next, he'll tell us about the Monroe Institute. Have you ever wondered about travel? Not the type you take on a domestic airline, but the type you might take